reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Ji-Wan Chang is convinced. Ji-Wan Chang was stunned for a moment after hearing Fang Lang's words. After a long while, he asked weakly, "But, in this way, we still have no way to occupy the cities in Malaya and complete the real independence and nation building." Fang Lang didn't know how to answer this question for a while. After all, he couldn't tell the other party directly like a prophet that after a certain period of time, the British would naturally give freedom to the Malayan region. Even if the British did not respect their demands at that time, they already had enough power and could naturally do it themselves and get everything they wanted. Even if the British did not support them, they could get support from the Americans. Moreover, the world was severely polarized at that time, and neither Britain nor the United States would want to see them leaning towards the Soviet Union. The most likely possibility was that they would pinch their noses and recognize their status. Some things I tell you now, you may not believe them, but what I want to tell you is that I have a reason to let you develop like this. As long as you follow the direction I give you and work quietly in the rural areas of Malaya, you will definitely achieve the goals you want in the future. But Ji-Wan Chang was obviously still skeptical about Fang Lang's ambiguous and charlatan-like answer. After looking at Fang Lang for a long time with a tangled face, he slowly said, "Mr. Fang, it's not that I don't trust you, it's really that this matter involves too much. Our organization is not my one-man show. After I go back, I must have a suitable reason to convince other people in our organization to support us in implementing this policy. So, can you reveal some inside information to help me convince others after I go back?" Looking at Ji-Wan Chang, who looked embarrassed, Fang Lang understood that what the other party said was also true. After all, the other party and himself had just met for the first time and didn't know him at all. It was impossible for him to completely believe in himself. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang slowly said, "Where should I start? In fact, this involves the issue of the change of world hegemony. The British Empire, the world's largest hegemon, has been declining. The emerging capitalist hegemon, the United States, is rising rapidly. Old capitalist powers like Britain and France have a large number of colonies in the world. These colonies are the private lands of the British and French powers, cheap raw material warehouses, and commodity dumping grounds. For the United States, it does not have such colonies, and it certainly will not be willing for other countries to have them. Combined with the fact that after the war, major colonies in the world hope to gain an independent status, the Americans will definitely be happy to see it happen and will even add fuel to the flames. That's why I said that your proposal to find Americans as a backer is a good move, because the independence of the colonies is in the interests of the United States. But the Americans' promotion of the independence of the colonies is equivalent to cutting meat from Britain and France. On the surface, everyone is still an ally, so the Americans cannot make big moves and can only advance slowly, step by step. And this requires a long process. That's why I asked you to take your time. You can take advantage of this long time to nibble away at the countryside little by little and expand your control area in Malaya. When the time is right, you can directly occupy the city and finally complete the complete occupation of the entire control area." Although Ji-Wan Chang didn't understand the strategic game between countries that Fang Lang said, he had a sense of power. He believed that what the other party said was true. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I believe you. After I go back, I will convince everyone to carry out the work according to your guiding ideology. However, about how to get in touch with the Americans, is there anything Mr. Fang can teach me?" Fang Lang looked at the other party helplessly, thinking that this guy is really rude and is working according to my guiding ideology. "Why do you regard me as a guiding light? I have to teach you everything. I won't send troops to help you fight. I'm just a Brazilian, not an American, and I dare not have a direct conflict with the British." But the other party obviously believed in himself, so he regarded his words as a guide. Fang Lang couldn't refuse and dampen the other party's enthusiasm. After coughing twice, he pretended to take a deep puff of his cigar, and then slowly said, "In fact, if you want to get in touch with the Americans, you don't need to come to the United States at all." After saying that, he deliberately kept it a secret, looking at Ji Wanchang's anxious look, and took another puff of the cigar. Ji Wanchang was obviously a man with little patience, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Fang, please tell me quickly, if we don't come to the United States, where can we get in touch with the Americans?" Seeing that the other party looked anxious, Fang Lang shook his head helplessly. "I'm deliberately giving you time to think. Exercise your thinking ability. You don't even want to use your brain at all. You just want to eat ready-made. Can you really succeed like this?" At this moment, Fang Lang felt that he was becoming less and less optimistic about the other party. He could only sigh and said helplessly, "Where is the nearest American power to your Malaya?" "The Philippines." "You mean let's get in touch with the Americans in the Philippines?" It seems that the other party is not particularly stupid. Fang Lang stopped talking, took a puff of cigar, and looked at Ji Wanchang, who was lost in thought. At this time, Ji Wanchang seemed to have been enlightened, and sat at the table, and fell into deep thought. Obviously, Fang Lang's suggestion was taken to heart. Seeing this, Fang Lang said no more, and got up, and left the reception room. When he came outside, he saw Fang Xinshu and Mr. Sitter drinking tea in another tea room outside. He nodded to the two of them, and said with a smile, "Uncle, take Master Ju to our bank later, exchange the gold for US dollars, and then deposit it into his account, so that he can go directly to the United States to purchase arms." The two people who saw Fang Lang coming out all stood up together. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Xinshu nodded and said, "No problem." He was not interested in knowing what Fang Lang and Ji Wanchang talked about in there, so he did not ask. Mr. Situ on the side also nodded to Fang Lang with a smile on his face. Fang Lang also nodded with a smile, and said to Mr. Situ, "Mr. Situ, I still have things to do. It is not convenient to stay for long, so I will go back first. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality." In fact, Fang Lang still admired Mr. Sitter very much, but there was no friendship between him, and he dared not talk about any common topics. After all, it would touch the 404 of the crab god. So, after a polite greeting, he hurriedly left Hangai Hall. After Fang Lang left, Fang Xinshu and Mr. Sitter did not enter the reception room. They knew very well that nothing would happen to Ji Wanchang here. Since he had not come out yet, something must have happened, so the two of them simply continued to wait outside. About half an hour later, Ji Wanchang walked out of the reception room with an excited look on his face. Seeing Fang Xinshu and Mr. Sitter drinking tea and chatting outside, he quickly walked up to them and asked, "You two, where is Mr. Fang?" Mr. Sitter saw the expression on Ji Wanchang's face, and knew that this guy had made a lot of money this time. He smiled and said, "Come and sit down, and have some tea." "What's wrong? You look like you have something good to say." Ji Wanchang couldn't hide his smile when he heard it, and laughed. "Master, thanks to you, I really came to the right place this time. With Mr. Fang's guidance, I believe our business will be smooth sailing." "Haha. That's good. I hope you can really create a new world for the Chinese in Southeast Asia. It's worth taking you on this trip today. Mr. Situ, please rest assured. With Mr. Fang's guidance, we are like lost lambs who have found the direction to move forward. We just need to follow the route planned by Mr. Fang and keep moving forward. We will definitely be able to achieve our goal smoothly. By the way, where is Mr. Fang? I still have a lot of questions to ask him." Mr. Situ didn't know what Fang Lang talked about with Ji Wanchang. How could he become a different person in a short period of time, full of energy and confidence? But there are some things that are obviously not suitable for him to ask. Seeing that the other party repeatedly asked about Fang Lang's whereabouts, he could only turn his eyes to Fang Xinshu. Fang Xinshu was not surprised by Ji Wanchang's performance. Think about it, their Fang family has achieved such achievements in just a few years, and this is all due to his nephew. Therefore, he never had any doubts about his nephew's ability. Ji Wanchang in front of him looked like he wanted to bow down, and he was used to it. Hearing that this kid actually said that he had many questions to ask, He rolled his eyes unconsciously in his heart, but his expression on his face was smiling and said, he is very busy at work, so he went back early to deal with other things. If you have anything else, I can help you convey it. Ji Wanchang heard this, sighed, and said with disappointment, is that so? It's a pity. I don't know if you can tell me Mr. Fang's identity. I hope to thank him in person next time. There is actually nothing to hide about this. After all, Fang Lang's identity is known to too many people in Brazil. Knowing the Fang family, it is really easy for him to inquire about people of this age and those protected by soldiers. Therefore, Fang Xinshu did not hide anything and spoke directly. He is the person in charge of our Brazilian country, Fang Lang, the Rear Admiral of the Brazilian Navy and the commander of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. It is not easy to find him. Ji Wanchang obviously did not expect that the young man just now would have such an identity. Although he did not know how much gold content this rear admiral had, as the commander of an aircraft carrier battle group, he could understand what kind of military power this was. No wonder he was so familiar with analyzing the strategic layout of countries around the world. At this moment, he was more certain in his heart that, if there was any problem, he would ask Fang Lang for advice as soon as possible. Fang Xinshu noticed the shining eyes of Ji Wanchang and realized that it was not appropriate for him to reveal Fang Lang's identity so easily. So he quickly made amends. It is enough for you to know his identity in your heart. I hope you will not spread anything he said to you. Otherwise, any consequences will be unbearable for you. Do you understand? This blatant threat made Ji Wanchang stunned. He did not understand. This was obviously a good opportunity to expand Mr. Fang's influence in the Chinese community. Why should it be concealed? Chapter 377 Artillery Factory. In fact, this is related to everyone's perspective. In Ji Wanchang's eyes, Fang Lang's advice to him is to help the Chinese community in Malaya, and everyone should remember his contribution. It is best to vigorously promote and establish Fang Lang's image. In the future, Fang Lang will help them more with advice. In the eyes of Fang Lang, Fang Xinshu and others, everyone is Chinese. If you want to fight for an independent new country for the Chinese in Malaya, we will do it with both hands. It is natural to give you advice. But now your enemy is the British. Although the other party has declined, its influence is still there. If the other party knows that their Brazilian generals are helping the anti-British forces to make plans, they may put pressure on the Brazilian government. Let Fang Lang's position in Brazil be affected. Therefore, neither Fang Lang nor Fang Xinshu wants the British to discover their existence. Although Ji Wanchang does not understand why Fang Xinshu is unwilling to let people know about Mr. Fang's existence, now is the time when he needs help from others. He can only pinch his nose and let the other party threaten him. Master Fang, please rest assured. Since you think we should keep Mr. Fang's existence a secret, I will strictly enforce it. However, our business still needs Mr. Fang's guidance. If we encounter problems that we cannot solve, I hope you can help me contact Mr. Fang and answer them for us. Ji will definitely reward you generously at that time. Fang Xinshu would naturally not refuse this. Without thinking too much, he nodded and agreed to the other party's request. At the same time, Fang Lang had already returned to the overseas Chinese village. He went out to practice martial arts early in the morning and went to Hangai Hall to discuss things in the afternoon. Fang Lang had no time to accompany his girlfriend. So, after talking about business, he hurried back to the village to accompany his girlfriend. Oh my god. Honey, is a hospital so big? Before it got dark, Fang Lang took Lilith and Vivian to the hospital site to visit the construction of the hospital. After seeing the plan of the hospital, Lilith couldn't believe her eyes. She thought Fang Lang wanted to build only a small hospital. But who knew that Fang Lang was simply referring to those famous large-scale tertiary hospitals in later generations for construction. Therefore, both the building area and the scale of the hospital were far beyond Lilith's expectations. Hearing Lilith's sigh, Fang Lang smiled and said, haha, dear, this is just the beginning. What I want to build is not an ordinary small hospital, but a large research-based comprehensive hospital. Seeing a doctor is only its basic function. I hope to make it a medical institution that integrates teaching and research. In the future, many medical laboratories will be set up here for doctors, experts, and professors from all over the world to conduct medical experiments. And all of these will be handed over to you to manage. Lilith felt a huge pressure when she heard this and stuttered. Coco, I'm still just a student myself. I'm still learning even the most basic medical knowledge. Fang Lang heard this and smiled and said, don't worry. I'm not asking you to start management now. Aren't you studying? Besides, managing a hospital does not require you to have a high level of medical skills. In addition to studying, you can ask Olivier Berg for some management knowledge. He is a top student who graduated from a related major. We must learn to fully exploit his surplus value. Hearing this, Lilith rolled her eyes at Fang Lang and said, what are you talking about? Vivian, who was standing by, smiled as if she had been caught by me. Okay, honey, I'm going to tell Olivia that you want to drain her. Fang Lang felt that something was wrong with these words, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Lilith slapped her sister, signaling her not to talk nonsense. She turned to Fang Lang and said, honey, do you think Olivia will be bored alone in Rio de Janeiro? Should we arrange for someone to bring her over? Fang Lang looked at Lilith helplessly, thinking that bringing two girlfriends home this time had already made his father very unhappy. If he brought Olivia Berg over again, no one would believe him. If he said he was an assistant at Universal, maybe they would think she was his third girlfriend. Although he didn't mind making Olivia the third child, Olivia's uncle was now the vice president of his media company. It would be bad if he knew about it, so she said nonchalantly, she came to see her uncle. How could she be bored? Lilith glanced at Fang Lang with a half smile and said, do you think she really came to see her uncle? Hearing this, Fang Lang looked at Lilith with a puzzled look and asked, what else? Vivian, the girl, was already on the side, and she spoke without scruples. Dear, you are so hypocritical. I don't believe you have no feelings for Sister Olivia. Otherwise, you would let such a beautiful sister become your personal secretary. Humph. Hypocrisy. Fang Lang was embarrassed by these words. This time, Lilith on the side also looked at Fang Lang with a smile on her face, wanting to see how he was going to answer. Fang Lang just looked at Lilith for help, and saw Lilith's expression of watching a good show. He could only shrug helplessly and said, okay, I admit that Olivia is very beautiful, but I promise that I only love you. Besides, what does this have to do with whether she comes to see her uncle? Vivian put her arm around Fang Lang's right arm without caring, and said jokingly, dear, the elders say that men have roses in their mouths, but it is not credible at all. You say you love us, I believe it. But if you say you only love us, I don't believe it so much. Lilith also said, okay, dear, you are really not honest at all. Regardless of whether Olivia comes to see her uncle or not, since you are in Brazil, don't you have to do your best to be a good host? Hearing this, Fang Lang thought seriously for a while, and then said to Lilith with a serious face, well, what Lilith said makes sense. Hospitality is our Chinese tradition. A friend has come to my hometown from afar, and it is really necessary for me to entertain her warmly. Then I will ask someone to buy him a plane ticket to Sao Paulo tomorrow morning. Lilith rolled her eyes at Fang Lang in annoyance. Vivian, who was holding Fang Lang's arm, pinched Fang Lang's arm with her hand, and said in annoyance, humph. What a hypocritical man. Fang Lang looked ahead, as if he didn't notice anything, and continued to discuss the future construction plan and development blueprint of the hospital with Lilith. Vivian and Lilith did not continue to entangle, but looked at their own man who was commanding Fang Qiu with admiration. Fang Lang's vacation this time was naturally impossible to be a complete vacation. Fang Lang, who had a rare time to return to Sao Paulo, came to the artillery factory early the next morning accompanied by Kikingshan and other guards. The location of the factory is very remote, nearly 3 hours drive from the city. When Fang Lang and others arrived at the factory, the chief engineer of the artillery factory, Jared Bull, had been waiting at the door of the artillery factory early. As soon as they saw Fang Lang coming, they greeted him without hesitation. While shaking hands, they complained, "Boss, you finally came to see us. I thought you were very dissatisfied with my work. So you don't like our artillery factory." Fang Lang heard this, shook hands with the other party, patted his arm with his left hand and said, "How is it possible? Although I don't have time to visit you in the factory, I have heard a lot about you. Just now I heard that your 155mm howitzer has been finalized, so I took advantage of my vacation to come and see it. I heard that our model is nearly 100 kilograms lighter than its prototype, the American M101 model. Speaking of his own products, Jared Bull said with pride, "Yes, boss. We have replaced the materials of some parts of the artillery that do not require the use of steel materials, and chose lighter aluminum alloys. Although the weight of the artillery has been reduced, its performance has not been affected at all. The military representative on site is very satisfied with the artillery we produced and has submitted a report to the Ministry of National Defense. We just need to wait for the Ministry of National Defense to complete the acceptance before we can slowly start supplying the military." Fang Lang nodded when he heard this, and the two of them walked into the artillery production workshop accompanied by a large group of people. Jared Bull walked in front and kept introducing the production process and processing equipment of the artillery to Fang language. Although some of the equipment looked second-hand, it was obvious that there was no impact in using it. Among them, there were also many brand new processing equipment. In his previous life, Fang Lang had only heard of electroslag melting, but this time he saw the real thing in the factory. According to Jared Bull, this was the most advanced processing equipment he got from the United States by using his own connections. After visiting the entire manufacturing process of the factory, Fang Lang finally understood why the artillery produced by the artillery factory could reach the performance level of the original. It turned out that in addition to the equipment Fang Lang brought from Japan, the factory also purchased a lot of more advanced equipment from the United States. Most of the workers in the factory are American workers. No wonder the products can reach the current performance level. It is no different from being produced in the United States. This is not what Fang Lang wants, so after visiting the artillery shooting limit experiment, returning to Jared Bull's office, Fang Lang said directly, "Jared, I'm very satisfied that you can make the artillery factory have real artillery production capabilities so quickly and make improvements and innovations. But I noticed that many positions in the factory use technical workers hired from the United States, which will greatly increase our management costs. I believe that the cost of the artillery we produce now must be higher than that produced in the United States, right?" Jared Bull, who thought he would continue to be praised, did not expect that the first question the boss asked in the office was the cost issue he was most reluctant to mention. However, this is indeed an unavoidable fact, so he could only bite the bullet and say to Fang Lang, "Yes, our production cost is 15% higher than that of American factories. Among them, labor costs account for 5%, and the other 10% is because we use new materials to reduce weight. In addition, we are only trial producing in small batches for experiments and acceptance, so the cost is high." Fang Lang thought to himself, sure enough. He knew that this would take a process, and it would not be possible to achieve it in one step, so he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I can understand that the first thing we need to solve now is whether there is a problem with the innovation. It is acceptable to have a higher cost. However, you have to understand that our factory's target customers are not just the Brazilian army. You have to know that the Brazilian army alone cannot support such a large artillery factory. In order to survive, our products must go international and compete with products from European and American countries. If the cost is higher than this, it will not be conducive to our sales. American technical workers are very useful, but the cost is too high. Therefore, I hope you can find a way to train more cheap local technical workers for us to reduce our production costs. Do you understand what I mean? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 New Project at the Artillery Factory. Jared Bull was a smart man. As soon as Fang Lang opened his mouth, he understood what the other party meant. After all, living in a capitalist society, it is not advisable to have too high expectations of what kind of people capitalists are. However, as the chief engineer of the factory, he also understood that the other party was right. He could only grit his teeth and nodded. Yes, boss. We will immediately start to arrange to recruit new workers to come to the factory to study. Complete the training of new workers as soon as possible to reduce the labor costs of our factory. In fact, Jared Bull was only the chief technical engineer of the factory. The management of the factory was not the sole responsibility of him. This artillery factory is now a joint stock company. The military also has shares in the factory, and there are some original giant forces in Brazil. But the Fang family is still the absolute majority shareholder and has absolute say in the personnel rights of the factory. Fang Lang did not let other company leaders accompany him this time. The main purpose was to discuss some technical issues with Jared Bull. The reason why he told him about the high labor costs of American technical workers was because these people were actually recruited by Jared Bull from the United States. These things can only be discussed with Jared Bull, and other management dare not make comments on these technical workers. Fang Lang was also very satisfied with Jared Bull's positive response. He smiled and said, "It's not enough to just reduce costs. We also need to make our products more competitive. Your technological innovation is great, but it's not enough. We must give our products more advantages, such as longer range, greater power, faster movement speed, and higher accuracy. In this way, even if our products are more expensive than others, it is acceptable, don't you think?" Hearing this, Jared Bull's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Boss, don't worry. I'm already working on a new modification design. I plan to further expand the barrel ratio of the artillery to increase the shooting accuracy and range of the artillery. After preliminary calculations, I plan to trial produce a 50 caliber 155mm howitzer. This long-barreled artillery is indeed the future development direction." Fang Lang certainly won't object, so he nodded to Jared Bull and said, "No problem. I believe you are professional in the design and manufacture of artillery. Just experiment. However, this time I came here to ask you to research a few projects. I think these products are what we need in the future." Fang Lang's words made Jared Bull look serious. He looked at Fang Lang seriously and said, "Boss, please give me your instructions." As he spoke, he took out a black leather notebook from his pocket, looking like a primary school student taking notes seriously. Fang Lang glanced at him and nodded with satisfaction. No wonder leaders like those leaders to speak, and the people below take out notebooks to record. This is respect. At this moment, Fang Lang felt that he was respected, and his eyes looking at Jared Bull became a little softer. After coughing twice, Fang Lang slowly said, "I remember you told me that you wanted to research new ammunition. Have you started now?" Hearing this, Jared Bull smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Boss, I'm really sorry. Because I have been working on the imitation and improvement of artillery, I don't have time to develop new ammunition for the time being. However, please rest assured that after my sorting out during this period of time, the artillery production process has been confirmed. I will soon be able to invest in the research of new ammunition." Seeing the other party's expression, Fang Lang smiled and comforted him. "It doesn't matter. I'm not urging you. The reason I asked you this question is mainly to know if you have ever come into contact with rockets. This new type of ammunition that appeared in the war." As an artillery expert, Jared Bull was of course very clear about this new type of weapon that appeared in the war. After hearing Fang Lang's question, he said without hesitation, "Yes, boss. In fact, this is not a new type of ammunition. During the war, the United States had the T-34 multiple rocket launcher, Germany had the Nebel with a series of rockets, and the Soviet Union had the Katyusha rocket launcher. Do you also want to study this type of ammunition?" "Yes, I heard that the Soviet-made Katyusha rocket launcher has an unparalleled advantage in firepower coverage. Do we have the ability to develop a rocket launcher with the same power?" Hearing Fang Lang's words, Jared Bull seemed a little entangled. After a long while, he slowly said, Boss, rocket launchers are actually not that powerful. As you said, they have a great advantage in firepower coverage, but other than that, there are no other advantages. The fire and smoke produced during the launch alone have an obvious indication effect, and it is easy for the enemy to lock the launch position. In addition, its accuracy is not high, and it can only cover a large area of firepower. In the end, the launch cost is too high. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that Jared Bull was not optimistic about the application of rockets. Although what the other party said was true, Fang Lang was very clear about the future development direction. Rockets still have a very large market. Especially the future hometown has played rocket launchers in many ways. So, he nodded and said, I understand what you said, but the existence of a weapon naturally has its reasons. We can't give up on it just because we found its problems. Instead, we should constantly improve it, let it overcome these shortcomings, and become in line with our needs. What do you think? Jared Bull showed a trace of shame on his face when he heard this, and nodded to Fang Lang and said, Boss, you are right. It is indeed too narrow-minded. However, I do lack research on rocket launchers, but I have a friend who is very obsessed with the development of rockets. I think I can send a telegram to him and ask him to come and lead a special research team to develop a new rocket launcher system for the boss. Fang Lang knew that there was indeed a big difference between rockets and artillery shells, because rockets often have a rocket engine burning to form gas pressure that is ejected from the tail to generate force, and the rocket is separated from the launch tube and fired forward under the action of the reaction force. This is still different from the launch principle of artillery shells. Regardless of whether Jared Bull really doesn't know much about rockets, he took the initiative to hand over the project he was not familiar with to other people for research, and Fang Lang was still very satisfied. At least, he did not regard the artillery factory as his own independent kingdom. Therefore, Fang Lang nodded without hesitation. Okay, as the chief engineer of the factory, it is your right to recruit suitable engineers. I fully agree with it. However, you can't just leave it alone after recruiting people. You are the chief engineer of the factory, and you have to participate in the management of all the projects of the company. As he said this, he smiled and patted the other party on the shoulder. After all, Jared Bull is a real artillery expert. He is also afraid that, if he asks him to study a project he is not familiar with, he will just find someone to come and fool around. It is none of his business whether it succeeds or not. That would be embarrassing, so he still has to emphasize to him the importance of his participation. Jared Bull heard this and laughed. Don't worry, boss, the person I found is my true friend. I won't leave him aside. Although I'm not very familiar with rockets, since it is a research project arranged by you, we will definitely take it seriously and strive to make breakthrough progress in the shortest possible time. We will never let you down. Haha. Okay, Jared, I'm at ease with you doing it. Then I think the other project must be a piece of cake for you. You should be able to solve it in a few days. Jared Bull was very pleased to hear Fang Lang's praise, but he didn't dare to really guarantee that there was any project that could be solved in a few days. Although foreigners don't like to be modest, they won't pretend to know what they don't know. If they know, they know, and if they don't know, they don't know. Now Fang Lang hasn't said what exactly he wants him to study. If he really pats his chest and agrees, it will be embarrassing if he can't do it. Therefore, Jared Bull quickly said, Boss, you'd better tell me what the specific project is. Seeing the other party's rare cautious look, Fang Lang laughed and said, Don't worry. When I said that this project is very simple for you, it is definitely very simple. The second project I plan to let you study is the mortar. I think it should not be difficult for you, right? Hearing that it was a mortar, Jared Bull was obviously relieved and said, So it's a mortar. This is indeed not difficult. Even if you don't say it, I'm also prepared to take time to independently establish a project and apply for related research. After all, there are too many application scenarios for mortars. Don't worry, I can personally serve as the research team leader for project number 2 and organize people to start research immediately. Fang Lang smiled and waved his hand and said, You can coordinate these by yourself. Whether you need to be the research team leader in person is up to you. I don't have any requirements. As for the caliber of mortars, I believe you also have relevant experience. As for the current American 60mm, 81mm and 120mm mortars, their performance on the battlefield is quite good. We can first imitate these models to solve our problem of whether or not we have them. Later, we can gradually improve them. Upon hearing this, Jared Bull nodded. Fang Lang's request was still very practical. He did not want to come up with any new tricks. It was not that he could not come up with new tricks based on these. It was that his energy was limited, and he could not put too much experience on mortars. The reason why Fang Lang only asked him to solve the problem of whether or not he had them first was that he understood this point. It was not that Fang Lang thought mortars were not important. On the contrary, mortars were very important as infantry support firepower. But Fang Lang had seen it when he was watching videos in the future. The development trend of mortars in the future was actually the same as that of artillery. They were all developing towards self-propelled. Now that the self-propelled problem of artillery had not been solved, it would be too eager to start studying self-propelled mortars. In addition, he had a more important project that he needed to ask the other party to study. In response to Fang Lang's request, Jared Bull smiled and nodded, saying, "Boss, don't worry. If we just copy it in the early stage, we will be able to achieve results soon." Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. Then let's continue to talk about the next research project. I believe you should be very familiar with this project, which is the bazooka rocket launcher equipped in large quantities by the US military. At the same time, the German Iron Fist anti-tank grenade launcher is also manufactured using the same manufacturing principle. Do you know about this weapon?" Chapter 379 Escort. You are not mistaken. The third project that Fang Lang wants Jared Bull to study is the rocket launcher. Anyone who has watched movies or played games should be familiar with this thing. After all, in later movies, American soldiers often shout RPG and then dodge in a panic, which is really impressive. RPG was developed by the Soviet Union, based on the German Iron Fist. Of course, its main function is to attack armored targets, but after later development, many different warheads have been derived. Its application scenarios have also been further expanded. In later war scenes, its appearance rate is much higher than that of mortars. It is not that he is more powerful than mortars, but mainly because he is simple to use and cheap. Anyone who can shoot can use it directly by holding it. Unlike mortars, which require observation, aiming and calculation to be accurate. In World War II, the Allies were equipped with a large number of American-made bazookas, so Jared Bull must be very familiar with this simple and practical weapon. As soon as Fang Lang called out the name bazooka, he understood what the other party wanted. He nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course, this kind of rocket launcher is equipped in large quantities in the Allied forces. It is the main combat equipment of the US military. Many factories in the United States have obtained its production authorization. Then can we improve it based on the bazooka and turn it into a single soldier anti-tank weapon with higher accuracy and longer range?" Fang Lang looked at Jared Bull with expectation. He nodded and said, "No problem, but the working principle of this equipment is very simple, and there is not much room for improvement. You'd better be mentally prepared." Fang Lang had expected this. What he wanted was a single soldier rocket launcher like the RPG. If you want a longer range and greater power, you have to look at the later anti-tank missiles, which obviously exceeds the working range of a single soldier rocket launcher. Nodded and said, "No problem. We have to solve these equipment first, and then slowly improve them to see if we can get more advanced performance through continuous improvement. These equipment could have been produced and developed by other factories, but the time would definitely be affected. The artillery factory is the most advanced military factory with the most equipment and the highest quality workers. It would be a waste if he didn't make good use of so many advantages." While Fang Lang was visiting the artillery factory, the capital Rio de Janeiro was conducting a century-long trial related to him. The brothers Brizo Eddy and Raymond Eddy of the Eddy family of Brazil were taken out of prison by a team of fully armed bailiffs and sent to the military court under the Brazilian Ministry of Defense for trial. This trial attracted a lot of public attention. After all, the treason of this family has been followed up by the news media every day, and it has almost reached the point where everyone knows it. Even if they are illiterate, when two people stand together, they can talk about a lot of gossip and secrets about this family. After all, many tabloids in Brazil may not be able to dig out the latest evidence of the Eddy family's crimes, but the gossip stories between family members can be made up, as long as you have imagination, right? What's more, there is already a heroine named Mizuno Xiling in it, who can give full play to her imagination. For a time, gossip about the Eddy family was rampant, and every Brazilian could tell several versions. In the Eddy family, the men who had an affair with Mizuno Corey were no longer just Craig C. Eddy and Raymond Eddy. Even Brizzo Eddy, who had a low presence in this case, became one of the male protagonists. Female members of the family were also repeatedly combined with men such as housekeepers and servants at home. In short, the entire Eddy family has become the most filthy existence that Brazilian people can think of. Because the Eddy family controls the Brazilian security system, many people who have been oppressed by the police vent their hatred on each other. Even Brazilian policemen walking on the street are often pointed at by civilians. The government did not do any publicity for the trial of the two. The trial venue was also a military court, which was not open to the public. But it still attracted the attention of the general public. Early in the morning, a large number of civilians came to the prison gate from all directions using various means of transportation. I want to witness with my own eyes the process of Brizzo Eddy and Raymond Eddy being sent to the military court. The bailiffs who were responsible for escorting the two brothers in the prison had just taken them out of the prison when they were told that they were surrounded by civilians and reporters rushing in from all directions. Milovic, the escort commander, felt very nervous when he heard about this situation and quickly asked his superiors for help. "Sir, the situation is very tense now. There are reporters and civilians outside the prison. I'm very worried that they will do something to hurt the prisoners, which may cause accidents in our escort mission. What's going on? How can reporters and civilians know when you started the escort mission? Don't you even have this sense of confidentiality?" The superior was furious after hearing Milovic's report. When Milovic heard his superior's questioning, he was also dissatisfied. "What do you mean we have no sense of confidentiality? How can you be sure that the news of this operation was leaked from us?" But he couldn't talk back to the other party directly, so he could only continue. "Sir, there is no way to verify where the news leaked from. But our team only has 20 people, and there are more than 200 reporters and civilians outside the prison. The warden has arranged prison guards to help maintain order, but now it seems that it is not enough. We urgently need to strengthen our forces. This is just the danger at the prison gate. Our entire escort process is nearly 20 kilometers long. I'm very worried that there will be other situations in other places on the road. Then what are you going to do now? The time for the trial to begin is getting closer and closer. Even if I send you support now, it will be too late." Milovic seemed to have anticipated this situation. He looked at the office and confirmed that there were no outsiders. He said directly, "I want to ask the prison guards to help, pretend to escort the prisoners out, and lead the people outside away. Our two teams will take ordinary cars and quietly follow behind to send the real prisoners to the court." When the superior heard this, he refused to do it and shouted loudly, "No, this is too risky. If something goes wrong, can you take the responsibility?" Milovic seemed to have anticipated the reaction of his superiors and spoke again. "Sir, now the road from the prison to the military court is full of people and reporters waiting to see the Eddy brothers. If we continue to leave the prison openly, we will definitely become the focus of everyone. We will be surrounded by people all the way and there is no way to guarantee that we will arrive at the court on time. According to my plan, we can successfully send the prisoners to the court for trial after everyone's attention is attracted. As for taking risks, I don't think it's risky. On the contrary, it is really risky to let the two people ride in the prison van and send them to the court according to the original plan. After all the people hate the two people very much, and I'm worried that someone will not be able to resist and do something to them." The chief and Milovic have the same point of view on this point. Both of them think that the danger of escorting the two people may be that someone will want to do something to them directly. Therefore, they are nominally responsible for escorting the Eddy brothers to the court for trial, but in fact they need to protect the two people so that they can arrive at the court alive for trial. After hearing his suggestion, Milovic's superior still refused without hesitation. "No, we have to follow the procedures. I can ask the warden to arrange prison guards to assist you in escorting the prisoners to the court as originally planned. However, you are not allowed to change the plan privately and use a car to transport the prisoners. If an accident occurs, no one can take responsibility. Seeing that his superior was not moved, Milovic was very annoyed. He hung up the phone and cursed, "Responsibility, responsibility, you are only afraid of taking responsibility all day long. You have no courage at all. You are just a jerk." A soldier standing next to Milovic raised his hand and glanced at the watch on his hand and whispered to him, "Boss, what should we do now? It's too late." Milovic glanced at the dense crowd outside the gate from the upstairs of the prison. He felt that at this time, it was too dangerous to take the prisoners out of the prison directly according to the original plan of using 4 cars to escort a prison van. As soon as everyone saw the prison van, they knew that the Eddy brothers must be locked up in the prison van. Everyone would surround them, and it would be too dangerous to send the two to the military court smoothly. Finally, Milovic gritted his teeth and stamped his feet and simply slammed the table and said, "No matter what, let's follow my plan. Let the prison guards escort the 2 fake prisoners to attract everyone's attention. We will take a private car and take another route to send the 2 to the court." When the people behind him heard Milovic's words, they all looked worried. The soldier who just spoke directly said, "Boss, but this plan has not been authorized. If there is a problem, we are finished." Milovic glanced at everyone in the room. These were brothers who had been through life and death together, and everyone trusted each other. After hearing what the soldier said, Milovic looked at everyone and said, "Only a few of us brothers know about this plan. Don't you trust us brothers?" Upon hearing this, the soldier was also anxious and stood up and said, "Boss, that's not what I meant." Milovic waved his hand to interrupt him and said, "To tell you the truth, this mission is not simple. Intelligence shows that the younger brother of the white-headed man who was slaughtered on the island has entangled a group of desperate people and vowed to kill Brother Eddie directly. If we escort the prisoner car directly to the military court as planned, it is 100% certain that we will be attacked. That's why I want to use a small car to transport the prisoners quietly." When everyone in the room heard this, their expressions were all shocked, and their hands holding the guns tightened a little. "What? Boss, does the superior know this news? Why only send us a small team to escort?" A soldier looked at Milovic with disbelief. Hearing this, Milovic smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I don't know if the superiors know this news, but I can assure you that the news I received is absolutely accurate. This is why I must escort them quietly. I can't joke with the lives of our brothers." Chapter 380, Minxiu Plank Road. All the escort officers gathered in the office began to clench their fists unconsciously. Several people have begun to organize their weapons and equipment. Everyone knows that this mission will not be so easy. Seeing that no one is talking anymore, Milovic understands that everyone agrees with his plan. He doesn't say anything more and goes out to communicate with the warden to let the prison guards be responsible for attracting attention. At the same time, in an ordinary house in Rio de Janeiro, several serious-looking agents from the second section of the Logistics Department are also paying close attention to this escort mission. Sir, through telephone monitoring, Milovic, who is in charge of the escort mission, has just proposed to Maguire to change the escort plan, but was rejected by Maguire. Oh. How does he want to change the plan? Milovic hopes that the prison guards will pretend to be escorts and escort the prison van to attract everyone's attention. They will use their own cars to secretly send the Eddy brothers to the court. Do you think this plan is feasible? It seems feasible, but the risk is too high. Once they are discovered, they will be in great trouble, because it is difficult for them to get timely support. Then do you think this Milovic has other intentions? Sir, do you mean that he may deliberately weaken the escort force? No, it's too early to draw conclusions now. Who is a human, and who is a ghost? We can't see clearly now, but time will give us the answer. But now that Maguire has rejected Milovic's proposal to change the plan, he can only execute it according to the original plan. Why don't we send someone to help ensure that the Eddy brothers are tried smoothly? Haha. That's not necessarily the case. Milovic is not a guy who likes to follow orders. Maguire also knew very well what kind of person Milovic was. He refused to change the plan, which meant that he knew that the other party would act according to his own ideas. Let the people who monitor Maguire keep an eye on him to see if he will pass on the news. As for sending people to help, don't even think about it. This is not our mission. Sir, I really don't understand. Since the Eddy brothers are now going to be sent to the military court for trial, we received intelligence that someone wants to attack the Eddy brothers. Shouldn't we report this intelligence? Let the escort team be more vigilant, increase the escort force, and let these two bastards be tried smoothly? Why don't we do this, but just watch everything happen quietly? Do the higher-ups want the Eddy brothers to be shot to death by those guys who want revenge? Who told you that the people who are staring at the Eddy brothers now want to seek revenge on them? Isn't it? Haha. Things are not that simple. Although the Eddy family was stunned by the sudden attack, they didn't react for a while. With our help, the power of their police club was quickly cleared. But who told you that they were defeated like this? Could it be that the Eddy family has a hidden backer? Haha. Let's wait and see. Regardless of whether the Eddy family has other backers, the current lively situation is obviously abnormal. Soon, another person opened the door and reported, "Sir, Maguire just called a hotel." Hotel? Yes, we didn't know the people in this hotel before. What was the content of the call? The escort team will secretly escort the Eddy brothers to the military court for trial in a small car. Haha. It seems that Maguire and I have come to the same conclusion. He knows Milovic very well. Sir, what should we do now? Immediately find out who is in this hotel and what their purpose is? Yes, sir. Everyone in the prison has made preparations. The escort personnel, disguised as prison guards, took 4 cars and surrounded a prison van in the middle. As the prison gate slowly opened, the prison guards outside who were responsible for maintaining the order drove the reporters and civilians who were blocking the door to both sides, leaving the middle aisle for the vehicles to leave smoothly. As the prison van appeared, the crowd at the door burst into more intense shouts. Everyone shouted in unison, and people kept throwing stones or garbage at the prison van. The prison guards on both sides who were responsible for maintaining the order quickly raised their shields. Try to maintain order and avoid being rushed into the convoy by the crowd. Reporters also pointed their cameras at the prison van from time to time to take pictures, hoping to take pictures of the Eddy brothers. But the escort personnel were well prepared for this. The windows of the prison van had been sealed, and it was impossible to see the situation inside the prison van. With the prison guards maintaining order, the prison van was about to break through the crowd's blockade and enter the highway. A group of crazy people began to rush towards the vehicles parked on the roadside, and even many people who did not have vehicles rode their horses and began to follow the escort convoy closely. The escort convoy that entered the highway did not dare to stop at all. The drivers of the vehicles stepped on the accelerator hard, and the vehicles emitted clouds of black smoke, trying to quickly escape from these crazy people. But since they were crazy people, how could they get rid of them so easily? More and more people joined the ranks of chasing the escort team. At the prison gate, which was originally crowded, there were only 2 or 3 kittens left. Less than 10 minutes after everyone was attracted by the prison van, 2 cars and a truck drove out of the prison again. This convoy followed the departing prison van convoy, advanced 2 or 3 kilometers, and then turned to another road. The police officers of the prison explosion-proof team were responsible for leading the prison van to attract attention. The captain of the riot-proof team was a middle-aged Italian. The warden gave him the order to attract the bored people outside the prison who wanted to see the traitors with their own eyes. Yes, it was a bored crowd. Neither Milovic nor the warden told the explosion-proof captain named Anthony that they might face attacks. He thought his mission was to take the bored people blocking the prison gate out of the prison and let the real prisoners go to court for trial smoothly. So, in his opinion, this mission was very easy. But just 5 or 6 kilometers after he left the prison, an oncoming truck directly hit the head car of their convoy. They were stopped directly on the road. Then more than 30 gunmen jumped out from the side of the road and began to pour fire on the entire convoy. Anthony, who had just got out of the car and was about to check what was going on in the head car that had a car accident, was instantly confused. Fortunately, he was a trained professional. Although he didn't know why he was attacked, he started to react immediately and shouted to the people behind him, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Then he began to lie on the ground and quickly fired back at the gunmen on both sides. Although his reaction was not slow, the other party was obviously prepared. With the first gunshot, the more than 30 gunmen never stopped their weapons. The reason why he was given reaction time was because the gunman's first target was not them at all, but the prison van in the convoy. Their prison van was not bulletproof at all, so in just a dozen seconds, the prison van became riddled with holes and was unbearable to look at. The 2 policemen who were responsible for driving the prison van also died instantly. The bored crowd who had been following the convoy saw this scene and was scared to flee quickly, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. However, many brave reporters raised their cameras like cats that smelled blood. Anthony and others lying on the ground could not organize an effective counterattack at all, because they were not prepared for this attack at all. Everyone thought it was just an action to divert the attention of reporters, and never thought that they would be attacked. The gunman who launched the attack had a clear goal. After stopping the vehicle, in addition to suppressing the escort personnel, all the firepower was concentrated on the prison van at the first time. As the prison van was hit by 2 grenades and exploded violently, the attacker's attack also came to an end, and began to retreat in an orderly manner. During the whole process, Anthony and other prison guards were almost always suppressed and beaten until the attackers achieved their goal and retreated in batches. Only then did they have the opportunity to re-examine the situation of the entire battlefield. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you see it, Anthony is so sad that he wants to cry. Except for the 2 police officers who were responsible for driving the prison van, everyone else in his bomb squad was injured. The prison van they were responsible for escorting had been blown to the ground and caught fire. The whole prison van was surrounded by fire. Anthony had no time to think about it and could only shout to the people around him to help put out the fire. At this time, several reporters had already bravely rushed to Anthony, looking at the prison van burning in the flames, and asked, "Mr. Policeman, there is no one in the prison van you are escorting. Can you tell me where Brother Eddie is now?" Hearing this question, Anthony was furious and yelled at the reporter, "Didn't you see that we were attacked just now? My brother is still lying in a pool of blood, and you actually ran over to ask me where those 2 bastards are? You bastards, get out of here right now, or I will arrest you as criminals who attacked the police." The reporter was not afraid at all and continued to take pictures of the entire convoy and continued to ask, "Mr. Policeman, during the gangster attack just now, you were completely unable to organize an effective defense. Doesn't it mean that your combat effectiveness is too low? Do we have reason to worry about your ability to maintain law and order?" Hearing this, Anthony wanted to shoot the damn reporter directly, but he knew that these were just thoughts. While the battle was going on here, on another road less than 2 blocks away, the escort team led by Milovic was moving quickly through the streets and alleys. The gunshots here naturally reached Milovic's ears, which made all the escorts more nervous. Fortunately, they changed their plan, otherwise, they would be the ones being attacked now. The team member who was driving said to Milovic with lingering fear, "Boss, fortunately we listened to you and changed the plan, otherwise we would be in trouble." Hearing this, Milovic glared at him with a serious face and said, "Don't be happy too early. The enemy is not a fool. After launching the attack, they will soon find out that something is wrong. We are not safe until we successfully send the prisoners to the military court. Next, it depends on us. Be vigilant. Our plan is not foolproof." After hearing Milovic's words, everyone looked serious and began to check their equipment in their hands, ready to meet the attack that might come at any time. Chapter 381, Secret Pass. Just as the entire escort convoy was secretly on high alert, preparing for an attack that could come at any time, in the hotel that Milovic's superior, Magua, called to notify, more than 20 young men in black suits and caps walked out of the back door of the hotel and boarded the 5 cars waiting in the back alley of the hotel. These people did not speak the whole time and seemed very quiet because the back alley of the hotel was very quiet and no one usually went in and out, so their coming and going did not attract people's attention at all. No one would notice the long guns they were holding in their hands. As everyone got on the car, the vehicle started slowly. When the vehicle drove out of the back alley, a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and leather shoes in a cafe on the corner of the street inadvertently glanced at the vehicles. His eyes fixed, and soon he looked away. When the vehicle was out of his sight, he walked directly to the bar of the cafe stuffed a banknote into the boss's pocket, and showed the gun on his waist, signaling the boss to stay away from him. After seeing his boss leave tactfully, he picked up the phone on the desk, looked around, and made sure that no one around him could hear what he was saying, before he lowered his voice and dialed the number. What? Are you saying that these people are different from ordinary gunmen? Yes, sir. They are well trained, and I feel they are very professional. Moreover, they covered their faces with scarves in the car, which is very rare in Brazil. Have you seen the appearance of some of them? No, but the people in the hotel should have seen them. Don't go to the hotel to ask first. Maybe this hotel belongs to them. You go to the hotel as a customer and book a room to see if you can find anything unusual. I think the people we have been looking for are them. You are responsible for waiting in the hotel. Now we can't confirm whether they will come back. We will treat them as if they will come back. If they come back, you have to act according to the circumstances. Understand? Yes, sir. Then please arrange someone to take over my surveillance work. There are a total of 20 people. They will take 5 black book cars and leave east along 4th Avenue. The specific destination is unknown. Don't worry, the rest of the work will be taken over by others. Be careful in the hotel. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man did not stay in the store. He went out and drove away. After driving the car outside for a circle, he drove to a hotel not far away. When he got out of the car again, he had changed his clothes and looked exhausted. He was carrying a box and pushed open the door of the hotel. All this did not attract the attention of others. At this time, in the residential room, where the second section of the logistics department was located, everyone who received this information had already started to move. Team 1, from now on, we will investigate and monitor this Chief Maguire. I want to know everything about him, including how he got to where he is today. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Team 2, keep a close eye on this group of gunmen. Do not stop their actions, but I require them not to leave your sight, no matter where they go. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Take a picture of each of them when you have a chance. We will investigate them. I want to know where they came from. Yes. Everyone, move. If the Eddy brothers are rescued this time, we must ensure that they are under our surveillance at all times. I want to know how many people in Brazil are helping them. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Okay, everyone, move. Don't let the fish get off the hook. As the task was completed, people kept leaving this ordinary house. The team of Milovic and others who were escorting the Eddy brothers had been marching for more than half an hour without realizing it. They saw that they were less than 5 kilometers away from the destination, the military court. The vehicle was driving in the city of Rio de Janeiro again, and the escorts on the vehicle began to slowly relax their vigilance. Even Milovic, the captain, seemed to feel a little relaxed. But danger often appears when people relax their vigilance. Milovic, who had just turned a corner, found that 2 cars had a car accident at the intersection ahead and were blocked in the middle of the road. 2 policemen were handling it. Seeing this situation, Milovic frowned and wanted to turn around and change lanes. But there were 2 trucks unloading on the opposite road, just blocking the position of the vehicle to turn around, forcing the vehicle to continue moving forward. At this time, Milovic's heart was filled with alarm bells, and the hair on his body stood up. He drew out his weapon without hesitation, and shouted to the people in the car, "Be alert." Everyone was stunned at first, but they quickly reacted, picked up their weapons, and stared at the pedestrians on both sides of the street. The driver also said quickly, "Boss, the road ahead is blocked. What should we do?" Milovic heard this, and said without hesitation, "Don't stop, let's rush over, and anyone who dares to stop us will be shot and killed." Everyone in the car looked solemn, and answered in unison, "Yes." I don't know if it was the preparations of the people in the car that attracted the attention of pedestrians on the road. Everyone felt that the pedestrians on the road were looking at them with a strange look. As the convoy got closer and closer to the vehicle where the traffic accident occurred, some people in the cars parked in front got off the car and stood on the road, signaling them to stop. Obviously, they wanted to tell them that there was an accident ahead and they couldn't go. but the driver ignored it and stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the opposite lane, trying to break through the two accident vehicles connected together and break out of this obvious encirclement. This behavior caused pedestrians on the road to scream, and the two policemen who were handling the accident seemed to be awakened by the screams. They looked at the convoy. Seeing 3 cars rushing towards them without slowing down, they quickly pulled out their guns and shot at them. It was impossible to confirm who fired the first shot, but with the first shot, the scene began to fall into chaos, and the gunshots continued. The soldiers in charge of escorting the Milovic convoy opened the windows and pointed their guns outward, aiming at the pedestrians around and the people getting off the cars, because these people had weapons in their hands, and started firing at the escort convoy. Fortunately, Milovic reacted quickly and did not stop the convoy. Instead, he directly broke through the accident vehicles blocking the road, disrupting the killer's plan. Seeing Milovic's convoy break through the blockade, someone shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Chase them, we must not let them get away, kill them all." When the people around heard this, they all said in unison, "Yes." Pedestrians on the road, drivers, and passengers in the cars, both parties in the accident and the police, all jumped into the cars and began to closely follow Milovic's convoy and began to track. Milovic rushed out of the enemy's encirclement with a tense nerve. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the dense pursuit from the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is in the downtown area. These killers are so blatant. They don't take the government seriously at all. Milovic, who had just rushed through an intersection, found that 5 cars rushed out from the road behind them and blocked them from the killers. They fired at the killers chasing behind them. This sudden and unexpected change made both sides stunned. Milovic, who was the first to react, said happily, "Reinforcement are coming. Everyone be careful. Don't get hurt by mistake." Everyone was happy to hear this and cheered excitedly. Soon, 2 of the 5 cars chased after them. In the front car, someone reached out and took out a certificate, motioned to everyone, and shouted, "We are one of us. We are one of us. Don't go straight. There is an ambush ahead. Follow us." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and the driver looked at Milovic. Milovic obviously didn't expect the other party to tell him that there was an ambush ahead. As for the other party's certificate, he didn't see it clearly. In a car driving at high speed, no one would have such good eyesight to distinguish what department's certificate the other party had. But from the way the other party helped him intercept the pursuers, it can be judged that this is reinforcement. Milovic, who didn't have time to think about it, met the driver's gaze and nodded, "Follow them." Seeing that Milovic had made up his mind, the driver didn't think about it anymore and turned the car directly behind the other car and went to another road on the right. After passing 2 intersections, Milovic judged the direction and confirmed that the direction of the convoy was indeed towards the military court, which was also relieved. But Milovic, who had just relaxed, found that the leading vehicle suddenly turned left and drove into a factory. Before he could figure out what was going on, the driver had already followed the other party into the factory out of habit. In just a blink of an eye, their 3 cars had inexplicably followed them and drove into this completely unfamiliar factory. The aisle of the factory was very narrow. The car in front braked suddenly, and their 3 cars were blocked in the aisle of the factory by 2 cars. Milovic, who realized something was wrong, was about to take action. A light came on the right, and a heavy machine gun was pointed at them. Now, both Milovic and his soldiers were panicked, and their bodies began to become stiff, not knowing how to deal with it. Several men in suits and top hats got off the leading vehicle in front, and each of them had a square scarf on his face. The leader said slowly, "Milovic, there are 2 heavy machine guns pointing at us here. I think you should know what to do at this time, right?" Seeing this scene, Milovic didn't understand that he and others were fooled. He was so angry that he could only bite the bullet and ask, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The other party smiled and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter who we are. Don't worry, as long as you listen to us, we won't hurt you. Now everyone, hand over your weapons." The people in the escort team never thought that after going through so many obstacles and finally completing the mission, they actually made a mistake when they were close to the destination. This really made people want to cry but not cry. Seeing that no one moved, the other party smiled and said, "Are you still going to make a meaningless struggle? Milovic, why bother? You are now under the muzzle of two heavy machine guns. As long as you move a little, you will be shot into a sieve. If you don't consider yourself, you should also consider your brothers, right? Everyone has parents, wives and children. It's not worth dying here for no reason." In fact, in this situation, Milovic had no other way to go. He turned around and looked at the brothers who had followed him through life and death, and sighed, "Can you ensure the safety of our brothers' lives?" The man with a square scarf on his face smiled and said, "Of course, we don't want you. Hand over the people you are escorting to us, and you can leave." Milovic looked at the other person deeply, but unfortunately, the other person was wearing a mask. Not only could he not see his appearance, but also his expression. He wanted to hold Brother Eddie hostage and make him restrain his hands and feet, but as far as he knew, the people who came to attack them wanted to kill Brother Eddie, and they didn't care about Brother Eddie's life or death at all. So, he didn't dare to bet whether the other party would shoot them all together. After hesitating again and again, Milovic could only helplessly take off his weapons. Seeing this, the man with a square scarf nodded with satisfaction and waved behind him. Soon, several people got off the car and collected all the weapons and equipment of the escort team members. All the escort team members were gathered together again. "Mr. Milovic, I'll ask you to rest in your room today. As for when you can leave, it depends on when your police team can find you." He drove Milovic and others to a small room. Seeing this, Milovic was relieved. It seemed that the other party did not intend to kill them all. "I just don't know who these people are." After Milovic and others were gathered in the small room of the factory, the leading man quickly came to the truck compartment where Milovic and others were escorting, and saw the Eddy brothers, wearing hoods and handcuffed in the compartment. The man climbed onto the vehicle, lifted the hood, and saw that it was indeed Brizzo Eddie they were looking for, and quickly took out the key to unlock the handcuffs of the two. He said to Brizzo Eddie respectfully, "Boss, you are safe now. I will take you away." Brizzo Eddie, who had been wearing a hood, squinted slightly because of the dazzle of the light. After finally adapting to the light, he could see the person in front of him clearly. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Bartlett Clow, you really did not disappoint me. What's the situation now?" The man called Bartlett Clow waved to the person behind him and said, "Bring the new clothes prepared for the boss." Soon, someone came up with 2 new sets of clothes. Raymond Eddy on the side was obviously a little overwhelmed by this sudden change. Looking at his elder brother, he had casually stood up and started to pack himself up. He quickly asked, "Brother, what's going on now?" Hearing this, Brizzo Eddie slowly turned his head and looked at Raymond Eddy and said, "You still have the nerve to ask what's going on. Everything now is thanks to you, you bastard." As he said that, he stood up and kicked Raymond Eddy hard on the shoulder, kicking him onto the carriage. Chapter 380 To Escape. Upon seeing this, Battlecrow stepped forward and said, "Boss, calm down. We are not out of danger yet. We have prepared the boat at the seaside and will be able to leave Rio de Janeiro soon. As long as we can leave here safely, we will come back sooner or later." Hearing this, Brizzo Eddie shook his head and said, "We can't take the boat. We have to cross the Natal Sea at sea, and we may be intercepted." "What do you mean? Let the boat depart normally, and we will drive directly by land." "Yes, boss, I'll arrange it now." Raymond Eddy watched the conversation between the two quietly. After the two finished talking, he approached his brother and said, "Brother, who are these people?" Hearing this, Brizzo Eddie glared at the other party fiercely, then slowly said, "Of course they are our own people." Raymond Eddy looked at the people around him in surprise, and for a moment he was unable to react. Brizzo Eddie saw the expression of his stupid brother, and he didn't explain too much. He just kicked him and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and change your clothes. Let's leave Rio de Janeiro first." After this period of blows, Raymond Eddy obviously no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude he had before. Hearing this, he knew that he was saved. He quickly got up and began to take off his prison uniform and put on the suit that had been prepared. After the two changed their clothes, Bartlett Clow handed each of them a square scarf and asked them to tie it. The two did not hesitate and tied the square scarf like everyone else. Now no one could recognize them at a glance. Seeing the two men's expressions, Bartlett Crow handed over 2 more pistols and said, "Boss, let's leave Rio de Janeiro first. Do you have anything else to do?" Brizzo Eddie shook his head without hesitation and said, "It's okay, let's leave Rio de Janeiro first. Don't wait for the military to react, or we won't be able to leave." Bartlett Crow nodded when he heard this. It was indeed as Brizzo Eddie said. The people who escorted them to the trial this time were all police officers, so they had the opportunity to rescue the 2 men so easily. If they were escorted by the army, they would have no chance at all, and they would not dare to snatch people directly from the army. Raymond Eddie on the side said hesitantly, "Brother, are we just leaving like this? What about mother and sister-in-law?" It would have been fine if this guy didn't say this, but as soon as he said this, Brizzo Eddie stared at him fiercely again and said, "At this time, you have the nerve to ask your mother and sister-in-law? When you did these bastard things, why didn't you think about your mother and sister-in-law?" Seeing that his brother wanted to hit him for a disagreement, Raymond Eddie lowered his head and looked like he was accepting the punishment. Brizzo Eddie saw this scene and kicked the other man's butt hard and said, "Hurry up and get in the car, let's leave here first." Raymond Eddie didn't dare to say more and could only get into one of the cars under the guidance of a man in a suit. Seeing this, Bartlett Crow came to Brizzo Eddie and whispered, "Boss, time is tight, let's withdraw first." Hearing this, Brizzo Eddie put on his hat and lowered the brim of his hat, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. He glanced at the small room where Milovic and others were imprisoned before saying, "Arrange someone to send a gift to these guys waiting for my trial in the military court. It can also be regarded as my greeting to them." Bartlett Crow was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and nodded and said, "Yes, boss. I'll arrange it right away." After saying this, he waved to a younger brother, and when the other party came to him, he bowed his head and whispered a few words in his ear. The other party nodded and said yes without saying much. Seeing that the other party had understood his opinion, Bartlett Crow did not stay for long and followed Brizzo Eddie directly, waited for the car, and left. After everyone left, the younger brother who stayed behind got on a small car driven by Milovic and others and drove away without hesitation. The whole process lasted less than 10 minutes. The factory, which was extremely lively just now, had become empty. Only in the small room where Milovic and others were imprisoned, there were a few sounds of banging on the doors and windows. This incident quickly attracted the strong attention of government departments. In fact, since the prison van was attacked, the whole of Rio de Janeiro has been in chaos. However, because Milovic adopted a method of escorting the prisoners in a covered way, the police were not sure where the Eddie brothers had gone for a while. But the news that someone attacked the prison van soon reached the ears of Marshal Moraes, the Minister of Defense. Because the Eddie brothers were originally arrested by the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau, but after completing the investigation and arrest, they were handed over to the Ministry of Justice for custody. The military court was also trying this case this time, but after the Ministry of Justice communicated with the president, it was believed that the Ministry of Justice had sorted out the remaining forces of the Eddie family in the judicial system. The Ministry of Justice needed to reshape its image by trying the Eddie brothers and show that the Ministry of Justice had a completely different work style from before. So the entire escort task was handed over to the judicial police system of the Ministry of Justice. But the Ministry of Justice still had the remnants of the Eddie family. When the Brazilian intelligence agency told Marshal Moraes that the Eddie brothers had disappeared while being taken to court for trial, Marshal Moraes was so angry that he almost fumed. He directly greeted the women in the Minister of Justice's family. When Minister of Justice Carlos Ko received the news, he was stunned on the spot, looking at his subordinates who came to report with an unbelievable look on his face. "You mean, Brother Eddie was rescued? Mr. Minister, the whereabouts of the escort team have not been found yet. It is still unclear whether they were rescued or killed. The prison van that was supposed to escort Brother Eddie from the prison was attacked about 5 kilometers out of the prison. The prison van was destroyed, but Brother Eddie was not in the van. The marshal team responsible for escorting them temporarily changed the escort plan. According to our guess, the marshal team should have discovered something unusual and responded in advance. What about our marshal team? The whereabouts of the marshal team have not been found yet. However, more than 10 minutes ago, a fierce exchange of fire broke out in the city of Rio de Janeiro. We initially suspected that someone was intercepting the Marshall team. Arsehole, the enemy knows where our Marshall team is and can organize an interception, but now you tell me that we ourselves don't even know the whereabouts of the Marshall team. Are you all good for nothings? The person who came to report was scolded by Minister Carroll's KO so much that he couldn't even raise his head. Seeing this, Minister Carroll's KO was even more furious and yelled at him, "What are you still doing here? Why don't you organize all your people to find them? Even if you have to search the whole Rio de Janeiro, you have to find them for me. Also, this damn brother Eddie, I want to see him alive or dead. If anyone wants to rescue the Eddie brothers, I allow you to shoot them directly. Such traitors must not be allowed to escape alive, understand?" Minister Carroll's KO knew very well that the president would never allow the Eddie brothers to escape alive. After all, he attributed the crime of the Japanese mob attacking the presidential palace to the two brothers. Once the two brothers left alive, it would be difficult to end it if they said something unfavorable to the outside world. After hearing the minister's words, the subordinates did not dare to stay any longer. They stood at attention and saluted, and then left the minister's office directly. After seeing the other party leave, Minister Carroll's KO directly called the Minister of Defense General Morris for help. He hoped that the military could help him find the Eddie brothers. General Morris did not refuse and directly agreed to the request of the Minister of Justice. Soon, a large number of military police rushed out of the barracks and began to set up checkpoints in the city of Rio de Janeiro to check all suspicious people and vehicles. For a time, the whole of Rio de Janeiro became tense. At the same time, Fang Lang, who was far away in Sao Paulo, also received the news. Of course, the news he received was obviously more complete than that of others. He had detailed information about what happened, the people involved, and the current location of the Eddie brothers. Boss, looking at the direction of their escape, they seem to want to hide in the Amazon jungle. Do we need to arrange people to intercept them? Fang Lang heard this and smiled. If I wanted to intercept them, I would have arranged people to intercept them a long time ago. Why wait until now? Have you found out where these people came from? Sirio Riki shook his head helplessly and said, I haven't found out yet. They hid very deeply. It wasn't until the end that they made a move, and we caught their tails. It doesn't matter. Let them continue to run. Even if they can run out of Brazil, they are a group of stray dogs. I want to see what waves they can make. But boss, I'm worried that they will plan another assassination against you outside. Hearing this, Fang Lang patted Sirio Riki on the shoulder and said, what are you afraid of? This is good. As long as they are still hanging around outside, I can always remind myself to pay attention to safety. Besides, assassination is a small trick that can't be seen in the light after all, and it won't amount to anything big. Only people like Raymond Eddie would play some such tricks. Look at his brother Brizzo Eddie, who is obviously much smarter than him. He has always acted so harmless that everyone thought that their Eddie family was finished. But in fact, their family still hides such an elite force. I'm very curious now. Who are they? Sirio Riki smiled bitterly and said, sorry, boss, we were careless and have not seriously investigated Brizzo Eddie. I didn't expect that the Eddie family has hidden forces in addition to the police. From what we have seen now, it is more likely that they are trained soldiers. Fang Lang touched his chin and said, soldiers? This is interesting. No one in their family has joined the army, but his father's original police force may have received some professional military training. This is really getting more and more interesting. Minister Carroll's KO must be in a state of panic now. What is the situation in the court now? Yes, Rio de Janeiro is under martial law now. Minister Carroll's KO has asked Marshal Morris for help. Military police have set up checkpoints in downtown Rio de Janeiro, but their actions are doomed to be in vain. Because the Eddie brothers have already escaped from Rio de Janeiro. Before Sirio Riki finished speaking, a second lieutenant knocked on the door in a hurry. After getting permission, he handed a telegram to Sirio Riki and quickly retreated. Sirio Riki only took a look at the contents of the telegram and his face changed drastically. He quickly said, boss, this damn Brizzo Eddie just caused a bombing outside the military court. More than 30 civilians were killed and injured. Now the Ministry of Justice has issued a wanted order for the Eddy brothers. Fang Lang was incredulous when he heard this. Didn't you just say that he had run out of Rio de Janeiro? How come he caused another bombing outside the court? Yes, when they left a subordinate behind. We were a little curious about what they were doing. We didn't expect this person to just detonate a car full of explosives outside the military court. Asshole. This damn Brizzo Eddy is declaring war on the Brazilian government. Fang Lang, who heard this, stood up suddenly and said angrily, "It seems that this guy is a ruthless person. In this case, let's add some fun to his escape. Find a way to reveal his location to the intelligence bureau and let the military intercept him on his escape route. I want to see how strong his men are in combat, and they dare to directly challenge the government." I thought this Brizzo Eddy was a smart man, but now it seems that he is not as smart as I imagined. He is not even out of danger yet. He is already provoking the government. So arrogant. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Sirio Raki stood at attention and saluted without hesitation, saying, "Yes, boss, I will arrange it now." After Sirio Raki left, Fang Lang could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, his logistics department section 2 had never relaxed the monitoring of the Eddy brothers from beginning to end. After all, this family had carried out the assassination of Fang language. However, after a period of surveillance, they found that Brizzo Eddy's performance was somewhat inconsistent with the information obtained from the intelligence. Everyone said that Brizzo Eddy was a smart man with a lot of brains. But in fact, until he was arrested, he did not show any ability he should have. As the Secretary General of the Labour Party, he did not show any political influence he should have, which made everyone feel strange. Intelligence agencies will be suspicious of any unreasonable situation, so they have not relaxed the monitoring of Brizzo Eddy, and indeed found abnormalities before the trial. After asking Fang Lang for instructions, they decided to wait and see, and find out who was behind the other party. That was why the escort process was monitored by the second section of the logistics department. But they didn't expect that Brizzo Eddy would be so crazy that he launched a bomb attack at the door of the military court that was about to try them, which was quite like the madness of later terrorists. Brizzo Eddy obviously didn't expect that his whereabouts would be exposed because he asked someone to say hello to the person who wanted to try him. In fact, he originally wanted to use the noise at the door of the military court to attract the attention of the government and buy some time for his escape. Unexpectedly, it backfired and annoyed the second section of the logistics department who had been monitoring them and directly revealed their location to the Brazilian intelligence agency. Chapter 383 Anti-Government Armed Forces. When the Brazilian intelligence agency received the news, they had just left the city of Rio de Janeiro, but were still within the state of Rio de Janeiro. 4 cars driving on a country road were already conspicuous, and the military, which had received accurate intelligence from them, had set up a checkpoint ahead early. When the Eddy brothers convoy turned a corner and saw the checkpoint ahead, it was too late to avoid it. "Boss, there is a checkpoint ahead. What should we do?" Brizzo Eddy frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect to encounter a military checkpoint just after leaving Rio de Janeiro. At this time, they didn't know that this checkpoint was to catch him, so he didn't pay much attention to it and said lightly, "Don't be nervous. We are government employees on a business trip. Let them check. But don't let your guard down. Rush through immediately if you find something wrong." The men didn't expect that their whereabouts would be exposed so quickly. In addition, they had already walked to the checkpoint, and it was too late to turn around, so they could only bite the bullet and start to rush forward. "Yes, boss." Soon the convoy arrived at the checkpoint. In front of their convoy, there were more than 10 vehicles being inspected. This inspection was very strict. All the people in the vehicles had to get off the vehicles for inspection, and the soldiers would also check the items in the vehicles. These people were carrying a large amount of weapons and equipment. Even if they were government employees, it would be difficult for them to escape when performing official duties. Battlecrow saw this and knew that it would be impossible to get through just by waiting for people. If they really got off the bus, they would become very passive, so he quickly turned to Brizzo Eddy and said, "Boss, something is wrong. We don't have documents and there is no way we can get through with so many weapons." Brizzo Eddie also noticed something unusual at this time and cursed inwardly. I didn't expect the Brazilian government to be so efficient now. These bastards might be searching us. The land route is blocked. Raymond Eddie on the side was frightened when he heard this and quickly asked, brother, what should we do now? Brizzo Eddie did not panic. He carefully observed the situation at the checkpoint for a while and found that there was only one squad of soldiers here with fewer people than them. So he said without hesitation, when we get close to the checkpoint, we will launch an attack directly and kill all the enemies. We'll break through. Raymond Eddie shook his head when he heard this. Brother, this will expose us. The further inland we go, the more dangerous we will be. Soon, a large number of soldiers will come out to encircle and suppress us, and we will not be able to escape at all. Brizzo Eddie smiled and said, then let's not run inland. Let's turn around and head back to Rio de Janeiro. Battleclaw was also frightened by Brizzo Eddie's crazy idea. Wouldn't it be a trap to return to Rio de Janeiro at this time? Brizzo Eddie took in the expressions of the two men, smiled and shook his head and said, we killed everyone here, and everyone thought we ran out of Rio de Janeiro from here. It would be safer for us to turn around and go back. Moreover, the current situation is that the land route is no longer safe, so we can only find another way. Bartlett seemed to have guessed something and asked in surprise, boss, what do you mean? Brizzo Eddie smiled and did not say anything more, but said to Bartlett, get rid of these people in front of us first, and we will talk about the rest later. Raymond Eddie, who wanted to say more, was glared at by his brother and dared not speak. Bartlett also understood that this time was not suitable for discussing the next plan. It was better to solve the current dilemma first before discussing what to do next. So, he nodded in understanding. He stretched his hand out of the window, made a few gestures to the vehicles in front and behind, and began to check the equipment in his hand. In fact, as soon as their convoy approached the checkpoint, it attracted the attention of the squad leader. He received an order to intercept the traitorous criminals Eddie brothers, but there was no fax or anything like that, so he could not know the other party's appearance. But according to intelligence, the other party should be about 20 people, all of whom were armed. With just one glance, he judged that the group in front of him was very likely their target. Unfortunately, he was just a squad leader after all, and after discovering the suspicious target, he did not make a correct response. Instead, he took 2 soldiers and walked straight towards the convoy where Brizzo Eddie and others were. Battleclaw in the car saw this situation and knew that it was not good. This was exposed. Therefore, he did not give the squad leader a chance to ask questions and directly took out his weapons and fired at them. As Battleclaw opened fire, other people in the convoy also opened fire directly. It was too late for the soldiers in charge of the inspection to react and fight back. The whole battle lasted less than 5 minutes and ended. Although the Eddie brothers and others successfully killed all the soldiers at the checkpoint, they also paid the price of 3 deaths and 2 injuries. What? Missing? What's going on? Didn't they say that they already have their exact location and have arranged for the army to set up checkpoints to investigate? Marshal Moraes felt that he had lost all face. He had just reported to the president and had mastered the location of the Eddie brothers. Immediately, news came that the checkpoint was attacked and the Eddie brothers had lost their trace. Yes, Marshal, they lost their trace after attacking the checkpoint. Now we have organized troops to search along the route they took out of the city, but we haven't found them yet. Are you sure that this is the checkpoint they attacked? Yes, according to the testimony of the witnesses, the number of people and the image match. Then keep looking, mobilize the nearby garrisons to participate, and find them for me, even if we have to dig 3 feet underground. Yes, sir. This news also reached Fang Lang's ears. Haha. So, now even you don't know where they went, right? Sirio stood in front of Fang Lang with an ugly expression on his face, and answered helplessly, yes, boss. But we guess that they will not continue along the original route. The most likely possibility is to find a new outlet to the sea and leave by sea. This speculation is still reasonable. After all, knowing that the land route is blocked, they will definitely look for other routes. According to the information held by the second section of the Logistics Department, they originally planned to leave by sea. Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded and said, will they go back to Rio de Janeiro directly? After all, the most dangerous place is sometimes the safest place. The Eddy family has lived in Rio de Janeiro for so many years, there is no guarantee that there will be no very secret bases. When Shirayuki heard this, he also felt that it was not impossible and hurriedly said, then we will organize people immediately to sort out the relationship of the Eddy family and see if they have any bases that we haven't discovered. Well, other means of transportation leaving Rio should also be paid attention to. After all, the other party's biggest goal is definitely to leave Rio. Train stations, passenger stations, ports, docks, and airports must arrange personnel. Maybe they have already changed their appearance and escaped. Of course, we don't have so many people, we can hand them over to the police and the military for inspection. Yes, boss. Shirayuki was very annoyed that the Eddy brothers disappeared from under his nose. Originally, all the actions of the other party were under control. Who knew that, after revealing the whereabouts of the other party to the military, such an accident would happen? In this era without positioning and instant communication equipment, it is actually very difficult to completely grasp the whereabouts of a group of people. It is common to completely lose the trace of the other party. Fortunately, almost all the military and police forces in Brazil have taken action. He doesn't believe that the other party can quietly disappear from the eyes of everyone. But the next situation was far beyond everyone's expectations. For a whole week, the Eddy brothers seemed to have evaporated from the face of the world, and no one could find their traces. Rio de Janeiro, which had been blocked for a whole week, had to lift the blockade. This incident made the entire Brazilian military and police lose face, and the Minister of Justice, Mr. Carlos Ko, finally resigned. What made Fang Lang more relieved was that the newly appointed Minister of Justice did not overturn the agreement reached between Minister Carlos Ko and Fang Language. Just when everyone thought that the Eddy brothers would choose to continue to disappear and hide their identities, a small town called Betancourt in Amazon state near the Colombian border suddenly sent a clear message to the outside world, announcing that they would break away from the rule of the Brazilian government and establish an anti-government army. The leader of this anti-government army was Brizo Eddy. Although this army did not disclose how many troops they had, a Brazilian border guard company originally stationed there had lost contact with the military and was obviously in danger. This result was far beyond Fang Lang's expectations. After all, the Eddy family, as the underground emperor of the Brazilian police system, had never thought that their family would have an armed force in the dense Amazon jungle. From the moment the other party showed up, the Brazilian military and police began to mobilize their forces to go to this small town called Betancourt to collect intelligence about the Eddy brothers. Soon, the reason why the Eddy brothers occupied the small town of Betancourt was placed in front of Fang Language. You mean, this is a DF armed group? Yes, boss. According to our intelligence, this armed group has always existed, but they are only responsible for trafficking DP to Colombia along the Yapa River through the Amazon jungle. It is an important part of the DP transportation network in Brazil. The exact number of people is unknown, but their combat effectiveness is not weak. They have had many exchanges of fire with the border guards and were able to escape smoothly. Shirayuki explained the situation of the Eddy brothers armed group to Fang Lang with a serious expression. Fang Lang, who came from the future, knew very well that DP was very rampant in Brazil, but what he didn't expect was that there were already signs of it during this period. The batch of DP seized from the Yakubu family in Natal was the first time Fang Lang came into contact with DP in Brazil in this era. Unexpectedly, he heard about professional DF armed forces again. It seems that the Eddy family is deeply involved in the DP business. When we seized a batch of DP in Natal, I was very surprised. Now it seems that the Yakubu family in Natal is just a small role on this DP line. The real big crocodile is the Eddy family. Shirayuki nodded and said, it seems very likely now. According to our current investigation, this armed force has never entered the police's sight, but it has grown and become the most important link in Brazil's DP transportation line in just 20 years. The Eddy family must have played a very important role in this. In other words, this armed force is actually the real trump card of the Eddy family. Now it has directly followed the Eddy family to become a rebel. What is the attitude of the government on this matter? The presidential palace has officially announced that the Eddie armed forces are illegal rebel armed forces, and the Ministry of National Defense has also ordered the border guards near the border to begin to assemble in Batenkat. However, Batenkat belongs to the Amazon jungle. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to encircle and suppress a rebel armed force that is accustomed to surviving in the jungle. Fang Lang and Raki have the same idea about this. After all, the Amazon jungle is one of the most dangerous places in the world. It is very difficult to survive here, let alone fight here. There are many anti-government armed forces active in the Amazon jungle in the future. Even with the advanced equipment of the future, it is impossible to eliminate these anti-government armed forces. Moreover, in this era, it is conceivable that it is difficult to eliminate an armed force that transports DP in the Amazon jungle. Maybe this is why Eddie chose to openly announce the establishment of an anti-government army. It seems that this guy is really good. This open anti-government behavior may gain him a lot of support from those who are dissatisfied with the Brazilian government. You must know that the Brazilian government is already seriously corrupt, and there are many people who are dissatisfied with the government. Eddie has worked in the Labour Party for many years and has rich political experience. Fang Lang believes that he is definitely not aimless when he directly expresses his anti-government stance through Telegram. Maybe now there are forces with the same stance and have come together with the other party. If this is the case, if the other party is given a few years of development, it may be that the other party will really become too big to be eliminated. Moreover, Fang Lang also knew that the world would soon enter a state of high ideological confrontation. If he were Eddie, he would definitely choose to package himself as another ideology that was opposed to the Brazilian government. In this way, he could obtain a large amount of foreign aid, and many people with the same ideas in Brazil might also join in, allowing his team to grow rapidly. As for whether the other party really supports this ideology, it is obviously impossible. How could an anti-government armed force that transports DP have any lofty political ideals? But Fang Lang believes that Eddie, who served as the Secretary General of the Labour Party, must not lack such political wisdom. Therefore, in summary, Fang Lang felt that it would be unlikely to quickly eliminate the armed forces of the Eddie brothers in a short period of time. However, he was not worried. After all, the other party had become the enemy of the entire country. He could completely train his special forces and use the other party as a whetstone. While training his men's jungle warfare capabilities, let the other party experience the taste of being hunted down. As for wanting to eliminate the Eddie brothers, it was actually not difficult. If the intelligence was accurate, let the planes carry out a large-scale bombing on the place where they were. Or you can just arrange a sniper to kill the opponent from a long distance. Chapter 384Z4. Yes, it is not easy to wipe out an anti-government armed force in the Amazon jungle. The logistics supply needed to mobilize the army is enough to give people a headache. Now it depends on whether the first wave of attack by the border guards can work. When Raki heard Fang Lang's words, he hesitated and slowly said, "Boss, I don't think the border guards will encircle and suppress the Eddie brothers, because according to my understanding, this armed force has close contacts with the border guards. Maybe their plans have been mastered by the Eddie brothers before the border guards start to act." Fang Lang was not surprised at all when he heard this. He smiled and nodded and said, "This is a normal situation. Otherwise, why would Eddie dare to openly announce the establishment of an anti-government armed force? If he can't even resist such a simple first wave of attacks, it will become a big joke. Judging from the current situation, Eddie is not such a brainless person. He must rely on something. Then should we do something?" Raki asked with some melancholy. "No, it's not time for us to take action yet. Your task now is to find a way to arrange people to infiltrate them and find out their intelligence. We must know where their camp is, the route for transporting DP, and the situation of their organization. We should either not take action, or we must act with lightning speed and wipe them out completely." "Yes, boss. However, we don't know much about them, and it may take some effort and time to infiltrate them. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Safety is the most important." At the same time, in Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, the computer research team led by Conrad Chus finally reassembled his 4th generation electronic computer Z4. Mr. Chus, do we need to notify the boss that they come to participate in the test? Conrad Chus's assistant looked at the big guy in front of him that almost occupied the entire room and asked Conrad Chus excitedly. No, I developed this computer as early as 1945. It's not a brand new research result. It's just that the original computer was taken away by the British. Now we just reassembled it. There's nothing to be proud of. In Conrad Chus's mind, this Z4 computer is not a new research result. After all, he had successfully developed it in Germany as early as 1945. But in the eyes of assistants and others, this is a brand new high-tech, especially when Conrad Chus designed a programming language Planck or COOL. Calculations have become very simple. The calculations that originally required a lot of manpower and a lot of time to complete can now be quickly calculated by just inputting relevant books. In particular, when a group of people spend most of the day to calculate the data, the computer gave an accurate answer within 2 seconds. For these assistant researchers who were in contact with electronic computers for the first time, it was like seeing God. If everyone hadn't participated in the assembly of this big guy, they would even suspect whether Mr. Conrad Chus was cheating, because this really broke everyone's cognition. Although people are still unclear about what this big guy can do, the fact that it can greatly shorten people's calculation time is shocking enough. But, Mr. Conrad Chus, the boss has high hopes for your research. We have completed the corresponding research. I think we should let the investors see our results, right? Only in this way, the boss will continue to give us more investment. After hearing this, Conrad Chus was silent for a while before slowly saying, you are right. If we want to have a more advanced electronic computer, we do need a large amount of investment from the boss. We should indeed notify the boss to come and see the big guy we assembled with our own eyes. Moreover, it was the boss who provided me with a lot of help and helped me build this new laboratory so that our Z4 can be launched again. I think I should really thank the boss. Then Conrad Chus shook his head helplessly and said, unfortunately, the assembly time of our Z4 is still delayed. In February of this year, the US military commissioned the University of Pennsylvania to assemble an electronic computer. Although my Z4 was successfully researched as early as 1945, the original machine had been dismantled by the British. Now the Americans have announced to the public that they have developed the world's first electronic computer. From this, it can be seen that Conrad Chus did not want to inform Fang Lang that his new computer had been assembled. Rather, he was dissatisfied with the announcement by the Americans this year that they had developed the world's first electronic computer. He had already developed the world's first real electronic computer in 1945, but because of the war, he missed the title of the father of computers. It would be strange if he could feel happy. The assistant felt his emotions and said quickly, Professor Conrad, you don't have to be discouraged. I think as long as we can prove that our Z4 is indeed earlier than the American electronic computer, we can regain the honor that should belong to us, right? I think with the boss's influence, I will definitely be able to help you. Conrad Chus was moved when he heard this. After all, according to Fang Lang, he was one of the shareholders of Bell Labs in the United States and should know many experts and professors in the field of electronic computers. Maybe he could really help him regain the honor that should belong to him. You are right. We will inform the boss right away and let him see how great our Z4 is. Soon, the news reached Fang Lang's ears. Fang Lang was very excited when he heard the news and flew directly to Porto Alegre without hesitation. Originally, Porto Alegre did not have an airport, but with the increase in Chinese immigrants, Fang Lang Group increased its investment in Rio Grande do Sul. In order to strengthen the connection between Rio Grande do Sul and the outside world, the airport service company under Fang Lang Group built its own second airport in Porto Alegre and began to operate this new route to the outside world, opening 2 routes from Rio de Janeiro to Porto Alegre and Sao Paulo to Porto Alegre. As for the route from Natal to Porto Alegre, it needs to transfer and refuel in Rio de Janeiro. The main reason is that this route is only a branch line in Brazil, and there is no need to equip a direct route from Natal to Porto Alegre. After all, there is not much business between the two cities, and it is impossible to maintain the normal operation of one route. When Fang Lang flew directly to Porto Alegre on a special plane, he immediately went to Conrad Chu's computer laboratory. Looking at the computer in front of him, that occupied a whole huge room, Fang Lang had an indescribable shock. Conrad Chu, who was standing by, felt very happy when he saw Fang Lang's expression, because being able to shock the boss meant that his research was successful and the funds for further in-depth research in the future were settled. "Conrad, can you introduce this big guy to me?" Conrad Chu heard this and said with a smile, "Boss, this is the 4th generation computer I successfully developed in 1945 that I told you about. It uses binary calculations, and the memory unit is expanded from 64 bits to 1024 bits, all composed of relays. Using the programming language I designed, very complex mathematical operations can be easily completed." But when Fang Lang heard the familiar 1024-bit storage unit and binary calculation, he knew that he had definitely picked up a treasure, although he didn't know what these specifically represented. However, people who came from later generations are still familiar with these two numbers of computers, especially when he heard that a specially designed programming language was used. He was shocked beyond words. He didn't know how different this programming was from the later C language. But a computer with programming ability was a real computer in Fang Lang's eyes. Then, Conrad Chu covered for Fang Lang how to use the programming language and completed a very complex set of calculations. When the calculation results were directly displayed, Fang Lang was so excited that he almost jumped up. He grabbed Conrad Chu's hand without hesitation and said, "Conrad, I'm sure that you are a genius. You can use relays to create such an advanced computer. I will apply for a patent for you and let your name be known all over the world." Conrad Chu heard this and said with a gloomy expression, "But, in February of this year, the University of Pennsylvania in the United States announced that they had developed the world's first electronic computer. Haha. It doesn't matter. As long as we can prove that your Z4 was successfully developed in 1945, we can take back the honor of the inventor of the world's first computer. However, your computer seems to be different from the computer developed by Americans, right? I remember the newspaper said that the computer developed by Americans seemed to use more than 17,000 electron tubes, more than 7,000 diodes and more than 1,500 relays, while yours used relays. Which of these two computers is more advanced?" Fang Lang is not a professional electronics expert after all, and his knowledge in this area is indeed insufficient, so he is not sure how big the difference is between the two computers. Conrad Chu heard this and shook his head helplessly, saying, "I've seen this news too. I have to say that the American computer is more advanced. Its calculation speed is 5,000 additions or 400 multiplications per second, which is 1,000 times faster than my relay-based calculator. So, in terms of the level of advancement, his computer is definitely more advanced." Fang Lang originally thought that the computer that Conrad Chu was researching would be very advanced, but when he heard that the American computer's calculation speed was 1,000 times faster than his, he was slightly disappointed. However, he soon realized that Conrad Chu had developed this computer that relied solely on relays in 1945 on his own, although it was not as advanced as the computer developed by the University of Pennsylvania. But no one can deny that he was the first electronic computer successfully researched in the world. Conrad Chu's excellence is unquestionable. Therefore, Fang Lang immediately changed his mindset, smiled and patted the other party on the shoulder and said, "Although ours is not as advanced as the other party, we will complete it earlier than them, right? Moreover, you are doing the research alone, while the other party has indeed concentrated the strength of experts and professors from an entire university. In this way, you are much better than them, so you must not be discouraged. Besides, the electron tubes used by the other party are not the most advanced computer materials. I have told you long ago that I'm a shareholder of Bell Labs in the United States. Now Bell Labs has a brand new research project called point contact germanium transistors, which are small and low power electronic devices. It can completely replace large and power consuming electron tubes. I think transistors are the future. I think we should act now and use this brand new transistor material to create a computer that is more advanced than the American ENIAC. ENIAC is the name given to the first electronic computer by the Americans. Conrad Chu's eyes immediately bloomed with a bright light after hearing Fang Lang's words. In the past, he could only work on his own, without any exposure to the advanced electronic computer technology. But now it is different. Fang Lang has equipped him with many excellent assistants, all of whom are professionals who graduated from various universities in Europe and America. With their help, his Z4 was remade in such a short time. Now Fang Lang told him that there is a new material that is smaller in size and consumes less energy than the electron tube, which makes him feel like he has found a treasure. He couldn't wait to ask, "Boss, is this true? Is there really a better material than the electron tube?" Seeing the other party's excited look, Fang Lang nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, the transistor made of this semiconductor material was invented by engineer Lillian Field as early as 1929, but because the technical level at that time was not enough, the material for making this device could not reach a sufficient purity and could not be manufactured on a large scale. But after so many years of development, the technology for making transistors is now mature, and Bell Labs can already complete the manufacture of transistors in the laboratory state. It only takes a while for us to master the technology of industrial manufacturing of transistors, and then we can make more advanced, compact, and more energy efficient electronic computers. Then what are you waiting for? Boss, I think we should take action now. If you can provide me with enough materials, I will definitely be able to make a more advanced electronic computer." Conrad Chu was extremely shocked that such an excellent new material had appeared in the world. This was something he couldn't imagine before, but now he can get the news of this new material at the first time. It made his research directly reach the forefront of the world, which made him very excited and felt that coming to Brazil was really the right thing to do. Fang Lang smiled and said, "Don't worry. The laboratory is still studying how to complete the industrial manufacturing of transistors. As long as the research is successful, I will set up a transistor manufacturing factory in Brazil as soon as possible. I plan to let you get familiar with the properties of this material first, and then you can start the preliminary research and design work. When transistors can be manufactured industrially, you can directly use the most advanced transistors to manufacture electronic computers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, The Leader. When Conrad Chu heard Fang Lang's words, he felt that it made a lot of sense. Even if he was anxious, there was no need to be anxious at this moment, so he could only nod in agreement helplessly. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What are you going to do with this Z4 computer we are making now?" Fang Lang heard this, walked back and forth in the room, and walked around the computer a few times before saying, "I want to apply for the patent for this Z4 computer you made first," and announced to the world that the Z4 computer, which was made as early as 1945, is the world's earliest electronic computer. At the same time, invite relevant experts and professors from all over the world to visit our Brazil, to visit this great invention, and then see if we can keep these experts and professors to cooperate with us to study more advanced electronic computers. In addition, I will also set up a new material laboratory to study more advanced semiconductor materials so that we can maintain a sufficient leading position in the electronic products industry. So, if you find any outstanding talents, you must recommend them to me more, so that we can keep the outstanding talents." Conrad Chu was of course very happy to hear that Fang Lang was going to apply for a patent for his electronic computer, and he also wanted to announce to the world that his electronic computer was the earliest in the world. This made him feel from the bottom of his heart that he had not followed the wrong person. However, remembering that the Z4 he assembled last time was moved away by the British intelligence agency, he hesitated and said, "But my original Z4 computer was dismantled by the British, and they are also looking for me everywhere. If we announce it openly, won't it tell everyone that I'm in Brazil?" Will this cause dissatisfaction among the British and make them extradite me back to the UK? Fang Lang waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "What are you afraid of? Since I dare to announce it to the world, I will naturally be sure to guarantee your safety. This is Brazil. What does it have to do with Britain? Why should we obey him? Besides, we and they are all members of the Allies. Why should they decide whether you are guilty or not?" In fact, the reason why Fang Lang was so tough was certainly not simply because of the reasons Fang Lang and Conrad Chu said. The real reason was that Fang Lang was already involved in the upcoming European aid plan. With his relationship with the Morgan family, he must have a certain say in the Economic Committee. At this time, Britain would certainly not have any unnecessary conflicts with Fang Lang for the sake of Conrad Chu's. But Conrad Chu's didn't know that Fang Lang had a trump card. He just thought that Fang Lang admired him and wanted to protect him. If the British came, he would be ready to fight the British. He was very touched. To be honest, Fang Lang was really good to him. Since coming to Brazil, they didn't have to worry about the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the whole family. It was completely different from the days of hiding in Switzerland. Therefore, he didn't want Fang Lang to offend the British because of him. After hesitating for a while, he still said, "Boss, if the British really come over, you can hand me over. Don't worry, I won't blame you." Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled and patted the other party on the shoulder and said, "Conrad, don't worry. I promise you that no one will come to trouble you. However, if you can't work hard and develop more advanced electronic computers for us, I, as the boss, may be the one who troubles you." Conrad Chu didn't understand that Fang Lang was joking with him, and he also relaxed and smiled at Fang Lang, saying, "No problem, boss, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and will never give you the opportunity to trouble me. However, if we develop a more advanced computer, will anyone buy it? After all, this guy's not cheap." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as you can make a more advanced computer, I can find a buyer for you. At that time, we will set up a special computer company to sell the computers you make. Factories like our current aircraft manufacturing plants, machine tool manufacturing plants, and so on are all your customers." Conrad Chu certainly wouldn't be like everyone else who didn't know what to use computers for. After all, the reason he invented computers was to cope with the increasingly complex calculations in his research. Now, hearing that his boss was going to set up a company dedicated to the production of computers and let the companies within the group purchase them first, Conrad Chu was very excited. In fact, as early as when the Z3 computer appeared, he had already set up a computer company in Germany to sell the computers he made. Unfortunately, most people did not recognize his design and did not realize the role of computers. Now, there is a boss who can recognize his research results and want to transform him into a commodity, which is really very happy. So, he did not hesitate to vent his chest and said, "Please rest assured, boss, I will definitely make a more advanced computer and strive to surpass the American ENIAC in the shortest time." Fang Lang was of course very happy to have such a proactive researcher under him. But he still reminded, "Very good, I'm waiting to hold a celebration party for you. However, I hope you don't continue to fight alone. After all, the Americans have the support of a whole university of talents, and it is difficult for you to surpass them alone. Now we can recruit researchers you think are suitable from all over the world to join your team. However, this is not enough. I hope you can bring some students on the basis of this institute and cultivate a more professional research team. Only when we have enough researchers doing basic research can we expand our research strength rapidly." Hearing this, Conrad Chu hesitated and said, "But I have no experience in bringing students. I'm worried." Fang Lang understood what the other party meant. In fact, although there are some researchers in Conrad Chu's research team now, because they admire his intelligence, they call him a professor. But in fact, he is not a scholar, but an engineer, majoring in civil engineering and architecture, and his highest degree is only a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. It is equivalent to our current undergraduate civil engineering graduates. Because the work requires completing many mechanical calculations, such as bridge and material strength design, etc. They must calculate the results according to the formula by themselves, and often cannot complete a strength calculation problem in a whole day. Later, he found that the mechanical formulas were fixed and unchanging. All they had to do was fill in the data into these formulas. This monotonous work should be done by machines. Therefore, he began to study computers on a whim. Living in Germany under fascist rule, there was no news about American scientists developing computers, and they had not even heard of the names of Babbage and Hallerith. Moreover, he did not receive any funding from universities or government agencies. Only a few friends sponsored a small amount of money. It was with these meager funds that Konrad Zuse completed the manufacture of a programmable digital computer Z1 in 1938 under completely closed-door conditions. For this kind of non-professional, completely relying on his own interests and hobbies to invent and create, it still feels a little inadequate for him to teach others the knowledge he has researched. However, Fang Lang knew very well that Konrad Zuse could create a programmable computer using binary calculations with such a simple relay. His knowledge of computers was definitely one of the best in the world. Therefore, he interrupted him without hesitation, saying, "Electronic computers are a brand new field. Now everyone is still in the stage of exploratory research and has not formed a complete knowledge system. And the fact that you can create such an advanced electronic computer under such circumstances shows that you are on the right path. Moreover, this road is still paved by you step by step. You are the authority in this field, so you don't have to worry about anything. I think you can take advantage of the time to wait for the industrialization of transistors, to organize your knowledge system and form a brand new discipline. Then you will go down in history and become a leader in the field of electronic computers." Konrad Zuse did not expect Fang Lang to have such a high evaluation of him, and he couldn't help but get excited by what Fang Lang said. More importantly, he felt that Fang Lang was right. He was the first person in the world to invent an electronic computer. He could not even say that he represented the direction of development of electronic computers. Then who could be better than him? So, he stood up suddenly and said to Fang Lang with a firm look, "Okay, boss, you are right. I'm the one who invented the electronic computer. Isn't it easy to bring a few students? After returning, I will seize the time to organize the knowledge I have mastered. Strive to form our own knowledge system in the shortest time and start to cultivate more outstanding computer research talents for us. Strive to make our electronic computer research progress surpass that of Americans, so that they will all come to us to buy electronic computers." Seeing Konrad Zuse's high-spirited look, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and laughed. "Haha. Yes, we want to quickly surpass Americans and complete the research of the most advanced computers. Don't worry, I will absolutely fully support your research. I will give you money and people." Hearing the investor's generous promise, Konrad Zuse, who has always relied on himself to raise funds for research, was in a good mood. "Boss, rest assured. I swear to God that I will definitely develop a more advanced electronic computer than the Americans." Fang Lang had no doubts about this. After all, the guy in front of him was originally a genius, and with his own vision that transcended the times, it was not difficult to achieve this goal with a little guidance. For example, he told Konrad Zuse that transistors were beyond the existence of electron tubes, which greatly accelerated the research progress of electronic computers, because, in history, electron tube computers still had a long life. In fact, the Soviet Union has always continued to research along the electron tube technology. If it were not for the later historical proof that transistors were the future, who would dare to pat their chests and say that they would give up electron tubes and turn to transistor research now? Including the transistors currently being studied by Bell Labs, they still use germanium transistors, rather than the later more excellent silicon transistors. Of course, Fang Lang will not tell others the future development direction of transistors now. After all, the advancement of science and technology requires a process. If he intervenes too much and promotes the growth of seedlings, it may lead to knowledge interruption, which is not conducive to the advancement of science and technology. Now Konrad Zuse has already manufactured the Z4 electronic computer in Brazil. As long as Fang Yuan Group does not relax, it will definitely have a place in the field of electronic computers in the future. This means that Fang Lang Group will participate in the great transformation of the third industrial revolution and have a place in the field of electronic information technology. It will not be eliminated by society for at least 100 years. Of course, it is not enough to rely on electronic computers alone. After having transistors, we must start to focus on the research of integrated circuits and apply integrated circuits to the research of electronic computers. Thinking of this, Fang Lang couldn't help but think that in the upcoming European aid plan, it is also necessary to focus on investing in related industries in Europe. There is no need to establish such a company in Europe and the United States, but the capital power of Morgan Bank can be used to invest in related industries. As a soul in the future, Fang Lang is very clear that the development of those industries in the future will be the fastest and belong to the correct research direction. Among them, the electronic and electrical industry is a focus of Fang Lang's layout. In addition to computer-related industries, Fang Lang also plans to enter home appliances. Brands such as Siemens and Bosch in Germany are Fang Lang's key investment targets. Of course, in addition to the electronics industry, there are also telegraph and telephone communications, the automobile industry, heavy industry, precision machinery, pharmaceutical and chemical industries, and so on. Among them, the automobile industry is the simplest because Fang Lang has now acquired Aston Martin in the UK and has a cooperative foundation with Mercedes-Benz and Porsche in Germany. In this European aid plan, Fang Lang also plans to acquire a stake in Volkswagen. After all, Volkswagen will be the most profitable automobile company in the future, and many brands have been acquired by the Volkswagen Group. Fang Lang, who has a vision beyond the times, will certainly not miss such an opportunity. And the heavy industry Fang Lang plans to rely on the container ship manufacturing technology of global shipbuilding to expand his shipyard in Europe and use high quality technical workers in Europe to research larger and more advanced shipbuilding technology for himself. When the labor costs in Europe and the United States rise, these mature technologies will be brought back to the shipyard of Fang Lang Group. Of course, Global Group also has a Global Steel, which is also Fang Lang's focus of development in Europe. With the economic recovery in the future, the demand for steel will be a very large amount. Now I plan to focus on the development of the steel industry in Germany and Italy. In addition, the precision machinery industry will also be Fang Lang's key investment direction this time. The machine tool processing plant he has established in Brazil needs more exchanges with Europe and the United States to maintain the advancement of technology. Fang Lang plans to invest in several precision machinery processing companies with great potential in Germany and Italy to exchange what they have and promote each other. Finally, there is the medical chemical industry. Although the investment in the medical industry is huge, the future is also a period of rapid development of the medical industry. Various testing equipment and drugs will be invented one after another. For the sake of one's own health and life safety, it is also very necessary to invest in the medical industry. For example, Bayer in Germany and Roche in Switzerland. Chapter 386 OMS deal. Just when Fang Lang was very happy that his company's laboratory had successfully manufactured the Z4 electronic computer and began to think about how to plan the European Renaissance plan that was about to be implemented, Ji-Wan Chang, who was far away in the United States, also met the arms supplier introduced to him by Fang Language. The other party was a white fat man who seemed to weigh more than 200 kilograms. His face was full of beards and his big belly was protruding. Just one look at him made people feel that this guy was not a good person. There were also a few strong men who looked like his younger brothers following behind him. Just one look at Ji-Wan Chang felt that this guy was more like a gangster than an arms dealer. However, since Fang Lang introduced him, and he had already come to the United States, he must bite the bullet and contact him. Mr. Simmons, nice to meet you. Ji-Wan Chang tried his best to act less harmless to the white fat man in front of him who looked not easy to mess with. After all, he came here to do business, not to cause trouble, so there was no need to conflict with him. Simmons was a little surprised to see the thin middle-aged Chinese man in front of him. He was a distributor of Shatter Company on the East Coast. In fact, he was not much different from the salesman under Shatter Company. At the beginning, he was a salesman of Shatter Company. In order to make money, Simmons thought of many ways. As a person born in the bottom of the poor, he did not have a deep political background and foreign background. There were many salesmen like him and Shatter Company. In order to achieve performance, most people went to those less developed countries and directly went to the governments of various countries to sell weapons and equipment. At first, he also followed the same routine to sell in some Asian and African countries. But he soon found that these governments were either colonies of certain countries or puppets supported by certain major powers. If they wanted to purchase arms, they had to buy from those major powers and would not buy from private hands like him. Even if he was an American company, it would not work. Therefore, he soon began to change his mind and look for some guerrillas and anti-government armed forces that oppose the government, and even those armed forces in Asian and African countries that were seeking independence. Selling their weapons and equipment to them was obviously feasible, so soon his performance began to advance by leaps and bounds. He had a great reputation in many places. But at the same time, his behavior caused dissatisfaction among many traditional European colonial countries, especially because he contacted King Idris of Libya and sold a large number of weapons and equipment to him. This gave the other party the courage to say no to the British and French colonists. Libya is now in a period of political turmoil, and King Idris is seeking independence. This made Simmons famous in the eyes of the British and French governments. Neither the US government nor Shatter Company could stand up to endorse Simmons. Therefore, Simmons had to pay extra attention to his personal safety. The younger brothers who followed him were actually his hired bodyguards. Fortunately, because of his outstanding performance, Shatter Company did not treat him unfairly. He was allowed to open a foreign trade company independently, be his own boss, and become one of Shatter Company's largest distributors. Of course, this is also a way for Shatter Company to avoid political risks. After all, after Shatter Company sold the arms to Simmons, it was no longer Shatter Company's business to whom Simmons sold them. This kind of operation was too common. Simmons would not refuse such a request. After all, if he set up a company on his own, he could get the goods from Shatter Company at a lower price, and he could make a higher profit after selling them. The reason why Simmons looked at Ji Wanchang in front of him with great surprise was mainly because Ji Wanchang called him directly at home to ask him to buy arms. You must know that Simmons knew very well that his business was very offensive. Now he was a well-known figure in the British and French governments. Maybe a killer would come to him one day. Therefore, he paid great attention to his safety, and very few people knew where his home was. His arms business was negotiated in the company. Even if someone needed to contact him, they would send a telegram to his company or call his company. But Ji Wanchang didn't know where he got his home phone number from, which scared Simmons. Therefore, he was very afraid of Ji Wanchang. At first, he was afraid that the other party would buy arms from him, and whether it was a trap set by the enemy for him. After many attempts, it was finally confirmed that Ji Wanchang was indeed here to purchase arms, not for his life. Therefore, of course, when he first met Ji Wanchang, he was very surprised. After seeing Ji Wanchang's attitude, he also breathed a long sigh of relief, laughed and stepped forward to shake Ji Wanchang's hand, gave him a big hug and said, "Haha, you must be Boss Ji. Welcome to New York." As he said that, he led the other party to the reception area of the office. The place where the two met this time was Simmons' company in New York. This was also an office rented by Simmons in the bustling downtown area of New York for safety reasons. After all, such places are full of police. Even if someone wants to attack him, they have to consider whether it will cause bad consequences. For a mysterious customer like Ji Wanchang, Simmons had to be careful. After the two sat in the reception area, the younger brother stood behind them. No matter how you look at it, this is a typical underworld negotiation. Fortunately, Ji Wanchang was originally the leader of the Hangman Hall, and he was accustomed to this situation, and had nothing to adapt to. Now, after Fang Lang's instruction, he no longer thought about obtaining the support of the US government by purchasing arms from the United States. He just regarded this as a simple arms procurement business. He didn't mind that the other party behaved like a gangster, as long as the other party would not cheat on the gangsters and could really provide the arms he wanted. So, he went straight to the point and took out the weapons list that Fang Lang had arranged for him from his arms, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Simmons and said, "Mr. Simmons, this is the list of goods I want. Can you help me see if it can be provided?" Simmons was shocked when he saw the other party put his hand into his arms, but he was relieved when he saw that the other party only took out a list. After hearing the other party's question, he didn't hesitate to pick up the other party's list from the table and read it. Just a glance, his eyes lit up. This is not a small business. Although he was very curious about the other party's background, the other party was able to easily find his home phone number, which obviously meant that he was not a simple character. Therefore, he did not dare to inquire about the other party's background, but the other party casually threw out such a large purchase list, which still made his eyes light up. Hearing the other party asking if he could provide it, he felt a little strange again. After all, people who know the business know that Shatter Company is behind him, not to mention the light weapons in the list that Ji Wan Chang took out. As long as you can afford it, he can provide large equipment such as tanks, airplanes, and warships. Haha. Boss G, you are joking. The equipment in your list is a piece of cake for us. If you need it, I can take you to the warehouse to pick it up now. Ji Wan Chang couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard this. It seems that the supplier provided by Mr. Fang is really very powerful. Originally, seeing that the other party was like a gang member like himself, he thought that the other party could only sell small weapons in a small way. But now the other party's confident performance really made him feel relieved. However, after talking with Fang Lang, Ji Wan Chang became much more cautious. He now has a concern, that is, how to transport so many weapons and equipment to Malaya. You have to know that the British are not blind or deaf. It is not easy to land such a large amount of weapons and equipment in Malaya without attracting their attention. So, after thinking for a while, he said, "Mr. Simmons, I wonder how to calculate the cost of shipping this batch of goods to the place we specify. Doing arms business originally requires transportation. It is very troublesome for Ji Wan Chang, but it is not a problem for Simmons at all. As long as you can afford it, it is no problem to ask him to help you deliver it to the door of the White House." Seeing Ji Wan Chang's attitude, Simmons was completely relieved. The other party should not be here to kill him. After all, the attitude shown by the other party is indeed a customer who wants to find him to purchase arms. Moreover, it is a very high quality customer, because the other party seems to be doing this kind of transaction for the first time. Now I don't know how strong the other party is. Hearing Ji Wan Chang asking about the price, Simmons waved to a younger brother behind him, motioning him to come over and carefully calculate the price of the goods. He smiled and said to Ji Wan Chang, "Boss G, please wait a moment, let's calculate the price of the goods first. Please also tell me where your goods are going, so that I can tell you the overall price." Seeing the other party asking about his specific destination, Ji Wan Chang hesitated. After all, once he told his destination, the other party would definitely know what his purpose was. But he was not sure that he could transport such a large batch of goods to his destination quietly without being discovered by the British. Simmons knew what the other party was worried about by looking at his expression. Now he felt more assured. After looking at the other party's appearance, he smiled and said, "Boss G, please rest assured. Although I don't know who you know me through, I have to say that your energy is very powerful. I don't want to offend a person with such a powerful energy, nor do I intend to find out your details. But since it is a business, whether you like it or not, I will have a rough guess about your destination. So, you don't have to worry about me leaking my customers' information. Keeping my customers confidential is a basic principle of Simmons' business. And, even if you don't say it, I can have a rough guess. After all, your skin color and appearance can explain a lot of problems, right?" Simmons' words can be regarded as very frank. Ji Wan Chang heard it and knew that what the other party said was very reasonable. After all, his Chinese appearance was really conspicuous, and there was no point in trying to cover it up. Moreover, the other party was the arms seller introduced by Fang Lang, and he also had a basic trust in the other party. So, after a moment of silence, He slowly said, "You are right. I have judged others by my own standards. I believe you can see that I'm Asian, and the destination of my goods is Malaya. I wonder if Mr. Simmons can help me deliver the goods directly to the location I specify in Malaya." Simmons' eyes lit up when he heard this. Malaya is the market he is trying to open up. Unexpectedly, before he even got there, people from that place have already come to him on their own initiative. This is really a big surprise. As for Malaya being a British colony, what does it have to do with Simmons? The British will not take care of his business, nor will they give him money to make. Besides, he has sold so many arms to the hostile forces of Britain and France in Africa. Would he be afraid of selling more in Southeast Asia? In fact, this is also the reason why Fang Lang introduced Simmons to Ji Wanchang. Because, as long as this guy can make money, he doesn't care who the buyer of the arms is, or who he is going to go to war with. Haha, Mr. G is straightforward. Home delivery is one of our company's services. As long as you can afford it, we can deliver it to Malaya, or even to the gate of the British Buckingham Palace. I wonder if you have any requirements for the arrival time. Ji Wanchang was secretly relieved when he heard the other party's words. It seems that the other party's strength should not be underestimated. But it's good this way. Since you can talk about delivery without hesitation, you must have the ability. When he heard the other party asking if there was any requirement for the arrival time, Ji Wanchang was stunned again. What does it mean? Is it because the distance is too far that the delivery time is longer, or is it that the freight is different for different arrival times? Can the other party also directly transport it by air? He looked up at the other party with some surprise, but still said with a stiff face, "Of course, the sooner the better." Hearing this, Simmons smiled and nodded. "No problem. Malaya is very close to the Philippines, and the quantity of goods you want is not much. I can find a way to transfer goods from the Philippines for you. When the time comes, give me a specific address and I will have someone deliver the goods directly to your door." At this time, the younger brother who was responsible for calculating the amount came to Simmons with a folder and handed the folder to Simmons. Simmons took it casually, opened it and took a look. His eyes lit up. This is really a big deal. After thinking about it, Simmons said directly, "Boss G, this is our first business. I won't make much money from you, plus the freight, a total of $100,000. What do you think?" Ji Wanchang was shocked when he heard it. This price was really beyond his expectations. He originally planned to purchase equipment for 2,000 people, but after communicating with Fang Lang, the equipment in this list was enough to arm 3,000 people. He only brought 100 kilograms of gold. Fang Zinshu took him to the bank in Brazil to exchange it for US dollars and exchanged it for a full 123,500 US dollars. He was originally worried that the number of equipment had increased and now the freight had to be added, so it would take at least 150,000 US dollars. Unexpectedly, the other party calculated that it would only cost 100,000 US dollars including the freight. There was still some money left from the 120,000 US dollars brought. It seems that the money for recruiting retired American soldiers is enough. It seems that the arms dealer introduced to him by Fang Lang is really a high quality arms dealer. What's more amazing is that the other party actually said casually that he wanted to transfer goods from the Philippines. Where in the Philippines would there be so many arms? Anyone with a little bit of brains can quickly figure out where the other party is going to transfer arms for him. Chapter 387 Surrounded. Ji Wanchang certainly would not have any problem with such a powerful arms dealer who could deliver goods to his door and provide him with high quality and low priced arms. He quickly said, "Mr. Simmons' offer is very affordable. I have no objection. If this transaction goes well, I think we will become long-term partners in the future." Simmons laughed and said, "As long as Boss G is satisfied, it's good. Satisfying customers is the service tenet of our company. In this case, I wonder how you plan to pay. This kind of arms transaction is very easy to be cheated by the black, so in many cases, everyone pays the money and delivers the goods. Especially when both parties are cooperating for the first time, everyone is full of vigilance, no matter how generous they say and how much they trust the other party. If they don't receive the money, everyone will be on guard against the other party's trick. Unfortunately, when Ji-Wan Chang was handling the gold exchange business in Brazil, Global Morgan Bank provided him with a new service project. In fact, this project is very common in online shopping in modern society. That is, Global Morgan Bank has a new business that is responsible for keeping funds for both parties of the transaction, and the payer first transfers himself to the bank's special account. After receiving the money, the bank notifies the payee. The payee is responsible for shipping the goods. After the payee confirms receipt of the goods, the bank transfers the funds to the payee's account. Of course, this requires both parties to the transaction to have bank accounts at Global Morgan Bank and obtain the bank's credit rating. The higher the credit rating of the customer, the more trust the other party will have in you. As for the problem that this transaction method is suitable for illegal transactions, the bank does not care. As long as you open a formal bank account at Global Morgan Bank and entrust Global Morgan Bank to provide third-party guarantees, the bank will automatically start to establish a credit rating for you. As the number of transactions you make increases, the better the other party's evaluation of you, the higher your credit rating will be. It will be easier to do business. Therefore, when Simmons asked about the payment method of the transaction, Ji-Wan Chang did not hesitate and said directly, "My funds are now in Global Morgan Bank. If you agree, we can entrust the bank to provide third-party guarantees. After I confirm receipt of the goods, the bank will naturally transfer the funds to your bank account. What do you think?" Simmons did not expect Ji-Wan Chang to know about this business of Global Morgan Bank. After all, he had always suggested others to open an account at Global Morgan Bank to conduct such transactions. Therefore, his funds were basically transferred through Global Morgan Bank. And now the other party actually took the initiative to ask for transactions in this way. It seems that the other party is really not simple. Since the other party took the initiative to propose this safe transaction method, he unconsciously raised a thumbs up to the other party and said, "Boss G, professional. In this case, I will contact Global Morgan Bank now, and they will provide guarantees for this transaction." Then he took out a copy of his company information and handed it to Ji-Wan Chang and continued, "This is our company's account opening information at Global Morgan Bank. Boss G, please go to the bank as soon as possible to handle the relevant procedures. After you go back, as long as the bank notifies me that your funds have arrived, I can ship the goods at any time." Ji-Wan Chang was a little bit unconvinced that such a big thing was solved so easily. When he opened this account at Global Morgan Bank in Brazil, he was still a little bit unbelievable that the bank would have such a business. Now, when he saw Simmons' performance, he understood that the other party obviously often used this method to trade. Morgan Bank does not charge extra for this service. It is only when you transfer the money in your bank account across borders or across banks that a certain handling fee is charged. The more money you have in your bank account, the higher your credit rating will be. It is said that if you have a sufficient credit rating, you can even borrow money from Morgan Bank temporarily without any collateral, based on your credit rating. Although this requires a certain amount of interest, it is too convenient for businessmen. This makes Ji-Wan Chang feel that he should deposit all his funds in Morgan Bank to improve his credit rating and facilitate future transactions. These are naturally the new business policies that Fang Lang brought directly to Morgan Bank from the future. When the time is right in the future, Fang Lang can launch credit cards to encourage everyone to consume in advance. It is precisely because of Fang Lang's credit rating and the development of third-party guarantee business that Morgan Bank has developed rapidly in the United States. Many large companies have opened their basic accounts in Morgan Bank. As for some people may worry whether such business will facilitate many illegal transactions if the police come to track these funds. It is only the 1950s, and many things that are commonplace in later generations have not yet begun in this era. The bank is only responsible for ensuring that the other party has indeed transferred the corresponding funds into its margin account. As for what the money is used for, it is not the bank's responsibility. After all, money will not commit crimes. As for people committing crimes, shouldn't you go and arrest them? What does it have to do with my bank? This is the simple logic of the bank. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the police coming to the door. As long as the two parties to the transaction deposit the money in the bank and then conduct the transaction, the bank only needs to operate in the accounts of both parties. But the money has indeed entered the vault of Global Morgan Bank and is managed by the bank. As for whether the bank uses the money to lend or make other investments, it is none of other people's business. For Global Morgan Bank, this is a sure win business. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Simmons and Ji-Wan Chang. Their business has been negotiated, and they can only wait for the bank to confirm before they can conduct arms transactions. Therefore, Ji-Wan Chang also stood up and shook hands with the other party very straightforwardly, and then left Simmons' company very straightforwardly. Ji-Wan Chang couldn't believe it until he returned to the hotel. He was buying arms to prepare for a war with the British. How could it be solved so easily? This was completely different from what he expected, so much so that he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Simmons on the other side was completely relieved. As long as the bank confirmed that the funds entered the margin account, he would have completed another $100,000 business. There was no doubt about the identity of the other party. It was definitely the Malayan rebels. He didn't have to worry at all that the other party would be a killer sent by Britain, France and other countries. At the same time, outside the border town of Bitingote in northwest Brazil, a Brazilian army unit of more than 1,000 people was setting up camp. "Captain, we are already outside the town. Why don't we rush into the town and wipe out the anti-government forces of Brother Eddie?" The middle-aged commander with a big beard was standing on a rare flat land in the Amazon jungle with a telescope, looking at the border town in the distance. Hearing the question from his subordinates, he pointed to the setting sun in the sky and said, "Can't you see that it's getting dark soon? We are in the Amazon jungle here. It's pitch dark. Even if we break into the town of Bitingote, these people will go into the jungle. Can you still catch them? As long as we set up our defenses, station outside them, and then block all water and land transportation, I don't believe these rebels can run away." Upon hearing this, the subordinates around him looked at their captain with a slightly admiring look and said, "Captain, you are really far-sighted. In this way, these rebels will have to come out and fight us, right? We can dig trenches and wait for the other side to rush in and get beaten to a bloody pulp." The captain's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this. He was very pleased with the flattery of his men. He smiled and said, "According to intelligence, this rebel leader named Brizzo Eddie is a politician who doesn't know how to fight at all. His younger brother is Raymond Eddie. He has served as the director of the Public Security Department of the Police Department, but he may have had some military training. However, the police are just police after all, and there is still a big difference between them and the army. And their men are a group of mules and horses for transporting goods, and they will not have any combat effectiveness at all. We will rest tonight, and tomorrow morning, we will launch a tentative attack to test the depth of the enemy. If there is no difficulty, we will rush into the town in one go and wipe out all these idiots." This statement is considered to deny the other party's idea of digging trenches and waiting for the enemy to attack. After all, the order he received was to wipe out this anti-government army. Whether it is the strength of the troops or the equipment, it must be far greater than the opponent, and there is no need to dig trenches for defense. In the mind of the regiment commander, there are more than 1,000 people in his regiment. If the opponent is not crazy, how can he dare to attack his position? Therefore, if he wants to wipe out the opponent, he must actively launch an attack. Otherwise, if he waits for the opponent to launch an attack and the opponent does not come, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving the enemy a chance to breathe? As for whether the enemy would escape, he was not too worried. After all, this was the border between Brazil and Colombia. Now his troops blocked the enemy's way to the interior of Brazil. If the enemy wanted to escape, they could only flee to the direction of Colombia. Colombia also had border guards. If such an anti-government armed force swaggered into the Colombian border, it would be strange if the Colombian border guards did not attack them. After hearing the words of the regiment commander, the subordinates were shocked. After the regiment commander's analysis, the anti-government army of the Eddy brothers was nothing to be afraid of. The regiment commander was still thinking of a tentative attack, which was too cautious. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask without hesitation, "Commander, let me take over the task of the first attack. There is no need to be so careful with such a mob. I think we can take them down with a charge." The regiment commander smiled when he heard the words. The subordinate beside him was actually a battalion commander under him. He usually liked to flatter and win his favor. In addition, this kid always gave him the most filial piety every month, so the captain regarded him as his confidant and would not hide anything from him. Hearing that he would take the initiative to fight for the task of the first wave of attack this time, he was stunned and hesitated. Because he knew that, although his subordinate was his confidant, he actually had no military command ability. It would be difficult for him to command his subordinates to complete the test. Even he himself said that he could take down the opponent with a charge, which was inconsistent with his plan. The captain's name was Milos Chuatoko. Although he was only the captain of a border guard, he was also a mid-level officer who had received formal military training in a Portuguese military academy. The reason why he led the task of eliminating the anti-government armed forces of the Eddy brothers, which was arranged by the Minister of Defense himself, showed that he still had certain military qualities. Unfortunately, Milos Chuatoko, who had been serving in the border guards, had never participated in the European War and had no real combat experience. In his opinion, this operation to encircle and suppress the rebels was a rare opportunity to prove himself. If he could complete this mission perfectly, with such merit, his position might be raised at night. Therefore, his goal this time was very big, and he wanted to directly wipe out the rebels in the town. If the battalion commander under him really took action, he might really rush into the town and disperse the enemy. Once the enemy was dispersed and ran into the dense Amazon jungle, it would be unlikely for him to directly wipe out the enemy. His plan was to have someone launch a tentative attack first, test the depth of the enemy, and casually show weakness to the enemy, so that the enemy would think that their combat effectiveness was not very good. Choose to defend the town to the death. As long as this is done, he can lead his soldiers to slowly encircle the enemy in the town from 3 directions. After his encirclement is completely formed and the enemy's escape to the jungle is blocked, he will press forward with all his troops and completely wipe out the enemy in the town of Betancourt, which has just been declared occupied by the enemy. But as his trusted subordinate, he rarely volunteered to take the initiative If he refused directly, it would obviously hurt his enthusiasm. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Bassam, I'm very happy that you can take the initiative. However, I have already planned that it is not necessary to directly charge to defeat the enemy. I only need you to send a company of troops to launch a tentative attack on the enemy. It is to test the depth of the enemy, find out the strength of the enemy, see what kind of weapons and equipment the enemy has, and where the defense focus is. It is also to keep the enemy in the town and not let the enemy escape into the jungle, which will increase the difficulty of our encirclement and suppression. So, if you really want to take the lead in the first wave of attack, I can only send you a company of soldiers, and you can't charge too hard. Do you understand my plan?" Often those who can flatter are very flexible in their minds and have a good understanding of their superiors. Therefore, when Captain Milos Chuatoko said that only one company could be sent and it couldn't charge too hard, he was a little discouraged. After all, he was the battalion commander with 300 or 400 men under his command. If he only led a company to launch an attack, it would not seem like that. However, he had just volunteered to fight for the task of the first wave of the main attack. If he backed out now, it would not seem appropriate. Therefore, after hesitating for a long time, he decided to bite the bullet and take on this task. He immediately became serious and said, "Please rest assured, Commander. I promise to complete the task." Chapter 388, Occupation of Betancourt. Captain Milos Chuatoko was very satisfied with the other party's attitude. He smiled and patted the other party's shoulder, saying with satisfaction, "Very good. Then you will fire the first shot tomorrow." After that, he raised the telescope in his hand again and looked in the direction of the town. Some houses in the town had begun to light candles, but he did not see the other side's army. He was a little confused. After all, he led a force of more than 1,000 people to set up camp less than 5 miles away from the other side's town. The other side should not be so quiet. According to what he learned in the military academy, he should send scouts to each other to find out the other side's arrangements. even if the other side has no military experience and does not know how to deploy troops. The guy named Raymond Eddy is a policeman, so he should not be completely silent. The scouts sent by his side have not yet transmitted any intelligence, which made him feel a little strange, because the town seemed so quiet. At this time, his adjutant came up to him quickly, saluted and said to Miloš Chuatoko, "Sir, the scouts reported that they found the enemy's barracks. However, no enemy soldiers were found. The barracks are empty." Miloš Chuatoko was stunned when he heard this and was confused. He said, "What do you mean? The enemy is not in the barracks? Have you found any traces of the enemy in other places?" The adjutant saluted again and said, "Report to the sir. The 5 reconnaissance teams we sent out have not found any traces of the enemy." Miloš Chuatoko frowned and raised the telescope in his hand again with a puzzled look, looking at the town in the distance. He was muttering in his heart, "The Eddy brother clearly sent a telegram to occupy the town of Betancourt and set up an anti-government armed force. But when he led the army over, the other side only left an empty barracks. What does this mean?" Bassam, the battalion commander, who was a little entangled because he had just requested a battle but only got a test mission, was relieved when he heard this. It seemed that he didn't need to carry out this test mission because the opposite side was basically an empty town. What was there to test? But soon he felt a chill on his back and hurriedly said, "Captain, these bastards have already ambushed nearby and are ready to ambush us, right?" As he said this, he looked around vigilantly at the jungle that became darker as the sun gradually set. It felt like there seemed to be a group of ferocious beasts hiding in the jungle at this moment, ready to rush out and devour people at any time. When Captain Miloš Chuatoko heard Bassam's words, he was also stunned and quickly looked at the dense forest around him with the telescope. However, the dense vegetation in the jungle made it difficult to observe any abnormalities with a telescope even in broad daylight, not to mention that the sun had already set and the jungle had become dark. Captain Miloš Chuatoko, who had lost the trace of the enemy, felt a little worried for no reason. He put down the telescope and looked at the surrounding terrain, as well as the rare open area in the jungle. He was worried whether the other party had deliberately set a trap for his troops. After forcing himself to calm down, Colonel Miloš Chuatoko slowly said, "Pass the order down. All soldiers start digging trenches around the barracks and building 3 lines of defense to prepare for the enemy attack that may come at any time." Upon hearing this, the adjutant stood at attention and saluted, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he turned and left. Battalion Commander Bassam also looked around with some concern, and then stood at attention and saluted Colonel Miloš Chuatoko. "Colonel, I will go down and arrange for the brothers of the 1st Battalion to build a line of defense." Colonel Miloš Chuatoko nodded and signaled him to leave. He picked up the telescope again and carefully observed the town in the distance, but still did not find anything unusual. He could only helplessly hand the telescope to the guard beside him and slowly walk towards his tent. Bassam had returned to his 1st Battalion's base early at this moment and gathered his company commanders to arrange for them to start digging trenches in their defense zone to prevent possible attacks. He was not actively fighting, but felt that at this dangerous moment, he would feel safer with his soldiers. Although the Brazilian border guards had not experienced any actual combat and were very corrupt, they had undergone the most basic military training. In this special situation, everyone knew that they might be attacked by the enemy at any time, so everyone would definitely be able to exert unprecedented enthusiasm. The defense line that would have taken 3 hours to complete was built by them in 2 hours. After the fortifications were completed, everyone entered a state of combat readiness, ready to meet the attack of the anti-government forces at any time. The border guards lit bonfires more than 300 meters in front of the position and set up searchlights in the barracks, constantly illuminating the open space outside the barracks, not giving the enemy any chance to attack. All the soldiers were arranged to work in 3 shifts, taking turns to rest, to ensure that there were awake soldiers in the trenches and machine gun bunkers at all times, and not to give the enemy any chance to take advantage. Regimental Commander Miloš Chuatoko and other officers were all concentrated in the regiment headquarters, not daring to relax at all, and ready to meet the enemy's attack at any time. In fact, when all the defense lines were built, Regimental Commander Miloš Chuatoko was looking forward to the enemy launching an attack on his camp tonight. Because, compared to attacking, of course, defense is easier. If the enemy really didn't care and launched a night attack on his team directly, he would like to see how many people the other side could consume. After all, it is not so easy to attack a heavily guarded military camp. The firepower network composed of light and heavy machine guns in the regiment alone is enough to teach the rebels a lesson. But as time passed, the attack that everyone was waiting for did not happen. The soldiers were nervous and nervously waited all night, but there was no movement. Not to mention that someone launched an attack. There was not even a single mouse. When the sun rose from the horizon the next morning, Colonel Miloš Chuatoko led his officers out of the regiment with dark circles under their eyes. "Colonel, this damn Eddie brother won't run away, will he?" asked the commander of the 1st Battalion, Bassam, full of doubt. The other 2 battalion commanders next to him also looked at Colonel Miloš Chuatoko with puzzled eyes. "Where is the reconnaissance company? Send all the people to me and explore the town of Batinkat again. If the enemy escapes, we will directly occupy the town." Colonel Miloš Chuatoko was also very helpless about the doubts of several subordinates. Everyone is now getting the same information. You don't know the enemy's whereabouts, and of course I don't know either. What do you mean by focusing your attention on me like this? I'm not a prophet. However, if the enemy really gives up Batinkat and runs away, it doesn't matter. As long as I can recapture Batinkat, it will be a great achievement. As for how many enemies I have eliminated, can't I make up whatever I want? Bassam's eyes turned when he heard this, and he remembered that the scouts had reported last night that there were no enemies in Batinkat town, and even the barracks were empty. If they wanted to occupy the town, wouldn't it be easy? If they couldn't get the credit that was delivered to their doorstep, they would be struck by lightning. So he quickly said, "Captain, let us go to the 1st Battalion. We guarantee to take down a complete Batinkat town for you." The other 2 battalion commanders were not fools. After hearing Bassam's words, they all responded by slapping their heads. They cursed Bassam in their hearts, saying that this bastard had gotten ahead of them again. However, they certainly couldn't give up on such a cheap opportunity, so they also took the initiative to ask for battle. "Captain, let us go to the 2nd Battalion. Captain, leave it to our 3rd Battalion." When Captain Miloš Chuatoko heard what the following people said, he looked at them with a flickering look. He soon understood that these bastards were good at taking credit, and they didn't want to give up when they saw there was a bargain to be taken. Originally, according to yesterday's plan, he wanted to hand the task over to the 1st Battalion Commander Bassam. But now the situation has changed, and he just let it slip. Everyone knows that occupying the town of Batinkat is a credit that comes naturally. If this task is still handed over to Bassam, the other 2 battalion commanders will definitely be dissatisfied, which is obviously not conducive to the unity of the team. So, after pondering for a while, he slowly said, "Let the reconnaissance company send people to find out the situation in Batinkat. If it is confirmed that the enemy has left the town, we will split into 3 groups, and each of you will lead your own troops to liberate the town from 3 directions." The 3 battalion commanders looked at each other after hearing this, and it was not easy to say more. But the 1st battalion commander Bassam was secretly unhappy. Yesterday, it was agreed that he would lead the team to attack, but the order was changed today. However, as a person who is used to flattering, he would not show his emotions, but quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, Commander. I will go back to organize the team now and wait for your order to liberate the town of Batinkat." The other 2 battalion commanders also stood at attention and saluted. Miloš Chuatoko turned to his chief of staff and the 3 battalion commanders and said, "Arrange the cooks to prepare for the morning. After breakfast, the 1st battalion is responsible for launching an attack from the front, the 2nd battalion is responsible for launching an attack from the left, and the 3rd battalion is responsible for attacking from the right. After everyone enters the town, they must check every household to ensure that there are no enemies hiding in them. If you find a suspicious target, you are allowed to directly eliminate it. Do you understand?" The chief of staff's eyes condensed when he heard this. This order was a bit unexpected. Checking every household can directly eliminate the targets they think are suspicious. This town is doomed. With the military discipline of the Brazilian border guards, it is estimated that the people in the town will soon deeply experience what it means to be like a comb passing by. However, now that the town has been declared independent from Brazil by the Eddy brothers, Miloš Chuatoko's approach is understandable. The 3 battalion commanders who heard the order from the commander all lit up their eyes and began to rub their hands. Obviously, each of them is eager to try. The chief of staff ignored the thoughts of the battalion commanders and saluted directly, saying, "Yes, Commander. This kind of attack on an undefended town does not require the chief of staff to formulate a detailed attack plan and attack route, let alone assign specific combat tasks to each battalion. Since the commander has determined the attack direction of each battalion, he only needs to record the commander's order to facilitate the Ministry of National Defense to inquire about the battle process later." Next, the entire border defense camp began to take action, cooking and organizing weapons and equipment. Before the soldiers finished breakfast, the reconnaissance company that went to the town for reconnaissance had brought back intelligence, confirming that the situation in the town was the same as yesterday, and there was no abnormality at all, and no rebels were found. This made the commander Miloš Chuatoko completely relieved, and he ordered without hesitation to launch the attack on time at 8 o'clock. After receiving the order, all the soldiers began to enter a state of restlessness. Everyone knew that this battle was almost not difficult, and it was a good opportunity to make a fortune. Therefore, everyone became very restless and began to get ready. Time passed quickly, and the soldiers, whose enthusiasm was fully mobilized, entered their respective attack positions early. As time arrived, a flare was fired into the sky. The town of Batenkat, which had just woken up from the early morning, was like an iron barrel with a string of firecrackers dropped on it, and it exploded instantly. The soldiers of the border guards charged at the town regardless of anything, rushing into every resident's home like wolves and tigers, driving them out of their homes to the streets, and then began to search the residents' homes rudely. As for what was searched specifically, of course, it was said to the outside world that it was the rebels entrenched in the town of Batenkat. But in fact, the residents' homes were turned upside down, and all the valuables were put into the soldiers' pockets. If any residents dared to resist, they would be executed on the spot as rebels. This town, which had just been cleaned up by the rebels, was not waiting for rescue, but even worse harm. The soldiers and civilians of the entire town were instantly plunged into a dire straits. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was no situation where soldiers insulted women. Because the town is not large, there are only about 1,000 households in the whole town. There are more than 1,000 soldiers under the command of Captain Miloš Chuatoko. The cleanup of the town lasted for a whole morning, and was completely finished when Captain Miloš Chuatoko, under the protection of the guard platoon, stepped into the town that was declared independent from Brazil by the Eddy brothers. The town that was originally peaceful has become devastated. As the initiator of all this, Captain Miloš Chuatoko acted very indifferent. In his opinion, these residents who still lived in this town after the Eddy brothers declared independence from Brazil can no longer be counted as Brazilian citizens. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that most of the residents living in this border town are non-white. Walking on the messy town street, Captain Miloš Chuatoko noticed a black woman with 2 children lying on a black youth lying in a pool of blood and crying loudly, and his brows frowned unconsciously. Because the little boy of 7 or 8 years old next to the woman was staring at Miloš Chuatoko with hatred, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. This made him feel very uncomfortable and offended. Chapter 389. Fortunately, Miloš Chuatoko did not say much. After all, he thought he was a lion, and did not need to care about the hateful eyes of the antelopes on the roadside. As he went deeper, this kind of scene appeared from time to time. When he arrived at the town government, the 3 battalion commanders were already waiting for his arrival with their men. Seeing the Brazilian flag raised outside the town government, Miloš Chuatoko finally smiled with satisfaction. Seeing the smile on the captain's face, several subordinates hurried forward to salute and said, "Report, Your Excellency, our regiment has successfully recaptured the town of Batenkat at 10 o'clock this morning in accordance with the battle plan. A total of 86 rebels were wiped out, and no one of our troops was injured or killed." Upon hearing this, Captain Milistuatoko nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well done, brothers, you have worked hard. Although we have occupied Batinkat, the main force of the enemy has not been found yet, and we cannot let our guard down. Let your soldiers take turns patrolling the streets to ensure that there are no remaining rebel forces in the town." "Yes, sir." Then Captain Milistuatoko turned to the chief of staff beside him and said, "Send a telegram to the Ministry of National Defense and say that our army has successfully completed the task of recaptured the town of Batinkat and the enemy has been defeated by our army." Upon hearing this, the chief of staff stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." After that, he turned and left, arranging to send a telegram to the Ministry of National Defense. Meanwhile, Milistuatoko, accompanied by 3 battalion commanders, walked into the town government of Batinkat, a 2-story brick and stone building. It was also the best building in the town. Bassam, the 1st battalion commander, walked to Milistuatoko with an eager look and introduced him. "Captain, we have seized a lot of good things in the town government. Do you want to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Milistuatoko's brows jumped unconsciously and said, "Oh. What good things can there be in such a remote place?" Bassam smiled at Milistuatoko and said, Have you forgotten what Brother Ed's team does?" Milistuatoko frowned and said in a deep voice, "It can't be DP." Seeing the face of his own captain, Bassam quickly restrained his smile. He was a little complacent at first, but then he realized that, although his captain loved money, he was very disgusted with DP. "I wanted to slap myself in the face. It seems that I was a little too proud of myself after looting the town. I immediately straightened my face and changed my tone quickly." The smiling tone turned into a gnashing tone. "Yes, Captain. These damn bastards actually use the town government's warehouse to store red soil. It is really unforgivable. Fortunately, we arrived in time and seized all these harmful things. As for how to deal with them, you still need to decide." Captain Milistuatoko could not feel the change in Bassam's tone, but he also knew the virtue of his subordinate. As long as it could be exchanged for money, he would not refuse anything. After hearing his words, he looked at the other party calmly, and then slowly said, "Seal the things, and after the Eddy brothers are wiped out, these things will be handed over to the Ministry of National Defense as evidence." Bassam's eyelids jumped when he heard the words, and a feeling of heartache came to his heart. The amount of this batch of red soil is not small. It can be sold for a lot of money. I didn't expect that Commander Milistuatoko would actually hand these things over to the Ministry of National Defense as evidence of his crimes. The other 2 battalion commanders behind him also felt a pain in their flesh. However, they couldn't resist the order of their superiors. They could only nod their heads in response. How could Commander Milistuatoko not understand the little thoughts of several people? He looked at them sternly and said in a stern tone, "You must always remember your identity. We are the Brazilian border guard and the regular troops of the country. When you are searching for rebels, I can turn a blind eye to some small actions, but the DP must not touch them. Do you understand?" Although Bassam didn't care a little. However, since the superior had spoken, he could only stand at attention and salute. "Yes, sir." The other 2 battalion commanders also stood at attention and accepted the order, looking like they were being taught. "Besides these, are there any other valuable things? Have you found any clues about the whereabouts of the enemy?" Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Seeing this, Milistuatoko felt dissatisfied. His men were too weak to take on the responsibility. He heard that Brazil would soon establish a regular military academy. It seemed that he had to send these people there to study hard. At this moment, the chief of staff came back quickly and came to Milistuatoko and said, "Captain, the telegram has been sent. However, we just received a plain text telegram when we turned on the radio. You'd better take a look." Milistuatoko looked at his chief of staff with some doubts. He was not familiar with the other party. As the chief officer of this unit, when the Ministry of Defense ordered their regiment to be responsible for the encirclement and suppression of the Eddy brothers' armed forces, they also sent him the new chief of staff. In his opinion, this chief of staff was simply sent by the Ministry of Defense to supervise him or divide his control over the troops. After all, according to the Brazilian military system, the chief of staff has a lot of power in the army. It can be said that he is the second person in the regiment. Therefore, he did not give the new chief of staff the rights he deserved and did not treat him well. Instead, he kept ordering the other party around, but the other party didn't seem to mind. He pretended not to know about his alienation and did the work he assigned to him seriously. He had already had a good impression of him, but now he was a little unhappy with the way he was hiding his words. However, in front of the other 3 subordinates, he decided to give the chief of staff some face and did not scold him. Instead, he took the telegram handed over by the other party. The telegram was clamped in a folder. When Captain Miloš Chuatoko opened the folder and saw the contents, his face changed drastically and he looked at his chief of staff in disbelief. When did this happen? Just now, after we reported to the Ministry of Defense. I was going to come back to report to you. The people in the telecommunications room can prove it. The chief of staff had to clarify the backward order of the 2 telegrams and told the other party that someone could prove it for him. Otherwise, his superior might think that he was deliberately concealing information, which would arouse his superior's suspicion. Upon hearing this, Captain Miloš Chuatoko looked at the other party deeply. Since the other party said that the people in the telecommunications room could prove it, he believed that the other party should not be deceiving him. After all, he had not been here for a long time. It was impossible for the people in the telecommunications room to join the other party so quickly. Moreover, this kind of thing was easy to investigate, and the other party should not dare to lie. But if that was the case, he would be embarrassed. Because this plain text telegram was exactly the goal of their trip, and it was sent by the Eddy brothers. The content of the telegram was also very simple, announcing that they had successfully occupied another small town, Manguari, in the lower reaches of the Yatra River. Betancourt and Manguari are the 2 towns closest to the Colombian border in the upper reaches of the Yatra River, a tributary of the Amazon River. They are also the only 2 human settlements within a radius of about 500 kilometers. When they went to Betancourt this time, they placed their logistics base in Manguari, which was also the retreat of the border guards. If they could not recapture Manguari in time, they would be in a dangerous situation of running out of ammunition and food. Because Betancourt town is a border town at the junction with Colombia, continuing to move upstream along the Yatra River will enter Colombia. As Brazilian border guards, if they cross the border into Colombia, it would be an invasion of another country's territory, so this direction is absolutely impossible. In addition to this direction, all other directions are dense Amazon jungles. As Brazilian border guards, they are very aware of the horror of tropical rainforests. What's more, the depth of this rainforest is more than 500 kilometers. It is basically wishful thinking to want to survive through such a place. Therefore, they now have only one way to go, that is, to move downstream along the Yatra River, eliminate the rebels who occupied their logistics base, recapture the town of Manguari, and open up their own life channel. But now the biggest problem for Captain Miloš Chuatoko is that he just sent a telegram to the Ministry of Defense to inform that he had successfully occupied the enemy's lair, but turned around and found that his retreat was cut off by the enemy. This is simply a big joke. It is estimated that the chiefs in the Ministry of Defense are already greeting the female family members of their family cordially. The Eddy brothers did not play by the rules, which made Miloš Chuatoko very passive. If this telegram had not been sent, it would be fine. But in this situation, the officials in the Ministry of Defense might start to suspect whether he lied about military intelligence. Repressing his anger, Colonel Miloš Chuatoko closed the telegram in his hand and walked into the town government angrily. The 3 battalion commanders looked at each other, not quite understanding what was going on, and cast their eyes on the new chief of staff. But the chief of staff himself was also gloomy and silent, and followed the colonel's footsteps, and walked into the town government quickly. Colonel Miloš Chuatoko entered the regiment headquarters arranged by his subordinates in the town government, and looked at the map hanging on the wall. He began to think about what to do next. Sending a telegram to explain to the Ministry of Defense is secondary. The most important issue now is how to eliminate the anti-government armed forces of the Eddy brothers. Needless to say, the other side occupied Manguari and obtained the supplies left by him in the local area, and their strength will definitely be enhanced. If he led his army to Manguari regardless of everything, he might suffer a big loss. After all, they had not rested all night last night, and now everyone had a big dark circle under their eyes. In addition, in order to quickly deal with the Eddy brothers, they rushed to the town of Betancourt without stopping. After receiving the order, the whole team did not have time to rest. They occupied the town again this morning. Although there was no resistance and fierce fighting, the team must rest, otherwise the soldiers under them may have opinions. Fortunately, the consumption of today's battle was not large. When they returned to retake Manguali, they still had enough weapons and ammunition. But now the biggest problem of this matter may be the blow to morale. He knew very well what kind of virtues the troops he led were, so he was very worried that once the news spread, the troops would be in chaos. But it was obviously impossible to conceal such a big news. Therefore, Captain Miloš Chuatoko was very entangled now. The chief of staff naturally knew that the current situation was very embarrassing, otherwise he would not just hand the telegram to the captain for his own review instead of announcing it in public. Entering the room and seeing the captain staring at the map without saying a word, he walked slowly to the captain and said, "Captain, I don't think we should panic now, nor can we turn around and rush back to Manguari immediately." Brother Eddie was able to seize the opportunity so accurately and launch an attack on Manguari. Obviously, he is very clear about our movements. We must be cautious and not give the enemy any chance. Captain Miloš Chuatoko looked at his new chief of staff with some surprise. It seemed that the other party was not a useless person, which made him very satisfied. He held his hands together in front of him, relieved his emotions, and then slowly spoke, "Yes, I think so too. Although our retreat is cut off, we have occupied the town of Betancourt, so it is not a complete loss. At least the enemy has lost their base camp. We can also give an explanation to the outside world. Moreover, if we stay here, the enemy will not have the opportunity to escape to Colombia. The question now is whether the officials of the Ministry of Defense will force us to launch an attack on Manguari as soon as possible." The chief of staff understood what the commander meant. Although they had come up empty-handed and did not eliminate any enemies of the Eddy family, regaining the lost territory was also a real achievement. However, the escape of the Eddy brothers has caused the Minister of Justice to resign, and the other party has even blatantly declared anti-government opposition to the outside world. The political impact of this incident is really too bad. Politicians absolutely do not want to see the two brothers continue to exist. It can be imagined that the Ministry of Defense will urge them to seize the time to eliminate this rebel force. Therefore, their idea of taking it slow is almost impossible to achieve. The chief of staff sighed helplessly after hearing what the regiment commander said. "Yeah. It seems that we have to prepare early. The rainy season in the Amazon is about to arrive. If we want to eliminate the Eddy brothers, we must wipe them out before the rainy season arrives. Otherwise, when the rainy season comes, it will be exponentially more difficult to eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Regimental Commander Miloš Chuatoko nodded and said to his chief of staff, "Then what do you think we should do?" The chief of staff unexpectedly glanced at Miloš Chuatoko. He did not expect the regiment commander to ask for his opinion. This was the first time he had joined his unit. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and spoke directly. "I think we should first apologize to our superiors, so that no one will blame the enemy for slipping away from us and attacking other places. Then, see if we can ask our superiors to send a force to go upstream along the Yapura River from downstream to join us in attacking the Eddy brothers' armed forces in Manguari." Upon hearing this, Commander Miloš Chuatoko continued to look at the map calmly and asked, "Do you think that, since the town of Betancourt can be left to us, will we do it again in Manguari?" These words stunned the chief of staff, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Chapter 390 Inspiring Jungle Warfare. But soon he said in a daze, "Captain, I don't think the enemy will wait for us in Manguari. Instead, they are very likely to jump out and continue to lead us by the nose. This will make us very passive." Captain Miloš Chuatoko nodded with a gloomy face and said, "Yes. This is what I'm most worried about. It is too easy to hide a team in the Amazon jungle, not to mention that the enemy is an armed force that transports DP in the Amazon jungle all year round. I'm sure that the enemy's real lair must be hidden in the nearby jungle. If we can't find this place, they can lead us around like a bird. This is not what I want to see." The chief of staff saw the worry of Captain Miloš Chuatoko and gritted his teeth and said, Captain, now that we have occupied Batenkat town, we can't give up. Once we want to transfer troops to Manguari, Batenkat town will be empty. Maybe the Batenkat town that we just recaptured will be occupied by the Eddy brothers again. This will make it even more difficult for us to explain to our superiors. If it doesn't work, I will take some people to stay and defend Batenkat, and you will lead the army to attack Manguari and force Brother Eddy into the jungle. Let the rainy season of the Amazon jungle teach them a lesson. Captain Milistuar Toko looked at his new chief of staff with some surprise. He knew very well that staying to defend the town of Batenkat was not a simple task. Now they were not sure how many anti-government forces Brother Eddy had. If he attacked Manguari, he would definitely take a large force with him. There were not many people who could stay with the chief of staff. If Brother Eddy jumped out of Manguari again, like he did now, and turned around to attack Batenkat, the defenders defending Batenkat would definitely suffer a great loss. Judging from the expression of the chief of staff, he obviously understood this, but the other party still took the initiative to bring it up, which made Captain Milistuar Toko look at him with new eyes. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "Chief of Staff, I understand what you mean. The reason why we came up empty-handed this time is because we didn't know enough about Brother Eddy's movements. We can't make the same mistake again this time. Therefore, I plan to send scouts to Manguari to confirm Brother Eddy's movements. If we confirm that the other party has stayed in Manguari, we will start to act. If the other party wants to come again and jump back to Batenkat town, we will set up an ambush in Batenkat town and try to eliminate the other party in one go." Upon hearing this, the chief of staff understood that Captain Milistuar Toko already had a complete plan in his mind, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he thought of something and said to the captain with some concern, "But what about the superiors?" Captain Milistuar Toko retracted his gaze from the map, looked back at the chief of staff and said, "I will explain to my superiors in person. Don't worry, even if they are held accountable, I will take the responsibility." Seeing that the regiment commander had made up his mind, the chief of staff knew that it was useless to say more, so he stopped talking and just stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, Commander." The 3 battalion commanders followed behind him and had heard the conversation between the two men. They already understood the current situation. It was obvious that their target had set them up, directly attacking their rear and occupying their logistics base. At first, they were a little flustered, but as the regiment commander and the chief of staff talked, they were relieved to hear that the regiment commander had made up his mind. Just when the border guards occupied the town of Batenkat and received the clear code telegram from the Eddy brothers, they were anxious and uncomfortable. Fang Lang had already returned to Natal with his 2 girlfriends. Fang Lang, who had just been dealing with official documents in the office, was interrupted by Sirio Raki with the telegram. After listening to Sirio Raki's report, Fang Lang stood up in surprise, walked to the map, looked at the positions of Batenkat and Manguali, and touched his chin with his hand and said, "There are capable people in Brother Eddy's team. The actions of the border guards are under the control of the other side. Maybe there are their spies in the border guards. If so, this operation will be dangerous." After speaking, he ordered outside the door, "Kingshan, help me call Chief of Staff Dilator." Kingshan's response came from outside the door, "Yes, boss." Fang Lang continued to look at the map and fell into deep thought. Sirio Raki, who was standing aside, saw that Fang Lang was thinking about something and did not respond. He just stood quietly by and waited. Soon, there was a knock on the office door, and Dilator, led by Kingshan, entered Fang Lang's office. "Boss, you're looking for me?" Fang Lang turned around and nodded to Dilator, saying, "Come in and sit down. Sirio, tell the chief of staff about the situation." Hearing this, Sirio Risi stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, boss." Then he turned around and told Dilator the news he had just received. Hearing this, Dilator also frowned, stood up and walked to Fang Lang's side. Looking at the map, he said to Fang Lang beside him, "Boss, do you need us to send people to participate in the encirclement and suppression?" Fang Lang heard this, smiled and shook his head and said, "Not now, we are the Navy, and it is not our turn to take action now. However, Amazon jungle warfare is also a skill that we must master. the current army has not begun to pay attention to the particularity of jungle warfare. I believe that after this incident, the army will begin to understand that jungle warfare is very different from fighting in ordinary terrain. And our Marine Corps must also master the skills of jungle warfare, so I hope that your staff can go back and organize people to study jungle warfare. We must prepare for a rainy day. If the army suffers in the Amazon jungle, our Marine Corps must not make the same mistake. Moreover, the relationship between Brother Eddie and us is not very friendly. I hope that when necessary, our Marine Corps can be pulled out, can stand up, and can win the battle. Do you understand what I mean? After listening to Fang Lang's words, De La Tour nodded in agreement, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Boss, actually, I think our navy has certain advantages in fighting in the Amazon jungle. You see, the towns of Bitancourt and Manguari are both by the river. Compared with the army, our marines still have certain advantages in landing operations. If we get familiar with the characteristics of jungle warfare, play to our strengths, and attack these towns directly from the river, we will definitely be more confident than their army. Do you think we need to apply to the Ministry of National Defense to let us join the operation, to encircle and suppress the Eddy brothers? After all, the Eddy family has a great grudge against us. The meaning is very clear. It is believed that the Eddy brothers are the masterminds behind the assassination of Fang Lang, that is, the mortal enemy of the aircraft carrier fleet, and they hope to personally eliminate their enemies." Fang Lang heard this, smiled and patted the other party on the shoulder and said, "Haha. De La Tour, don't worry, the Eddy brothers not only have a grudge against us, they are criminals who have committed treason, and have now formed an anti-government armed force. It can be said that they are the enemy of the entire Brazil. If we rush out and take the initiative to fight them, people may think that we are stealing the army's work. Now the relationship between the army and the navy is not harmonious, so we should be more cautious about this kind of thing. In addition, I don't think we are ready to fight the enemy in the jungle. You are right, our advantage in launching an attack from the river is indeed higher than that of the army. However, don't forget that the Amazon River is just a river, not to mention that the enemy's location is just a tributary of the Amazon River. The hydrological conditions of the river are definitely not suitable for our navy ships to enter. If we are not careful and let our warships run aground in it, it will be a big joke. Therefore, the first problem now is to study the characteristics of jungle warfare first, and then study some targeted equipment based on these characteristics, and formulate a special training plan so that our soldiers can be like fish in water in the jungle, so that they can hit the target with one strike." De La Tour blushed when he heard this. He was indeed too eager and did not consider the danger of the navy in the Amazon River. After thinking for a while, he said, "As far as I know, the equipment of our Amazon River inland fleet is very old. They are all old gunboats eliminated during the First World War. I don't know if they can play their due role." Fang Lang heard this, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this an opportunity for his own shipyard? With the current situation of Fang Yuan Group shipyard, it may take some time to build qualified naval ships immediately, but inland gunboats are not difficult at all, and they can explore some experience for naval ships. The most important thing is the current situation. Both the Ministry of Defense and the President will definitely not be stingy with the investment in inland gunboats. After all, the current Eddy brothers have severely slapped the government in the face. The government will definitely not care about the cost of eliminating this anti-government armed force. As long as it is properly operated, it may be a big order. Thinking of this, Fang Lang couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that this brother Eddie is not useless. Soon Fang Lang thought of another kind of equipment. He had never thought of it before. Now he suddenly heard about the inland gunboat, which immediately reminded him of another very common equipment, rubber boat. You know, when he was building the automobile industry, he also supported several rubber manufacturing companies. Rubber boats are not difficult to manufacture, but they are widely used. It seems necessary to manufacture them. Of course, the biggest threat in the Amazon River may not be gunboats, but those fast speeds and armed speedboats with heavy machine guns, which may be more lethal. These equipment need to be studied carefully. The Amazon River is so long that there is a lot of demand for this kind of equipment. This is a big business. Thinking of this, Fang Lang laughed and said to De La Tour, "That's just right. we can let the inland fleet take the opportunity to replace a batch of equipment. I have to talk to the shipyard at home and take the opportunity to win this order. There were only De La Torre and Sirio Risi in the room. Everyone knew that Fang Lang Group had a large shipyard in Santasport, Sao Paulo, so they all laughed when they heard Fang Lang's words. De La Torre smiled and said, I didn't expect that this Eddie brother could create some performance for the boss's shipyard. Should we give them a certificate of honor when the time comes? Several people understood that De La Torre was joking, and they all laughed. Since Fang Lang thought of the inland gunboats and rubber boats, he soon thought of fighting in the jungle. It is very important for soldiers to camouflage. The current Brazilian army is not equipped with camouflage uniforms. It seems that it is necessary to develop a special camouflage uniform suitable for fighting in the Amazon jungle for its Marine Corps. In fact, during World War II, the Germans had already started using professional camouflage uniforms very early. Of course, the German camouflage pattern is definitely not suitable for use in the Amazon jungle. But we can get the printing and dyeing technology of camouflage fabrics from the Germans and use it to make special camouflage suitable for the Amazon jungle. In addition to clothing, the most terrifying thing in the jungle is various poisonous insects. In order to prevent soldiers from being harmed by poisonous insects in the jungle and causing non-combat casualties, it is necessary to develop equipment and drugs to prevent poisonous insects. For example, many oil paints and later generations have a certain insect repellent effect. But these are obviously not enough, because there are many dangerous species such as mosquitoes and leeches in the jungle, which are the enemies of human survival in the jungle. And to deal with these things like this, Fang Lang believes that the natives in the jungle must have their own experience. Therefore, Fang Lang planned to recruit some professional hunters from the jungle to train their Marine Corps jungle warfare skills. Sometimes an excellent hunter in the jungle can kill countless professional soldiers silently. The Brazilian jungle natives like to use poisonous blowpipes the most. The Marine Corps can also learn to use this kind of thing in the future. These are all sharp weapons for touching whistles. Of course, there are also professional crossbows and silencers for firearms. Think about the Rambo series of movies, where Rambo used a bow and arrow to kill countless fully armed soldiers in the jungle. This kind of silent battle can easily make people feel desperate. And these are the skills that Fang Lang hopes his soldiers can master. Yes, Fang Lang's goal is to train a group of professional jungle warriors like Rambo in his Marine Corps. In particular, the Navy Special Tactics Research Group he plans to establish, that is, the special forces he prepared for himself, will have to learn and master these professional skills. As for the gun silencer, it is not a brand new weapon and equipment, and there is no need to invest a lot of effort in research and design, because this thing was invented as early as 1908. Of course, there are not many people who use this equipment. Most of them are some agents or use it when performing special tasks, and Fang Lang now wants to notify his light weapons factory to equip his Navy Special Tactics Research Group with this equipment. Imagine a team of Rambo-like soldiers going to the Amazon jungle to eliminate a group of anti-government armed forces responsible for transporting DP. That is not easy. However, these are all Fang Lang's plans. His Navy Special Tactics Research Group has not yet been established. He has set a training time of 6 months for his ordinary Marines, and now these soldiers are still struggling in the hot training ground. Chapter 391 Cultural Export. In addition to camouflage uniforms and weapons and equipment, there is actually another very important piece of equipment, that is, military boots. Because the roads in the humid and hot environment of the Amazon jungle are very muddy, it is very important to have a pair of suitable military boots if you want to fight in the jungle. You know, if you don't have a pair of suitable boots for a long march in the jungle, your feet can be crippled. According to the information Fang Lang has now, no country has a professional jungle combat boot. Fang Lang in later generations likes to wear Martin boots the most, and he has a certain understanding of various combat boots in later generations. At least in his opinion, it should not be difficult to design a professional jungle combat boot. If it is successfully manufactured, maybe he can do business with the Americans. After all, the Americans suffered a lot during the Vietnam War. What Fang Lang knows most clearly is that the Vietnamese like to set bamboo stick traps in the jungle. After the American soldiers stepped on them, they basically lost their ability to move. It was not until they suffered countless losses that the Americans began to design special jungle combat boots with steel plates on the soles of their feet. And now his Marines, when they come ashore from the sea, both shoes will be filled with 2 boots of seawater, which is very inconvenient to move. This is because the shoes have no drainage holes. According to the experience brought by Fang Lang in the future, later military boots will have 2 drainage holes on the inner side of the shoes to drain the water in the shoes. In order to prevent sand and gravel from entering the shoes through the drainage holes, filters will be installed on the drainage holes. In addition to the above, a pair of real jungle combat boots must solve a very important problem, that is, the problem of mud on the soles, because once the soles are stuck with mud, it will increase the weight of the shoes, which is absolutely a disaster for long distance marches. This problem has troubled the armies of various countries for a long time until the emergence of a Panama sole, which solved this problem. When the Panama sole is not worn, only the edge of the sole touches the ground and the center of the sole is suspended in the air, and mud is not easy to stick to the sole, which greatly increases the comfort of the shoes in the muddy jungle. After knowing these basics, it becomes very simple to make a pair of professional jungle combat boots. As one of the main rubber producing areas, Brazil's production costs will also be lower than other regions. In addition, if these manufacturing technologies are patented, maybe in the future, relying solely on such military boot manufacturing technology, they can become one of NATO's equipment suppliers, which is a big business. More importantly, with these professional jungle warfare equipment, the combat effectiveness of his troops will be greatly improved. Coupled with strict training, the development of appropriate tactics, and after a long period of actual combat, perhaps his Naval Special Tactics research team will be able to become the world's best jungle warfare special forces. Thinking of this, Fang Lang couldn't help but get excited. After everyone stopped laughing, Fang Lang spoke again. "I'm not optimistic about this encirclement and suppression operation. Brother Eddie obviously has a grasp of the movements of the border guards, and we are not clear about the situation of this anti-government army. This one-way transparent battlefield situation will make them very passive. Suryo, you must find a way to let our intelligence officers find out the specific situation of the enemy, how many people there are on the other side, who are the main leaders, what is the situation of weapons and equipment, where is the nest. All these situations must be explored clearly. We can't rush into the battle like the border guards this time, otherwise we will fall into a big trap." Sirio Ritchie nodded and said, "We sent people to infiltrate Batenkat, but the war broke out before we reached the destination. They were stranded in Manguari. We also confirmed the news of Brother Eddie's sudden attack on Manguari through their radio. If Brother Eddie can recruit soldiers in Manguari this time, our people will have a chance to infiltrate. I think we will soon be able to grasp the intelligence of Brother Eddie's anti-government army." Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. "That's good. As long as we have accurate intelligence about the enemy, it will be much easier to eliminate the enemy. Tell the brothers who have infiltrated to pay attention to safety and not to contact frequently, unless necessary to avoid the risk of exposure. Please rest assured, sir. They are all professional agents who have received professional training and will not be easily discovered to be abnormal." Sirio Ritchie was very confident about this. Fang Lang frowned unconsciously after hearing this, but did not say much. After all, it is not bad for his subordinates to be more confident. It is better than being inferior. He nodded, and then said to Delator, "We don't need to join the battle now, but if the war goes against our will, and drags on for too long, I will ask Marshal Morris for help. After all, this is a rare opportunity to engage in actual jungle warfare. Therefore, the training of the Marine Corps must be accelerated, and the progress of recruiting Amazon jungle hunters must also be accelerated. We must strive to complete the training of personnel as soon as possible, so that our manpower can be deployed at any time." Delator stood at attention and saluted solemnly. "Yes, boss. I will start to implement your ideas as soon as I go back. We must strive to enable our Marine Corps to have the ability to fight in the jungle in the shortest possible time. I will apply to the Ministry of National Defense to build a jungle warfare training base dedicated to the Marine Corps in the Amazon jungle. When the time comes, the Marines will be sent there to enter the real Amazon jungle and adapt to the real jungle life. Therefore, you must hurry up and recruit excellent jungle hunters. Fang Lang had this idea for a long time. When he established the military contracting company, he was already considering where to build a jungle warfare training camp. His goal was to find the bauxite mine near Orahimana in Para, which was given to him by Marshal Moraes. Placing the training base here not only allows the soldiers to enter the Amazon jungle and receive the real baptism of the Amazon jungle, but also allows the soldiers to protect the safety of the bauxite mine. After all, there is a military training base nearby, and no one should dare to destroy it without eyes. And placing the base nearby can also reduce the pressure on logistics. You know, there are many people in a mine, and where there are people, it will naturally develop quickly. At that time, many living supplies can be purchased locally. Yes, boss. We have begun to recruit experienced jungle hunters in the tribes in the Amazon jungle. Now the main reason is that many people cannot communicate in language, so we need further screening. Fang Lang nodded when he heard this. He knew that there were many tribes living in a completely primitive state deep in the Amazon jungle, and some tribes were even cannibals, and they had very little communication with the outside world, so it was normal to have language barriers. Very good, you should hurry up. In addition, this tactical idea of Brother Eddie is very valuable for a search. This is a typical guerrilla warfare idea, which shows that there are capable people in the opponent's team. I hope you can organize your staff to study this new idea carefully. Delator obviously heard the concept of guerrilla warfare for the first time. He looked at Fang Lang with some doubts and said, "Guerrilla warfare? What kind of tactics is this? Why don't I seem to have heard of it?" Fang Lang smiled and said with a little pride, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This is a tactical idea that can defeat the strong with the weak, proposed by a great figure in my hometown. Now in the war in my hometown, many generals have used this tactic to perfection. This gentleman summarized the guerrilla tactics into 16 words. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy stays, I harass. When the enemy is tired, I attack. When the enemy retreats, I chase. Look at Brother Eddie's initiative to give up Bit and Goat Town this time. Doesn't it mean that if we advance, he will retreat? He also occupied the logistics base of the border guards. While replenishing supplies, he will also eliminate the remaining troops of the border guards. Although I don't know how strong the Eddy brothers are now, if they repeat this several times, the border guards will be slowly eaten away by them. As a soldier from the Navy, although Delator has no experience in the army, with his current status, he has become the chief of staff, forcing him to start learning some strategies and tactics. Hearing Fang Lang's casual guerrilla tactics, he didn't quite understand it at first. When Fang Lang used the action of the Eddy brothers' rebels abandoning Batenkat town as an analogy, he immediately understood the subtlety of this tactic. After thinking carefully for a while, he said, "This is really a genius tactic, and it is most suitable for the weak to defeat the strong." Fortunately, the Eddy brothers people only know the basics and use the strategy of retreating when the enemy advances, but they don't know the subsequent tactics. Otherwise this regiment of the border guards would be in danger this time. Fang Lang didn't expect Delator to be able to understand the guerrilla tactics he was talking about so quickly. It seems that he has made rapid progress after becoming the chief of staff. He smiled and nodded, saying, "This guerrilla tactic has not been spread yet. It is already remarkable that someone in Brother Eddy's rebel team can think of this tactic. You know, in the nearly 5,000 years of history of my hometown, wars have almost never stopped, so many tactical ideas and strategies have been formed. This guerrilla warfare is just one of them. There are many other books such as The Art of War, 36 Strategies, Wailiozi, 6 Strategies, etc. If there is really someone in the guerrillas who has learned the art of war in my hometown, then this team will be difficult to deal with." Delator, who was working hard to improve himself, did not pay attention to anything else, but when he heard the series of military books mentioned by Fang Lang, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Fang Lang eagerly and said, "Boss, where are all the military books you mentioned? Can I learn them?" Even Suryoraki, who was standing aside, couldn't help but say, "Boss, I want to learn too." Seeing this, Fang Lang smiled slightly and began to smuggle his own private goods with a little embarrassment. "It's not easy to learn these military books. you must first learn Chinese, because many of these military tactics have existed thousands of years ago, and people at that time often described things very concisely. Many of the strategies in the 36 strategies are expressed by an idiom. For example, luring the tiger away from the mountain is a strategy that we use very often, but when you hear this idiom, you don't understand the Chinese language and culture, and you can't understand that it is actually a strategy. Therefore, if you want to learn these tactics, you must have a rich Chinese cultural background. Otherwise, you can't understand many things at all. Obviously, Fang Lang is taking the opportunity to expand the influence of Chinese culture and let his subordinates recognize the Chinese culture. For de la Tour, this kind of advanced military tactics, strategy, and tactics are what he urgently needs to learn. So, no matter how difficult it is, he is eager to learn. Therefore, he asked without hesitation, "Boss, where should I go to learn this knowledge?" Seeing that de la Tour was determined, and really determined to learn this knowledge, Fang Lang would certainly not stop him. After all, he was his chief of staff. The more military knowledge he mastered, the more helpful it would be to him. After thinking for a while, he said, "As for Chinese culture, maybe I can invest in building a school in Natal. After all, there are many Chinese people in Natal now, and these people also have children who need to go to school. When the time comes, I will open a Chinese training class for adults in it. If you want to learn Chinese, you can study in this school. Or, you can also find some tutors from the Chinese outside to teach you individually." Hearing that Fang Lang was going to build a school in Natal because they wanted to learn Chinese, de la Tour felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, "The investment in building a school is really too large. It is a waste to set up a school for our little idea. I think I should hire a Chinese tutor myself. The cost is lower this way." Fang Lang glared at the other party and said, "What are you thinking? Do you think this school is built just for you? Don't forget that there are many Chinese immigrants in Natal now, and it is also appropriate to build a Chinese school for them locally. If you want to learn, at most you can open an adult training class in the school." De la Tour touched his nose in embarrassment. He understood what Fang Lang meant. This school was not built just for them, so he didn't care. He even sent his own children to this school to study, so that they could be exposed to Chinese language and culture earlier than he was. On the side, Raki was a little entangled. He didn't expect that he had to learn Chinese culture in order to learn the art of war. This was too complicated for him. After all, in his opinion, he was just an intelligence officer. He didn't need to lead troops to fight, and he didn't need to know much about the art of war. So, he was ready to give up. Fang Lang had noticed the change in Raki's expression a long time ago, and knew that he must be backing down in his heart. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he hurriedly continued, "In fact, our Chinese ancestors began to notice the importance of intelligence work very early. Therefore, intelligence personnel appeared thousands of years ago, and they were called spies. These spies are divided into many types, including Yin Jian, which is to use ordinary people from the enemy country as spies. There are also Neri Jian, which is to use the enemy's officials as our spies. There are also Fan Jian, which is to use the enemy's spies to do spy work for us, which is also known as infernal affairs. There are also Sea Jian, which are spies who sneak into the enemy camp and deliberately pass false information to the enemy. Once discovered, they will not survive. The last one is Sheng Jian, which refers to spies who can come back alive to report the enemy situation. As for how to use spies, our ancestors also have many strategies, such as counter-espionage, beauty trap, self-torture trap, etc. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Raki couldn't say anything at all, because after hearing Fang Lang's explanation about spies, he didn't understand anything. No wonder Fang Lang attached so much importance to their intelligence department. It turned out that there was really a corresponding cultural heritage. Just hearing Fang Lang's casual words, Raki felt that he still had a lot to learn. So, he quickly gave up his idea and started to take it seriously. Boss, I think it's better not to spread this knowledge outside casually. Look, should we hire some professional teachers to teach our intelligence personnel about the knowledge of spies individually? Fang Lang's heart moved when he heard this. Doesn't he have such a professional school? However, this is a secret training school. Now the people in the school are all professionals from the original military control in their hometown. Can he take the opportunity to turn this school into a school for training professional intelligence officers for the whole of Brazil? At that time, all Brazilian intelligence officers will be Chinese students, so they will naturally have a sense of identity with the Chinese. This is also a means of cultural output. Sirio Raki was someone who had clearly stood by his side and followed him. It was not impossible to send his people to this school to study, and even let him know the existence of this school. After all, he had another intelligence force in his hands. When investigating the Eddy brothers, Sirio Raki had already known about it, but he had never asked or investigated. Moreover, a lot of intelligence investigated by the second section of the Logistics Department was only reported to him, and not to the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau. Obviously, he was really following his statement. So Fang Lang thought that the other party could be trusted. However, he couldn't say directly that he had already established such a school, so after thinking about it, Fang Lang said, well, what you said makes sense. When the knowledge in this area is spread, it is indeed necessary to be careful and keep it confidential. How about this? When the time comes, I will recruit some professionals from my hometown and find a place to set up a professional intelligence training school and send all our members to the school for training. We will also recruit some knowledgeable and cultured people from the society to conduct professional intelligence training. At that time, we will use it to expand the scale of our intelligence organization. Sirio Raki is a smart man. Sometimes he still has to be confused for a while, so as not to embarrass everyone after being exposed. Besides, he has already boarded Fang Lang's ship, and of course he will not question Fang Lang's decisions and actions. So, he said without hesitation, no problem, I will also go to this school to seriously study the ancient Chinese wisdom. Hearing Sirio Raki mention the ancient wisdom, Fang Lang glanced at him, wondering if he was deliberately reminding him. He said with a smile, since we are training specialized intelligence personnel, it is definitely not enough to just learn the ancient intelligence knowledge. We also need to combine modern technology to learn and study some new knowledge, such as communication monitoring, detection and positioning, etc. A series of high-tech intelligence acquisition and prevention methods. Now Sirio Raki became more serious, because if Fang Lang's plan is followed, this school will obviously become a very professional intelligence training school. At that time, it will definitely add a lot of fresh blood to their department, and the strength of their logistics department will expand rapidly, which is exactly what Sirio Raki is very happy to see. As for whether Fang Lang has such strength, he is not worried at all. After all, he is very clear about the status of his boss in Brazil now. Whether in politics, the military, or the economy, he has a very strong influence. It is basically not difficult to build such a school. As for the work arrangement of personnel, his logistics department can accept a considerable part of it, and other personnel can also be arranged into government departments or his own company through the police school or other channels. So now he unconsciously began to look forward to this school. Boss, if that's the case, our school can definitely become the West Point of the Brazilian intelligence community. Fang Lang just smiled at this comment. In the upcoming bipolar confrontation, it is obviously not a wise move for the world to know that there is such a school in Brazil. If things go wrong, the CIA of the United States will target them and borrow their people to perform some tasks that he doesn't want to participate in. Therefore, Fang Lang smiled and said, this school does not need to be large, and there is no need for government departments to intervene. It is just to train professional intelligence personnel for our fleet, and by the way, we can also train some commercial investigators for our Fang Yuan group. This meaning has been expressed very clearly, and Sirio Raki also instantly understood what Fang Lang meant. This school can only be a secret known to his own people. Don't publicize it to the outside world. He had no objection to this, and nodded without hesitation. Yes, boss. I understand what you mean. Fang Lang did not continue to say more on this issue, but reminded Sirioraki again, your main task now is to spy on Brother Eddie's intelligence. You must find out all their situations. I hope that, when our Marines take action, they will be able to hit the target with one strike, and if they are hit, they will die. In addition, Brother Eddie can now clearly grasp the actions of the border guards. It is obvious that he has his own spies in the military, which is a very dangerous signal. I think we must be the focus of the other party's intelligence spying. At this point, you must pay great attention, and don't let the enemy spy on the intelligence within our fleet. In addition, you must find a way to help the border guards find the cause of the intelligence leak and dig out Brother Eddie's spies planted in the military. Upon hearing this, Sirioraki saluted solemnly and accepted the order. Yes, boss. Fang Lang then turned to Delator and said, Delator, the counterintelligence work within our fleet cannot be completely dependent on the second section of the logistics department. After all, they have limited manpower, and we must carry out corresponding counterintelligence knowledge training for our soldiers. Let everyone know what kind of information is intelligence, and what the consequences will be after the intelligence is leaked. It would be best if we could work with the second section of the logistics department to develop a confidentiality manual specifically for our fleet. Let the soldiers use materials such as the confidentiality manual as teaching materials when they study cultural knowledge in their daily lives. Everyone must recite it by heart and implement it seriously in their daily lives and work. Always tighten the nerves of counterintelligence and report any abnormalities to the second section of the logistics department in a timely manner so that they can conduct targeted investigations. Strive to protect the intelligence of our fleet airtight and iron barrel. Don't give the enemy any opportunity to take advantage of it. Delator saw that Fang Lang attached so much importance to counterintelligence work and understood that this would be the focus of future work, so he stood at attention and saluted. Yes, boss. Seeing that everything had been explained, Fang Lang did not say anything more. He just nodded and signaled that the two could leave. The two understood and stood up and left. Next, Fang Lang, accompanied by Kikingshan, came to the Daking textile factory. This is a textile factory established on the basis of the original Daking cotton mill. The factory recruited many female workers, many of whom were family members of fleet soldiers. Now the soldiers of the fleet basically rely on Fang Lang for survival. In addition to the normal military pay, they also have the allowance provided by Fang Language. Their families can work in the factory near the base. In addition to providing wages, the company has recently started to purchase medical insurance for the workers. This is unique for the workers in Brazil. Everyone knows who gave them all this, so they are full of gratitude to Fang Lang and the Fang family. The soldiers' loyalty to Fang Lang has almost reached an unprecedented level. The morale of the entire fleet is high. This is unique in the entire Brazilian army. In order to make the soldiers work hard for him, Fang Lang tried his best. In addition to giving extra allowances in addition to military pay, he also carried out ideological education for all soldiers. He also opened a night school in the base, requiring all soldiers to participate in cultural knowledge learning in addition to military skills and their own professional skills training. If the cultural knowledge learning fails, it will also affect the soldiers' promotion. The cultural teachers often say, General Fang said, that an army without culture is a stupid army. Our navy is a highly professional army and must have high quality soldiers. For the soldiers who have begun to worship Fang Lang, this is simply a heavenly law. Therefore, everyone's enthusiasm for learning is very high. Of course, Fang Lang will unconsciously mix some private goods into the content of learning, which will repeatedly increase the loyalty of the soldiers to him. Now the fleet officers and soldiers have begun to show obvious personality worship of Fang Language. In this regard, Fang Lang is also happy to see it happen, pretending not to know. As a newly formed force, the main task of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group is to learn and train. After all, it will take a long time for a century-old navy to form combat effectiveness. This battle group, which includes the Navy, Army, and Air Force, not only needs time for naval training, but the current naval aviation has just recruited suitable students. The aviation training school jointly organized with the Air Force is still under construction in the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro. The current students are still in the base, learning the basic knowledge and physical training of the Air Force. The Marine Corps may be the fastest to form combat effectiveness. Of course, the Special Forces in Fang Lang's mind, the Navy Special Tactics Research Group, has not yet completed the selection of personnel. The reason why Fang Lang came to Daking Textile Factory today was because of the camouflage uniforms and jungle boots that he remembered in the previous communication. He planned to directly arrange for Daking Textile Factory to set up a garment factory and a shoe factory to produce them. In addition to Adjutant Ki Kingshan and the guard troops, Fang Lang's girlfriend Vivian also came to the textile factory with him. While sitting in the car, Fang Lang had already picked up a pen and paper and sketched the camouflage pattern he wanted. When Fang Lang placed the dyed camouflage pattern in front of Chen Hanking and Vivian, Chen Hanking looked at Fang Lang in confusion and said, "Boss, do you mean to let us print and dye this kind of fabric? But this is too ugly. No one would want it, even if it was given to beggars to wear. No one will buy it after it is produced. We will definitely lose money." Vivian looked at the camouflage pattern and frowned. It was obvious that she didn't like this style, but she didn't say anything to avoid hurting her man's self-esteem. Fang Lang saw Vivian's expression, and he knew what she was thinking. He reached out and scratched Vivian's nose, smiled dotingly, and said to Chen Hanking, "Old Chen, the most important thing now is to find a way to solve the technical problems of printing and dyeing equipment for this kind of pattern. As for the sales of the produced fabric, you don't have to worry. I'm not planning to sell this kind of fabric to the outside world." Ah. Chen Hanking stared at Fang Lang in amazement, with an incredible expression on his face. He really couldn't understand why he had to spend a lot of effort to solve the printing and dyeing problems to produce this kind of fabric without selling it to the outside world. If someone else made such a request to him, he would definitely think that the other person was crazy and had such an idea because he had too much money to burn. But the person in front of him was Fang Language. Based on his understanding of Fang Lang, he would never do such a foolish thing. Seeing that both of them were looking at him with a puzzled look, Fang Lang did not hide anything and spoke directly. "In fact, this is a special military fabric, which was first used by the Germans during the war. The reason why the fabric is dyed in this color is to deceive the enemy's vision when the soldiers wear it after it is made into clothes, so as to achieve a concealment effect. As long as you wear clothes made of this fabric and go into the dense jungle, people will not be able to find the existence of the soldiers unless they walk in front of them. Therefore, the printing and dyeing of this fabric is very important. The pattern I drew now is just a reference. The color needs to be adjusted in combination with the unique vegetation characteristics of our Brazil. It can mainly be composed of 3 colors: green, brown, and black. The specific pattern and the depth of color require you to slowly study and debug. I hope to let me see the finished product as soon as possible." Chen Hanking was shocked when he heard that it was a special military fabric. This is a big business. Once it is successfully produced, it will be exclusively for the army. Think about how many people there are in the army. Even if each person only has one set, the cloth consumed will be an astronomical figure. Needless to say, it will definitely make a fortune. So, he immediately got excited and said quickly, "Boss, leave it to me with confidence. I will start contacting printing and dyeing equipment and professional printing and dyeing masters now, and I will definitely make this military floral cloth for you in the shortest time." Hearing Chen Hanking call this cloth military floral cloth, he couldn't help but laugh and cry, and could only quickly explain, "This is called military camouflage, not military floral cloth." Chen Hanking didn't care what the cloth was called, and said indifferently, "Okay, boss. Military camouflage is called military camouflage. It doesn't matter what it is called, as long as it can make money." Fang Lang was also helpless about Chen Hanking's perfunctory attitude, and could only continue to speak. "The cloth for printing military camouflage must be strong and wear resistant. It would be even better if it can achieve a certain degree of scratch and puncture resistance. Therefore, you'd better study it carefully from material selection to weaving." Chapter 393 Equipment. Chen Hanking was not surprised by Fang Lang's request. Durability was a piece of cake, but scratch and stab resistance was an unprecedented requirement. He scratched his head for a moment and said unconfidently, "Boss, I can guarantee that it is durable. After all, the cotton we use now is long staple cotton, and the fabric woven from it is durable. But scratch and stab resistance may be a little difficult." Fang Lang was not surprised by this. It was obviously impossible for pure cotton cloth to be scratch and stab resistant. It was not until Kevlar fiber was successfully researched by DuPont that it was possible to make stab resistant clothing. Now it is obviously difficult to make scratch and stab resistant fabrics. Therefore, after hearing what Chen Hongqing said, Fang Lang could only smile and shake his head and said, "It is indeed difficult now, but with the advancement of technology, there will definitely be more and more chemical fibers. I believe that in the future there will be this new material that can be scratch resistant and puncture resistant. Therefore, your textile factory should not focus on cotton cloth, just because we are the origin of long staple cotton. Sooner or later, you will be eliminated. I suggest that, after stabilizing the base of cotton spinning, you should slowly try other textile materials and study some other weaving methods. If someone can develop a new textile machinery, it will be even better. After all, we now have our own mechanical processing factory, and we can completely weave these textile machinery with low technical difficulty. But weaving alone may cause infringement. If we can have our own intellectual property rights, we will have the opportunity to enter the textile machinery manufacturing industry. You know, this is a big cake." Chen Hongqing is an old textile who has been working in the textile industry for half his life. He can understand what Fang Lang said at once. It's just that he didn't have such a big heart before, and didn't dare to think so big. But now with Fang Lang's support, he felt that these things could not be realized at the end, and the worst that could happen was to throw a lot of money into it. If it succeeds, their Daking spinning mill can enter a brand new field, which is what he has always dreamed of. So, he said without hesitation, "Okay, boss, please rest assured. Since you have given us instructions, we will follow your ideas and move forward unswervingly. We must find a way to realize your plan." Fang Lang was very satisfied with Chen Hongqing's statement. He also revealed the future direction to the other party. As long as the other party can have this kind of pioneering and innovative consciousness, it will not be difficult for him to become a giant in the textile industry in the future. He smiled and nodded to him. Then, he looked at Vivian on the other side and said, "Vivian, the cloth produced by our textile factory is now sold to Europe and the United States. I plan to support a number of private garment factories in Natal in the future. The first step is to place your Vivian clothing manufacturing factory in Natal. As for where to put the design studio and the company headquarters, it's up to you to decide, whether it's Paris, France, Milan, Italy, or Sao Paulo, Brazil. I have no problem. What do you think?" Vivian heard Fang Lang say that the textile industry he established in Natal, Brazil was for him. Today, she came to Daking Textile Factory and saw such a large production scale, which made her very happy. Now that she heard Fang Lang asked him to put the clothing manufacturing factory in Natal, he certainly had no objection. In this way, not only can he come to Natal often to accompany Fang Lang, but he can also get the lowest cost of raw materials and have cheap labor. For her, there is absolutely no objection. Instead, Fang Lang fulfilled his promise, which made her very happy. He took Fang Lang's arm without hesitation, kissed Fang Lang hard on the face and said, "Of course, dear. You are so nice. I haven't graduated yet. Isn't it too early to build a garment factory now?" Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't worry. It's not too early. After the garment factory is built, we can accept some OEM orders from Europe and the United States. It can not only maintain the operation of the factory, but also train the workers' skills. After your own clothing brand is established, we can directly start to produce qualified products for you." Vivian heard her man's arrangement. Where did she have any objections? With a happy smile on her face, she gave Fang Lang a fierce hug and kiss. Chen Hongqing on the side turned his head quickly and kept muttering, "Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent." Seeing that his woman directly expressed her feelings with practical actions, Fang Lang laughed and looked at Chen Hongqing, who was blushing and embarrassed. Fang Lang patted Vivian's back, signaling her to pay attention to the impact. Vivian twisted her waist twice in dissatisfaction and then sat down reluctantly. After Vivian was done, Fang Lang looked at Chen Hanking again and said, "Old Chen, do you know anything about shoemaking?" Chen Hanking, who was looking out the window to avoid embarrassment, heard the boss's question, slowly turned his head, and saw that the boss's wife had separated from the boss, and then he let out a long breath. But his old face was still red, and he asked in an uncertain tone with some embarrassment, "What kind of shoes do you mean by shoemaking? If it is our traditional 1,000-layer soles, many of our Chinese women can make them, but if it is leather shoes, only a few people can make them." Fang Lang frowned when he heard this. It is definitely not possible to make 1,000-layer soles. Although this kind of cloth shoes is very comfortable to wear, it is obviously not suitable for the climate environment like Brazil. Especially in the rainy season in Brazil, this kind of shoes must not be worn out, otherwise they will be soaked in water for a long time and will soon break. In addition, the processing technology of the 1,000-layer cloth shoes is almost all handmade, which is obviously not suitable for the jungle boots that Fang Lang wants to make. The current leather shoe processing technology may have a certain reference value. After all, leather shoes need glue and mechanical stitching. However, Fang Lang quickly realized that what he wanted to make was actually a brand new type of shoes, which can be made by glue injection. It would be better for him to organize manpower, research a complete set of production processes, and then manufacture a batch of professional equipment from the machine processing plant. Thinking of this, Fang Lang said directly to Chen Hanking, "Old Chen, please help me find a few masters with experience in leather shoe manufacturing. Let's study and design a new shoemaking process. I want to make a military boot. After the process is determined, I will arrange for a machinery manufacturing plant to produce special shoemaking machinery for us, then directly automate the manufacturing." Although Chen Hanking didn't understand what the military boots Fang Lang was talking about, he still stood up and said, "Yes, boss, I'll go find someone now." While Chen Hanking was looking for someone, Fang Lang was not idle either. He drew the combat boots in his mind on the drawing. Unfortunately, drawing a camouflage pattern is like graffiti, which is very simple. But shoes are obviously not that easy to draw. After finally drawing a rough shape, Vivian on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He grabbed the pen from Fang Lang's hand and said, "The shoe you drew is really ugly. Let me do it." Fang Lang looked at the finished product he drew and didn't think it was ugly. You have to know that he had worked with professional draftsmen to draw the design of the ship. I didn't expect that Vivian would dislike him now. However, his woman was willing to help him draw. He was so happy that he couldn't wait to do such a thing. How could he refuse? So, he let go without hesitation. He just stood behind Vivian and kept giving instructions. After drawing the shape of the whole shoe, he asked her to start drawing the details of the shoe. For example, he designed a copper buckle for the position of tying the shoelaces, so he needed to draw a special detailed picture to represent it. When the picture was drawn, he found that something seemed to be wrong. After searching for a long time, he found that there was no V-shaped opening in front of the ankle to protect the instep from being bruised. The details of the drainage holes were marked one by one. Then he repeatedly compared it with the combat boots he had worn before, and found that the ankle position was not strengthened, and the ankle protection might not be strong enough. He picked up the pen and made some corrections on the picture drawn by Vivian. After finally being able to see the effect he wanted from Vivian's drawing, Fang Lang instructed Vivian to draw a disassembled diagram of the shoes, marking the steel plate of the sole and the steel plate of the toe part. Finally, he took a blank drawing and designed the Panama sole style in his impression. When he finished drawing the drawing, it was already dark. Fang Lang, who thought it would not take long, had to keep Vivian to work overtime with him. Unexpectedly, although Vivian did not like the camouflage pattern designed by Fang Lang, she liked the jungle boots designed by Fang Lang very much. She even kept saying that this pair of boots gave her countless design inspirations. While the two were still drawing, the technicians who knew the craft of shoemaking had been brought in by Chen Hanking. No one had expected that these boots would be so complicated, especially that they even needed to insert steel plates into the soles. All the workers were very confused. After Fang Lang explained, everyone was relieved, but at the same time they were also surprised by the protective ability of this kind of shoes. Everyone carefully studied the drawings, and Fang Lang finally made his requirements clear. These shoemakers began to discuss the manufacturing process again, dividing the manufacturing of combat boots into many processes. Which step should be done first, which step should be done later, to what extent, and how to ensure quality. The manufacturing process of shoes alone was discussed for nearly 2 days. Everyone knew that these were not shoes that ordinary people wore for walking, but military boots used by soldiers for combat, so the requirements for quality were all excellence. Everyone also expressed their opinions on the manufacturing process. In the end, the entire shoe manufacturing process was divided into more than 50 steps. Among them, clear requirements were also put forward for what effects should be achieved in each step. After these process flows were confirmed, Fang Lang sent them to the machinery manufacturing plant and asked the mechanical engineers in the plant to discuss what kind of machinery needed to be manufactured to achieve the desired effect. It was not until 2 months later that Fang Lang saw the military boots he designed. Because the production process of the camouflage cloth had not been completed, this was a pure black canvas combat boot. After testing it on his feet, Fang Lang found some minor problems and returned it to them for modification. Finally, 3 months later, a satisfactory answer was handed in. During this trial production process, the boot-making factory had already started synchronous construction. With the right cooperation of the machinery manufacturing plant, the various machines in the factory were given priority supply, so the construction efficiency of the factory was very high. This is also a dedicated combat boot production line with complete independent intellectual property rights. Of course, Fang Lang would not participate in these things throughout the process. As early as, after confirming his requirements with the shoemakers, he took Vivian home. As for weapons such as silencers and crossbow blow darts, he just gave them a phone call, and it was done. While Fang Lang was studying these jungle warfare equipment, the Eddy brothers rebels far away in Manguari also encountered trouble. "Brother, why aren't these border guards moving?" Raymond Eddy asked Brizzo Eddy anxiously. "It's okay, don't worry. It seems that the leader of the troops, Milistua Toko, is not a fool. However, I want to see how long he can delay. I don't believe his superiors will allow him to continue to delay." Brizzo Eddy also had a map of the Northwest Amazon region on the table in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were scanning back and forth between Batenkat town and Manguari. Raymond Eddy was relieved to see his brother looking confident, and said with a smile, "In that case, let's take a good rest in Manguari and recruit some more people. With the equipment seized from them, we can recruit more than 200 people. Haha, brother, your trick is really amazing. It's a pity that we left too hastily, and the batch of goods in Batenkat town was not transferred in time." Hearing his brother's words, Brizzo Eddy's mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, "It's nothing to regret. I left those things for them on purpose. I just wanted to see if they would be tempted by such a huge fortune, and if anything interesting would happen." Upon hearing this, Raymond Eddy was also stunned, and said with some heartache, "Brother, this is a lot of money. If you sell it, you can buy a lot of equipment, and it will also allow us to recruit more people." Smiling and patting Raymond Eddy on the shoulder, Brizzo Eddy said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry. They are regular troops. Unless they burn the goods directly. Otherwise, as long as they transport them back, they are just helping us. We will just pick up the goods at the destination." Raymond Eddy was stunned by his brother's words, but he quickly realized that if the border guards did not destroy them directly, they would definitely hand them over as trophies or swallow them privately. No matter which one, they will definitely transport the goods out of the jungle, which is much less risky than transporting them by themselves. As for where they will transport them later, it doesn't matter. As long as they know the destination of the goods, they will be sure to transfer them out of their hands. Brizzo Eddy didn't care about his brother's surprise, and continued, "It's okay to recruit people in Manguali, but we must also leave some spare equipment. When we return to the town of Batenkat, we can use it when we recruit local people." Chapter 394 Brizzo's Purpose. "But aren't we going to go to war with the border guards now? Why don't we just recruit enough people and fight these government troops first?" Raymond Eddy didn't quite understand his brother's idea. "Haha. You have to understand that the people you recruited in Manguali are definitely here for money, but the people you recruited in Butynket are different. Brizzo Eddie smiled and said with confidence, "What's the difference? Soldiers get paid, whether they join us or the government army, isn't it for the pay?" You're wrong. Many people have to take up arms for money, but some people don't do it for money. If not for money, why? For revenge. Revenge? Who has a grudge against whom? Of course, the people in Butynket and the government army have a grudge. Brizzo Eddie's mouth unconsciously revealed a sinister smile, and Raymond Eddie on the side obviously didn't quite understand his brother's thoughts, and still asked in confusion, how could the people in Butynket have a grudge against the government army? Why didn't I find out? Of course there was no grudge before, but now, it's hard to say. Now, oh, I see, you mean that, when the government army occupies Butynket, the people in the town may be harmed? It's not possible, but certain. I know the morality of the army too well. Since we have announced to the outside world that the town of Butynket is under our control and has escaped the control of the government forces, the government forces will certainly not hold back during the attack. Oh, I see. No wonder when we occupied the town of Butynket, you wanted to restrain everyone and not to harm the residents of the town. This is to win people's hearts, right? Brizzo Eddie heard his brother's words and rolled his eyes at him. Although these are facts, they can't be exposed so directly. Fortunately, there are only two of them here now. If others heard this, I don't know what they would think. However, Brizzo Eddie had to teach his younger brother carefully bit by bit, and after thinking for a while, he continued to guide him. You must know that, although we have announced a clear code to the outside world and the town of Butynket has broken away from the rule of the Brazilian government under our leadership, will the people of Butynket really follow us to independence? That's not up to them. We will directly lead our troops to occupy the town of Butynket, and the town will become our territory. You are right. This does mean that we control Butynket, but the locals will not recognize us. They dare. If anyone disobeys, I will lead my troops to kill them all. Raymond Eddie said with his eyes wide open and a ferocious face. Brizzo Eddie didn't know what to say about his brother's reckless character. He glared at him angrily, then suppressed his emotions and said, "Stupid, if you really do this, how can we survive in Butynket? Are you going to kill all the townspeople?" Being scolded by his brother, Raymond Eddie didn't dare to refute, but the expression on his face showed that he still didn't care. At this moment, Brizzo Eddie really wanted to give up this idiot, but who made him his own brother? The family has come to this point today, all thanks to this stupid guy. But what can he do? His own brother. He can't really give up on him. Once he gives up on him, he will definitely not survive for more than a month. Therefore, he could only continue to educate them. It doesn't matter if the locals don't recognize us for a while. We just need to let the outside world think that the people in the town are with us. Our clear code telegram has tied the whole town to us. Even if someone in the town reacts, there is no way to explain, because the telegram is in our hands. And now it seems that the government army obviously regards the people in the town as our followers. Raymond Eddie, no matter how stupid he was, reacted at this moment. Oh, I understand. The government army regards the locals in the town as our people, and will definitely attack them. This is equivalent to the government army pushing the locals to our side, right? Brother, you are so insidious. Brizzo Eddie, who was a little happy to hear that his brother finally got the point, was almost jumped up by the last sentence. He raised his foot and kicked Raymond Eddie on the butt. This is called wisdom, a strategy. Insidious. I ask you to say insidious again. Raymond Eddie was awakened by his brother's kick and quickly jumped away to avoid it, begging for mercy. Yes, it is wisdom. It is a strategy. Brother, you are too good. After hearing Raymond Eddie's words, Brizzo Eddie retracted his foot. He glared at the other person angrily. Seeing this, Raymond Eddie hurriedly flattered. Brother, I understand what you mean. Now that the locals in Butynket town have been attacked by the government army, there will definitely be many people who hate the government army. When we go back there and recruit soldiers again, we can recruit soldiers who want to seek revenge on the government army, right? Brizzo Eddie heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his younger brother was not so stupid that he was hopeless and finally followed his thinking. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "You are not that stupid." Raymond Eddy smiled awkwardly and then said in confusion, "But I think, even if it is the case, we don't need to leave the equipment. After all, our most urgent problem now is to deal with the upcoming government army. Isn't it better to have more people? If we can defeat the government army, we will certainly have more spoils. Wouldn't it be the same to use these spoils to recruit new soldiers?" Brizzo Eddy was stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted. "Yes. The most important thing now is to expand the team to deal with the upcoming attack of the government army. It is the most important thing. I didn't expect that I was also a wise man who would make mistakes. This time, I was actually taught a lesson by my stupid brother. However, he was not a person who would not listen to advice, so he coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and then slowly said, "Well, in this case, you can start recruiting soldiers and horses with confidence." Seeing that his brother was convinced by himself, Raymond Eddy was very happy. He was finally smart for a while. He continued as if he had thought of something. "Brother, if the government forces in Batenkat received orders from above to occupy Batenkat town, what should we do if the government forces sent troops from other places?" Brizzo Eddy felt very gratified to see that his brother seemed to have suddenly come to his senses and actually raised a new question. After all, his education for so long was not in vain. He had already considered the question raised by his younger brother, so he said without hesitation, "It will take at least another week for the government army to organize a new army to encircle and suppress us. You know, there is no road to Manguali from the inland. If you want to get close to Manguali, you have to take the waterway. I have already arranged our people on the waterway, driving fishing boats and pretending to be fishermen to be on guard. Once any enemy approaches, we will receive an early warning. By then, we will have time to evacuate." Raymond Eddy was obviously not satisfied after hearing his brother's words. He asked directly with an unhappy tone, "Retreat again? Why do we always have to run away? We now have more than 1,000 guns in our hands. Our strength is not bad. At worst, we can fight the government army in Manguali and let them know how powerful we are." "What nonsense are you talking about? Is it great to have 1,000 guns? Can we afford the loss? If there are a large number of casualties, our team will be dispersed, understand? Then we can't always run around and hide. The morale of the team will be quickly worn out. Don't worry, it won't take long. As long as we hold on until the rainy season comes, we can get enough breathing space. The government army can't launch an offensive in the rainy season. You know, the Amazon jungle in the rainy season is not so easy to enter. When the next dry season comes, we will have completely digested Batenkat and Manguari. By then, it won't be so easy for the government army to attack again." Brizzo Eddy said slowly and confidently. But in fact, the situation is obviously not as simple as he said. With the reputation of the Eddy brothers and the Brazilian government, it is impossible to live in peace with the government. After the rainy season comes, the government army will give them a breathing space, which is just his own judgment. Raymond Eddy obviously didn't think much about it. He still believed in his brother very much, but this tactic of not facing the enemy head on was indeed not in line with his mind. Then should we destroy the government army that occupied Batenkat town before the rainy season arrives? Brizzo Eddy fell into deep thought. According to his plan, he really wanted to repel or annihilate the government army responsible for destroying them before the rainy season. But now he found that the leader of this government army was not a fool. He did not lead his troops to Manguali as he expected. Instead, he withstood the pressure from the top and stationed the army. He had to find a new way to mobilize the other side. Yes. Even if we can't destroy them, we have to find a way to drive them out, otherwise many of the plans later will be difficult to implement. After a circle, the problem returned to the starting point. While muttering in his mouth, he had already started thinking about how to face the next situation. Raymond Eddy, who was standing aside, saw his brother folding his arms and fell into deep thought. He also understood that his brother was thinking about how to solve the current trouble. At this time, it was not appropriate for him to disturb him. So, he left without saying anything more. The town of Manguari is now in chaos. Although Brizzo Eddy for his own benefit, ordered the rebel soldiers not to mess around in Manguari. How could a group of gangsters responsible for transporting DP walk into the town openly and honestly without causing any harm? Raymond Eddy used to not care about such things, but after listening to his brother's words, he understood his brother's true thoughts. Walking on the street, he happened to see two rebel soldiers with rifles on their backs, cigarettes in their mouths, holding their belts, and smiling as they walked out of a house on the side of the road. After seeing him, they didn't pay much attention, but just put their feet together, as if saluting. Then a soldier who looked like an old hand took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Raymond Eddy, saying, "Sir, please try it. This is seized from the government army's logistics supplies." Hearing this, Raymond Eddy frowned even more. After all, he has worked in the police headquarters for many years and still has the most basic discipline requirements. Such seized supplies should be distributed by them, but they obviously haven't started to distribute these supplies yet, so how did the other party get the cigarettes? If it was Brizzo Eddy, he might have investigated it carefully without making a sound, but unfortunately, Raymond Eddy encountered this matter now. He just learned the purpose of his brother, Brizzo Eddy's order not to let the soldiers mess around, and glared at the other party fiercely and said, "The commander has long ordered that no one is allowed to trespass into private houses. What are you doing?" The commander mentioned by Raymond Eddy is naturally his brother, Brizzo Eddy, the leader of the rebels. Seeing his serious attitude and fierce eyes, the other soldier was obviously shocked and a little nervous, not knowing how to deal with himself. However, the soldier who was obviously an old hand smiled at Raymond Eddy and said, "Sir, you misunderstood us. We did not break into the house. This is a place for flesh trade. We spent money. If you don't believe me, I will take you in to ask." Raymond Eddy, who was originally thinking about whether to take the two guys back to make an example of them, was stunned when he heard this. He knew this old hand. He was a trusted subordinate of Bartlett Clough, who was in charge of the armed forces. He had more than 100 people under his command. When he first came, Raymond Eddy felt from the other party's attitude that the other party actually did not take them brothers seriously. This is also the reason why Raymond Eddy wanted to use him to make an example of him. But the other party swore that this was a place for flesh trade, and they also gave money. If that was the case, he certainly couldn't say anything more. But he wasn't so easy to fool. He took a deep look at the other person's nonchalant look and became even more annoyed. He pushed the old man in front of him away. He strode towards the house where they came from. Seeing this, the old man frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the deputy commander to have the same hobby as us. Haha. Don't worry. I'll take you in. They won't receive ordinary people." He winked at another rebel beside him, turned around and followed Raymond Eddy. Raymond Eddy pushed open the door and saw an Indian woman in the room, crying and tidying up her clothes. A little boy of 1 or 2 years old was holding the other's clothes. Chapter 395, Soldier. Raymond Eddy frowned when he saw this. He didn't feel sorry for the woman, nor did he feel angry or dissatisfied. It was just that he felt that the old man had obviously lied and deceived him, which made him very angry and more determined to use him as an example. Raymond Eddy was about to ask before he could speak. A voice behind him spoke first. "Hey bitch, this is our deputy commander. It's your blessing that he likes you. You have to serve him well later, understand? You will definitely get a lot of money." After saying that, he looked at Raymond Eddy with a flattering face. Raymond Eddy's eyes condensed when he heard this, and he turned his head and glared at the other person fiercely, then turned his head to the woman and said, "Madam, please tell me, did this soldier just violate you?" The woman heard this, looked up at the people, who came in with a little fear, and before she could answer, the old man had already cried out in injustice, "Sir, you can't say that. What do you mean I violated her? I spent money to consume, and your words are obviously misleading." Raymond Eddy couldn't bear it anymore, and turned back to glare at the old man fiercely, and he was very annoyed. When he worked at the police headquarters, no one dared to talk to him like this. Everyone was respectful to him, but now this bastard obviously didn't take him seriously, and provoked him again and again. How could he tolerate this? In a cold tone, he rebuked, "Shut up. If I hear you make a sound again, I will kill you." The old man's expression froze when he heard this, but he soon recovered his indifferent expression. He shrugged and made a gesture of invitation to Raymond Eddy. This disrespectful behavior made Raymond Eddy even more angry. He sentenced the other party to death in his heart and thought that he must find a way to kill him. But in this situation, he must not turn his face directly. After the great changes in his family, Raymond Eddy's personality has changed a little. He began to be a little cautious in doing things. Unlike before, he was not as unscrupulous. He thought this was a sign of maturity. He suppressed his anger and turned his head to continue looking at the woman, hoping to open a breakthrough and nail the old man directly. But what he didn't notice was that after he turned around, the old man had slowly unloaded the rifle on his back and pointed the muzzle of the gun at his back without making a sound. For the old man, he didn't care about this so-called deputy commander at all. These desperate criminals had all gone through life and death with Bartlett Crowe and would only obey his command. As for the fact that Bartlett Crowe was a subordinate of the Eddy family, they didn't care. If Bartlett Crowe needed them, they would kill the so-called commander and deputy commander at a single order. They would be happy to see Bartlett Crowe become their new commander. Then he winked at another soldier beside him, and the soldier also raised his rifle, but the muzzle was pointed at the child next to the woman. All this was done behind Raymond Eddy's back, so he didn't know. Of course, the woman opposite them saw everything clearly. At this moment, her heart was cold, knowing that if she answered anything against her child, she would pay with her life. So, without waiting for Raymond Eddy to continue asking questions, she quickly replied tremblingly, "Sir, I'm fine. These two officers have given money." Hearing the woman's answer, Raymond Eddy was stunned. He never expected this answer. When the old man heard the woman's answer, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a satisfied smile, and slowly put the gun back. Seeing this, the other rebel also took back his weapon calmly. Seeing this, the woman breathed a long sigh of relief. This action obviously fell into Raymond Eddy's eyes, and he quickly turned around to look at the two soldiers. But he found nothing. The old man was mocking and smiling at him, which made him feel unprecedentedly insulted. He rarely had the urge to meddle in other people's business, but he made himself so unhappy. At this moment, his brain was working fast, thinking about what other ways to kill this old man. As a result, he obviously couldn't think of any good solution with his brain. He could only suppress his anger, clench his fists, look at the woman again and say, "So, you are really in the flesh trade?" Hearing this, the woman's eyes were red, and she tried hard to hold back the tears that wanted to burst out, and said with a little sob, "Yes, yes, sir." This kind of behavior, even a fool would know that there is a problem, but Raymond Eddy also understood that with the two soldiers behind him, he would definitely not be able to ask anything. Now he has reacted and realized that he was careless this time. Not to mention that he didn't have guards with him, and the two soldiers were always by his side. Even if the other party was wronged, he would definitely not dare to say it. Thinking of this, he was moved. After sighing, he said to the woman helplessly, "Well, if you have any grievances or dissatisfaction, you can come to our headquarters to find me at any time, and I will definitely give you justice." Raymond Eddy was obviously not a person who often upheld justice. He knew that the other party might be concerned about the presence of two rebels, and dared not say some words. So he reminded the other party that he could report to the headquarters. But he said such words without sending the two soldiers away, which was obviously without thinking. The woman didn't notice anything, but just waved her hands and said, "Sir, no, I haven't been wronged." But the old man was obviously a real old man. After hearing Raymond Eddy's words, his eyes became cold. He looked at another soldier beside him calmly. Seeing that the other party was still a little confused, he didn't say much. He just made up his mind. Raymond Eddy saw that he didn't make a breakthrough from the woman, so he could only turn around and leave helplessly, not wanting to continue to say anything to such a lowly person. Seeing this, the old soldier and another soldier also followed him out with a smile on their faces. Raymond Eddy walked out of the house with a gloomy face. He turned to the two rebel soldiers who were still smiling, and said in a cold tone, "You are lucky this time. You'd better pray that I don't catch you, otherwise, you will be dead." The old soldier still did not show any tension on his face. He smiled and said, "Deputy Commander, look at what you said. We are all good soldiers who abide by the rules. How can there be any handle to catch? You must be thinking too much." Raymond Eddy had no good way to deal with this kind of shameless old soldier. He could only snort coldly and turn around and leave. He originally wanted to ask the two soldiers about the spoils of cigarettes in their hands, but he had to force himself to suppress his emotions and planned to discuss with his brother first to avoid acting rashly and causing trouble for his brother. However, what he did not notice was that the two rebel soldiers standing behind him looked at his back with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a corpse. For these desperate criminals who put their heads on their belts, the Eddy brothers were actually outsiders. They obeyed the command, but were just obeying the orders of their boss. As for who the two Eddy brothers were, they didn't care. Moreover, although they were not informed, they also knew what kind of people the Eddy brothers were as they learned more about them and why they had come to this point today. Therefore, they didn't feel anything about Brizzo Eddy, but Raymond Eddy made everyone feel disgusted. Therefore, they had no respect for Raymond Eddy, the so-called deputy commander. The soldier who had never had a sense of existence breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Raymond Eddy walk away and said to the old man beside him, "Boss, what should we do now? It seems that this deputy commander is not going to let us go." Hearing this, the old man smiled disdainfully and said, "I don't believe he can do anything to us." As he said that, he glanced at the house behind him with a sinister look and said to the soldier, "This mother and son cannot be kept. Although this woman dare not say much under our coercion, after we leave, there is no guarantee that this bastard will come back and arrest this woman for questioning. If things go wrong, he will find a reason to arrest us." The soldier was obviously an understanding person. When he heard the old man's words, he gritted his teeth and nodded, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Raymond Eddy, who left, did not expect that after his disturbance, he would actually take the lives of this poor mother and son. Of course, in his heart, he did not take the lives of these people as a big deal. What really annoyed him now was that he could not feel any respect from these veterans. This situation made him feel a sense of crisis. Of course, it was not the first day that he felt this way. He rushed back to Brizzo Eddy's house and saw that he was still staring at the map in deep thought. This made him hesitate for a moment. He didn't know whether he should tell his brother about this. But Brizzo Eddy heard him coming in and felt Raymond Eddy's mood. He frowned and asked with some dissatisfaction, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing his brother's initiative to ask, Raymond Eddy no longer hesitated and directly told what had just happened, adding fuel to the fire. At the end, he didn't forget to add a sentence. "These damn guys don't take us brothers seriously at all. I think we should hurry up to recruit soldiers, otherwise, this team will be unclear who it belongs to." Brizzo Eddy heard this, and his face became gloomy. He knew that Bartlett Clough respected him very much and was willing to obey his command. However, this armed force has always been led by Bartlett Clough, and the Eddy family has not been too involved. So in this situation, Brizzo Eddy has long felt the crisis. As a superior, the people under him are all subordinates of another person, and no matter who they are, they can feel the threat. Not to mention a smart man like Brizzo Eddy. He believes in Bartlett Clough's loyalty, but he can't trust him unconditionally. So when Raymond Eddy told him what happened today, he immediately felt a huge crisis. "We really need to hurry up with the recruitment. It's really dangerous for us brothers without our own men. How about this? All the soldiers recruited this time will be handed over to you for management. Are you sure you can make the team combat ready as soon as possible?" When Raymond Eddy heard that his brother was going to let him lead the newly recruited soldiers, he immediately became happy. He patted his chest and assured Brizzo Eddy, "Don't worry, brother, I haven't been in the police headquarters for all these years in vain. I have received a lot of military training. I guarantee that I can train a combat-ready team." Upon hearing this, Brizzo Eddy looked his younger brother up and down, and after a long while, he said in a serious tone, "I hope you won't let me down again. This is the capital for our future survival. I don't think you want to be arrested again." Raymond Eddy certainly didn't want to be arrested and put in jail again, so he looked at his brother with a firm gaze and said, "Brother, don't worry, I won't let you down." Seeing his brother's eyes, Brizzo Eddie nodded with satisfaction. In fact, in this situation, he had no other men he could trust. If he did, he would never pin his hopes on this unreliable brother. You just said that the soldier said that their cigarettes were taken from the government arm as spoils? Raymond Eddie didn't expect that his brother didn't care about the woman who was violated, but asked about the cigarettes. Although he didn't quite understand why, he still answered honestly, yes, that soldier told me so. After getting a positive answer, Brizzo Eddie's face became even uglier. After occupying Manguari, he asked Baitulclo to seal up all the spoils and wait for his distribution. Unexpectedly, the things he ordered to seal up appeared in the hands of these soldiers so blatantly. Obviously, someone did not implement his orders. From this, we can see how poor his control over this team is. This made him more vigilant. But he was a smart man, and he knew that some things had to be done slowly and not too hastily, otherwise, he might end up in trouble. At this time, Raymond Eddie couldn't help but say, brother, that soldier obviously violated your order. Do you think I should take people over and arrest him to enforce military discipline? Brizzo Eddie certainly understood what his brother meant. Although he didn't know the idiom killing a chicken to scare the monkey, he was very clear about this method of establishing authority. However, he knew in his heart that if he really arrested this soldier and punished him, it might cause his men to become alienated from him. This was an absolutely unacceptable and reckless act. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Raymond Eddie and said, you will quietly bring people to invite the mother and son to the headquarters. We will find out the truth before proceeding to the next step. Raymond Eddie didn't know how his brother was going to deal with it, but he was obviously not going to let it go easily. This made him very satisfied. After all, the old soldier had severely damaged his face as the deputy commander. If he couldn't find them back, he would never be able to hold his head up again. Chapter 396 Night Attack. When it became clear that his brother was really going to make a fuss about this matter, Raymond Eddie no longer hesitated and nodded excitedly. Okay, brother, I'll go get them now. Raymond Eddie thought that his brother was going to kill the soldier to scare him, and he was very happy. But in fact, Brizzo Eddie was not going to do this. His plan was to kill the mother and son after getting the confession, and then put the confession in front of Baitulclo. He told him that he had dealt with the aftermath of the matter and asked him to restrain his men in the future and not to violate military discipline in this way so as to hit the other party. It was not only to strengthen his own majesty, but also to show favor to the other party, telling the other party, see, I just let go of this violation of military discipline for your sake. Of course, this is called kindness and power in Chinese culture. Raymond Eddie still thought with a confused look on his face that he could really vent his anger this time. But what he didn't expect was that when he hurriedly led a few people to find the house just now, he found that the house was burned to ruins in a sea of fire. The local residents around were organizing firefighting. After asking, everyone said that the mother and son had been buried in the sea of fire, but no one knew the cause of the fire. At this moment, even if Raymond Eddie was stupid, he understood what was going on. Looking at the burned house, Raymond Eddie clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, wishing to eat the two soldiers alive. But he also understood that there was no evidence now, and it was impossible to find trouble with the other party. He kicked the house on one side with hatred, and he could only lead the team back to the camp helplessly. The old soldier who watched this scene from afar showed a sneer of disdain, and another soldier on the side let out a long sigh. After Brizzo Eddie received the news, he consciously pretended that nothing had happened, but stepped up the efficiency of recruiting soldiers in Manguali. After a day of rest, the border guards in Batangote finally sent out scouts to Manguari. As the two towns closest to the border, in addition to water transportation, there is still a muddy path between the towns. However, during the rainy season, this path becomes very difficult to walk and is often flooded. Most of the roads from Manguari to other parts of Brazil are by water, which is why the border guards put the logistics base in Manguari. It was 2 days later when the scouts sent the intelligence about Manguari. Captain, these rebels are now recruiting in Manguari. It seems that they will not leave for a while. I think it is better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we may have to pay a greater price to eliminate them after their recruits complete their training. After receiving the intelligence about Manguari, the chief of staff made his own suggestions to the commander Milistuatoko. Several battalion commanders under him also asked for battle. Captain Milistuatoko had already received a telegram from the Ministry of Defense, urging him to end the battle within a week. This forced him, who had originally wanted to stabilize the situation, to overturn his original plan and start preparing to attack Manguari. He was a little surprised to receive the information that the rebels were still in Manguari. He did not expect that the other party would not flee directly after plundering as he expected, leaving the mess of Manguari to him. He was very satisfied with the attitude of several of his men who asked to fight. After all, everyone knew that Manguari was their logistics base and retreat. He was very pleased that everyone was able to quickly adjust their mentality and actively prepare to retake Manguari after learning that their retreat was cut off. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's pack up our equipment and take back Manguari. Chief of Staff, since the enemy still dares to stay in the town, we can't let them run away, so I plan to advance by land and water, encircle Manguari, block the enemy in Manguari, and fight a positional war with the enemy. Try to wipe them out in Manguari town. Hearing that the regiment commander also agreed to launch an attack on Manguari town, everyone began to cheer up, and finally they didn't have to be blocked in this border town anymore. Then Milistuatoko began to divide the work, because they originally went from Manguari to Batinkat town by water, so they had a lot of boats. Enough to transport everyone directly to Manguari, but it was precisely because they entered the vicinity of Batinkat town by water that the rebels had an opportunity to jump out of Batinkat directly. So this time, Milistuatoko learned a lesson and decided to advance by land and water and divide his troops into two routes to encircle Manguari. Time passed quickly. In the jungle less than 5 kilometers away from Manguari town, the 1st Battalion of the Border Guard had already set up camp. After a whole day of arduous trekking, they finally approached this not so big town. They only had to wait until tomorrow morning, when the general attack time came, to launch an attack on Manguari by land. Everyone was very tired, because marching in the jungle was not an easy task, let alone a fully armed march on foot. This made Bassam regret halfway through the journey. If he had known that this road was so difficult, he should not have volunteered to ask the regiment commander for a battle and took the initiative to claim the task of attacking by land. Battalion commander, your tent has been set up. You've worked hard all day. You should rest early. The adjutant came to Bassam and flattered him attentively. Looking at the dark sky, the timid Bassam asked worriedly, have all the guards been sent out? We are not far from Manguari. We must be careful of enemy attacks on the camp. Please rest assured, sir. Our guards have sneaked into the outskirts of Manguari town and joined the scouts of the regiment. The situation now is that the rebels have not found anything unusual. Manguari town is still peaceful and prosperous. We can definitely take it down if we suddenly attack tomorrow. The adjutant assured Bassam with a relaxed face. This made Bassam, who participated in actual combat for the first time, feel relieved. He had the experience of being worried all night outside Bitangoat town, but nothing happened. Bassam was no longer nervous. However, he still cautiously explained to the adjutant, don't relax during the night patrol. Arrange the shifts. Don't let down your guard just because the enemy didn't find us. Do you understand? The adjutant stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. Bassam waved his hand and signaled that the other party could leave. After the other party left, Bassam, who was already exhausted, yawned and lay directly on the camp bed and soon fell asleep. As for patrolling the camp area himself or arranging light and dark sentries, he obviously would not do it. Time passed little by little, and the whole camp was almost only filled with the sounds of insects and animals that came out to forage at night, except for the occasional sounds made by patrolling soldiers passing by. Gradually, after midnight, even the sounds of insects and animals gradually disappeared. The whole camp was silent except for the occasional crackling of wood burning in the campfire. And all this did not alert the patrolling soldiers until a gunshot of bang broke the silence of the night. Bassam, who was sleeping, was frightened by the sudden gunshot and jumped out of bed, shouting in panic, "Where is the gunshot?" But he did not wait for the soldier's answer, but the gunshots soon rang out, soon covering the entire camp. Even the slowest people understood that they were attacked. Without time to think, Bassam stumbled out of the tent and found that the whole camp was in chaos, with soldiers running around everywhere, but no attackers were seen. As the chief officer of the army, although his legs were shaking with fear, he also understood at this time that panic would not solve the problem, so he picked up his pistol and fired a shot into the sky. He shouted loudly, "Why are you panicking? You haven't even seen the enemy yet and you are in a mess. Messenger, order the company commanders to organize the team and establish a defense line." It can only be said that although Bassam, as the battalion commander, is a flatterer, his brain is not stupid. He did not notice the enemy's figure at the first time, but he responded as a leader should. With the order of the superior, the soldiers quickly became the backbone and began to move closer to their superiors and prepare to establish a defense line. But at this time, noisy shouts rang out in the dark jungle, and the gunfire became more intense. From time to time, rebels rushed into the government army camp out of the darkness. The government soldiers who could only blindly shoot at the dark jungle finally saw the enemy, which made everyone feel relieved. After all, the invisible enemy is the most terrifying. In fact, the rebels' attack on the camp was not smooth. After all, in this era, night fighting is a combat skill that only a few elite troops can master. The rebels who were originally responsible for transporting DP obviously had not received such training. In the dark night, launching an attack on the enemy from the dense primitive jungle is not something that can be accomplished by just pulling out a troop. Therefore, this night battle was obviously full of loopholes, whether it was the attacking side or the defending side. When the rebels fired the first shot, in fact, many people had not reached the predetermined attack position. This made the entire offensive rhythm out of sync, giving the government troops in the camp time to react. All kinds of situations combined to turn this premeditated night attack launched by the anti-government army into a melee. But the rebels, as the attacking party, had the psychological advantage of taking the initiative to attack, and Bassam, the defending party, had only thought about passive defense from the beginning to the end. Therefore, during the whole melee, the rebels actually had the absolute initiative. In the dark jungle, the two sides fought back and forth for nearly 2 hours, and finally the rebels broke into the government army's camp before dawn. "Sir, what should we do now? We can't hold the front anymore." The adjutant ran to Bassam with an anxious face and said in panic, "It was fine just now, how come it can't be held suddenly?" Bassam trembled all over when he heard your adjutant say that it couldn't be held. He was already timid and panicked. Just now, the rebels concentrated their forces to throw a large number of grenades at the position of the 1st Company. Now the defense line of the 1st Company has been broken, and the captain of the 1st Company was seriously injured. Now the rebels have broken through the defense line of the 1st Company and are killing here. The situation described by the adjutant frightened Bassam so much that he wanted to turn around and run away like a conditioned reflex. At this moment, a messenger rushed to Bassam with a telegram, stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Sir, the regiment called and ordered us to hold the camp and attract the rebels attacking us here. Create an opportunity for the main force of the regiment to attack Manguari town. If you disobey the military law." Bassam heard this and looked at his adjutant with a pale face. This telegram came at a very bad time. If it was 2 minutes later, he would have led his troops to flee. But now the order from the regiment has come down. If he runs again, he might lose his head. After glancing at the messenger, Bassam gritted his teeth and said, "Send another telegram to the regiment for help, telling them that our camp position has been breached by the enemy, and the enemy attacking our unit is expected to have 1,000 people, which must be the enemy's main force. It is suggested that the regiment abandon Manguari town, move closer to our unit, and encircle the enemy's main force." Upon hearing this, the messenger wrote the order on the telegram paper, confirmed it with Bassam again, and after Bassam's confirmation, he stood at attention and saluted, and ran back to the telegraph room. This is because they acted alone, so the regiment equipped them with a set of radios. As for the walkie-talkies that have long existed in this era, their border defense troops have not had time to equip them. The adjutant heard this and asked worriedly, "Sir, our position has been breached by the enemy. It's probably too late to get the main force of the regiment to move closer to us now." Bassam heard this and kicked the other party in anger, saying dissatisfiedly, "Knowing that the position has been breached, why are you still standing here? Why don't you organize people to fight back and take back the position?" The adjutant obviously didn't expect Bassam to be so tough today and actually prepare to organize a counterattack. This is not the same person as the battalion commander in his impression. How could he know what Bassam was thinking at this time? He knew that the main force of the regiment had already reached the outskirts of Manguali and could launch an attack at any time to destroy the enemy. If he ran away at this time, wouldn't it be as stupid as surrendering to the enemy when he won? His intelligence would not allow him to make such a mistake. As for his exaggeration to the regiment, that there were more than 1,000 enemies here, the main force of the rebels, of course, it was to attract the main force of the regiment to rescue him. He actually didn't know how many enemies were besieging him now, because the enemies were all in the jungle, and it was difficult to make an accurate judgment in the dark jungle. What he didn't know was that there were actually only 2 companies of the rebels attacking his camp, and the one in charge of the command was the old soldier who burned down the woman's house in Manguali. Why did Brisoedi let this old soldier take charge of the night attack? This was actually a means for Brisoedi to weaken Batelclow's influence among the rebels. After hearing Bassam's order, the adjutant didn't dare to resist. He could only put away his thoughts of escaping and saluted Bassam. "Yes, sir." Then he summoned the battalion's men and killed the rebels who had already entered the camp. It has just been said that there were actually only 2 companies attacking the camp. After 2 hours of fighting, there were not many people who could launch a charge. Therefore, they were evenly matched with the men led by the adjutant. Soon the war fell into a stalemate again. Chapter 397. Lying about military intelligence. After receiving Bassam's telegram, Colonel Milistu Atoko, who led 2 battalions of government officers and soldiers, was also stunned. He did not expect that the main force of the rebels would attack Bassam's 1st battalion. At this time, he did not have time to think about it. Since the main force of the enemy had been entangled by the 1st battalion, it was obviously impossible to get away in a short time. He did not want to miss this opportunity to destroy the main force of the enemy. Therefore, he directly ordered the soldiers of the 2 battalions to split into 2 groups. The 2nd battalion followed him to rescue the 1st battalion, and the 3rd battalion was responsible for launching an attack on the town of Manguari according to the original plan. Soon, under the personal leadership of Colonel Milistu Atoko, the 2nd Battalion quickly landed on the mudflats closest to the 1st Battalion and directly surrounded the camp of the 1st Battalion. As time passed, when they approached the battlefield, the sky had turned pale, but unfortunately the Amazon jungle was still dim and visibility was very low. Fortunately, the fierce gunfire near the battlefield could point the direction for the reinforcement. When Colonel Milistu Atoko arrived near the battlefield, he felt something was wrong. Because Bassam told him that this was the enemy's main force, with as many as 1,000 people, but the situation he saw now was obviously inconsistent with the intelligence. Although the enemy attacked the camp of the 1st Battalion from all directions, there was only one real main attack direction. The other directions were just feints to attract attention. If Milistu Atoko was right, there was only one company of troops in the main attack direction. Although they had already attacked the camp of the 1st Battalion, the rebels, who were obviously not superior in terms of manpower, had been blocked by the 1st Battalion behind the 2nd line of defense. But at this time, he had already arrived with reinforcement, and it was impossible to change the direction of attack now. He could only bite the bullet and order all the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to attack directly to the rear of the enemy. The rebels, who had been blocked in their attack, were also in a panic in the face of the sudden attack. These veterans began to break out without hesitation as soon as they realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, the rebels had been fighting for more than 2 hours and had suffered many casualties. The 2nd Battalion that surrounded them was a fresh force, and the 2nd Battalion had a threefold advantage. How could the rebels escape easily? However, the rebels were also ruthless. Seeing that they were about to be completely surrounded, they immediately took out their grenades and concentrated their strength on the exhausted 1st Battalion positions, throwing a rain of grenades. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion, who were excited to see the arrival of reinforcement, never thought that the rebels would actually break through on their side. They were caught off guard by this sudden attack. Without waiting for the soldiers to react, these rebels launched a desperate charge with their weapons towards the 1st Battalion positions that had just been baptized by grenades. This desperate fighting style directly broke through the 1st Battalion's line that had been maintained with great difficulty. The rebels rushed and attacked fiercely in front of them without thinking twice. In just a few minutes, both sides suffered dozens of casualties. Bassam was excited to see the reinforcement arrive, but his expression suddenly turned ugly. He knew that, if the enemy escaped easily at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. So, he didn't have time to think about it. He picked up the pistol in his hand and took the few remaining guards to meet the rebels who were rushing towards them. The two sides started shooting at each other from a distance. In the light of the sky, Bassam with a pistol in his hand was very conspicuous. This gave the rebels who were eager to break through the siege an opportunity to shoot at him. Bassam, who was finally forced to be brave, felt his body shaken. Before he could react, he looked down and saw several blood holes on his body. Then his strength began to disappear, and he fell directly into the muddy camp. Seeing this, the guards around him also shot at the rebels who rushed in regardless of anything. The two groups fired nearly 100 bullets at each other in just 2 minutes, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. When the rebels broke through the camp of the 1st Battalion and rushed into the jungle opposite, there were less than 10 people left. The 2nd Battalion in the rear followed closely behind these rebels and chased them in the jungle for less than 500 meters before they had to give up. Because these rebels were obviously more familiar with the jungle environment than them, the rebels who entered the jungle, relying on the advantage of fewer people, disappeared into the dense jungle like monkeys in a few seconds. With the last rebels, who were still able to move breaking through, the entire camp of the 1st Battalion finally returned to peace. Accompanied by the soldiers, Captain Miloš Chuatoko walked into the camp that had been penetrated by the enemy. At this time, his face was very ugly, because, from what he saw, the enemy attacking here was not the main force of the rebels at all, and the number was not as many as Bassam said. "Ask your battalion commander to come see me," Captain Miloš Chuatoko said in a cold tone, grabbing a soldier from the 1st Battalion. Hearing this, the soldier looked at his own captain hesitantly, and was about to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Miloš Chuatoko's face became even gloomier. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart." Seeing this, the soldier did not dare to hide it. He pointed in the direction of the battalion headquarters and said, "I heard from the brothers that the rebels encountered the battalion commander when they broke through just now. There was a fierce exchange of fire between the two sides, and the battalion commander died in the line of duty." Hearing this, Miloš Chuatoko was stunned. He looked in the direction pointed by the other party and saw a group of people gathered there. This made his face look even uglier. He had 3 battalions under his command. From the current situation, 1 battalion was about to be crippled. If the battalion commander died in battle, it would be a huge loss. Ignoring the soldier no longer, Miloš Chuatoko walked quickly towards the crowd and saw Bassam lying on his back on the muddy ground. The medical soldiers next to him had given up on rescuing him. Obviously, he was really dead. This made Colonel Miloš Chuatoko want to get angry, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only glance at the crowd and saw that there were 2 company commanders in the 1st Battalion. The 2 had already seen their own colonel and stood at attention and saluted. Everyone around them also hurriedly saluted. Colonel Miloš Chuatoko obviously didn't have the leisure to care about these empty formalities at this time. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "Why are you still standing here? Since Captain Bassam has died for the country, quickly collect his body. All officers above the platoon level in your 1st Battalion, come with me to your battalion headquarters and give me a detailed description of the situation you encountered." Upon hearing this, everyone stood at attention and saluted and responded in unison. Then the people with positions followed the colonel and entered the camp of the battalion commander, and the soldiers on the scene had already begun to collect the body of their own colonel. The purpose of Colonel Miloš Chuatoko gathering everyone together was, of course, to understand the real situation they had experienced. After all, the situation he saw now was very different from what Bassam had reported in the telegram. Soon, after the narration of these frontline officers, Colonel Milistuar Toko also understood the actual situation at the time. The situation he saw was obviously consistent with the actual situation. That means that the content of the telegram sent by Bassam was seriously exaggerated. Colonel Milistuar Toko, who reacted, rushed out of the tent as soon as possible and cast his eyes in the direction of Manguari, as if to confirm his conjecture. Just as he looked in the direction of Manguari town, a shocking explosion was heard in the town. Even though he was 5 kilometers away from the town, he could clearly feel the huge impact. This situation made his face change drastically, and he realized that the 3rd Battalion attacking Manguari town must have encountered an ambush. With a livid face, he did not have time to blame the dead Bassam, and shouted to the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield, "Everyone gather! Hurry!" The soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield in the camp were also frightened by the sudden explosion and trembled all over. They looked in the direction of the explosion involuntarily. It was not until they heard the roar of their own commander that they reacted, dropped their work, and began to gather according to the commander's order. Just as Milistuar Toko finished speaking, continuous gunshots rang out from the direction of Manguari town, and everyone understood what this meant. Everyone began to hurry up to organize their equipment and get closer to their superiors. Under the constant urging of Commander Milistuar Toko, the remnants of the 2nd and 1st Battalions, which had just experienced a battle, gathered again and began to move towards the direction of Manguari town. But the enemy obviously did not intend to let them relax, and a few gunshots were heard from the jungle on the way forward from time to time. As soon as the gunshots sounded, everyone would instinctively start looking for cover to hide, and then commanders at all levels would send soldiers to counterattack the enemies who attacked them. But the enemy did not stay in place at all. When the soldiers rushed into the jungle, they often found that they could not find any enemy at all. After 2 times, Captain Milistuar Toko also reacted. This was not an attack on him at all. These gunmen in the jungle were actually harassing him to delay his speed of reinforcing Manguari. It would give the rebels on the battlefield in Manguari more time to destroy his 3rd Battalion. Order the 2nd Battalion to send a company forward to investigate the jungle on both sides of the road and eliminate the scattered enemies that harass the large troops. The rest of the people ignore these harassments, and the whole army will rush to Manguari to reinforce the 3rd Battalion. Captain Milistuar Toko issued a new order without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the messenger stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." Then he went straight to convey the order without stopping. With the company searching for the enemy on both sides of the main force's advance, the troops completely ignored the bullets fired from the jungle on both sides, and the advance speed increased significantly. Just when Captain Milistuar Toko thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, 2 violent explosions were heard in front of him, and the entire team had to stop again. What's going on? Captain Milistuar Toko was uneasy for a while, and soon the news from the front confirmed his guess. "Captain, the road ahead is mined by the enemy, and we have lost 3 brothers. We are organizing people to clear the mines, and the speed of advancement is limited." Hearing this, Milistuar Toko could not help but curse. "Damn it, these damn rebels. How long do you think it will take to clear the mines?" The officer who came to report heard this, looked at Milistuar Toko with embarrassment, and said hesitantly, "Captain, now we can't be sure how big the minefield is that the enemy has laid out ahead, so we can't give an accurate time." Milistuar Toko was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot at this moment. He knew very well that if the rebels set up an ambush in Manguari town and wiped out his 3rd Battalion, his strength would be greatly damaged. In addition, the logistics supply base was occupied by the enemy, and the weapons and ammunition in their hands were already in urgent need. If they could not rescue the 3rd Battalion trapped in Manguari in time and take back the town of Manguari, they might be at risk of running out of ammunition and being eaten by the rebels, which he absolutely could not accept. This situation forced him to go crazy. "Everyone, go around the minefield from the jungle on both sides. Don't stop. I don't believe these damn rebels can fill the entire perimeter of Manguari town with explosives." Seeing his superior gritting his teeth, the officer did not hesitate and saluted directly. "Yes, sir." Then he turned and left to convey the order. Soon, the stagnant team began to move. Everyone left the already rotten road and walked into the dense jungle. But the speed of advancement in the jungle was obviously limited. Although the team was moving slowly, the speed of advancement made Captain Milos Chuatoko a little anxious. Raising the telescope in his hand and looking at the nearby Manguari town, Captain Milos Chuatoko was anxious. Because the gunshots from the town were slowly becoming less dense, which gave him a very bad premonition. As the sun slowly broke free from the dark jungle and revealed a bright red head in the sky, the whole scene of Manguari town slowly emerged in front of Captain Milos Chuatoko. Looking at the thick smoke floating above the street in the middle of the town and the increasingly sparse gunshots, Captain Milos Chuatoko looked at the nearby town street corner and hesitated. Although he did not see the enemy or find any ambush in the place where he could see with his naked eyes, he gave him the illusion of being in a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. He glanced at the soldiers around him who had finally broken through the enemy's obstacles and arrived outside the town of Manguari. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered the soldiers, the 2nd Battalion will attack from the street, and the 1st Battalion will cover the 2nd Battalion's flank. Let's eliminate all the rebels in Manguari. Forward. At this time, the commander Milos Chuatoko had no other choice. After all, the 3rd Battalion was still resisting. If he came to the outside of the town and suspected that there was an ambush against them in the town and retreated, the morale of their entire team might be scattered. At that time, there would be no need for the enemy to attack at all. These soldiers might just collapse directly, which he absolutely did not want to see. As his order was issued, the various companies below took action one after another. As the 1st Battalion had just fought a battle with the rebels, it was only responsible for the task of flank cover, which was considered as the commander's care for them. Because they were basically in a state of remnant soldiers now, nearly 1/3 of the entire team had been killed. The battalion commander was killed in battle, and weapons and ammunition had begun to be in short supply after more than 2 hours of fighting. If they were asked to take the lead in the attack, they might lose their spirits halfway through the charge. Chapter 398 Ambush. Milos Chuatoko had no choice but to make such an arrangement. After all, the number of troops he could mobilize was really limited. As the order was issued, the soldiers began to attack the town of Manguari in batches under the command of officers at all levels. The front was very quiet and did not encounter any resistance. Just when everyone thought that the enemy had abandoned their positions and evacuated, the roar of a heavy machine gun suddenly came from a two-story building facing the corner of the street in front. From the sound, it can be heard that this is an old-fashioned Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun, not a large-caliber heavy machine gun, but even such a heavy machine gun, after occupying such a favorable position, where the entire street can be seen clearly, the combat effectiveness it exerts is also very terrifying. As the rhythmic gunshots rang out, more than a dozen soldiers of the 2nd Battalion who were just crouching and groping forward were instantly swept down, and the soldiers behind them quickly hid behind the houses on both sides. It can be said that the layout of this machine gun position is very tricky. If you want to go deeper from the main street, you will inevitably be exposed to the machine gun fire. Fortunately, the rebels are now firing only this heavy machine gun, and there are no other weapons to cooperate with it to build a crossfire point. Otherwise, there will definitely be more than a dozen people who have just fallen. For this kind of emergency, the disadvantages of the Brazilian border guards who have not experienced actual combat were immediately exposed. Seeing that his company was suppressed, the captain of the team did not seek fire support from the rear, but directly ordered the soldiers to form a death squad and attack the machine gun position under the cover of their own firepower. However, this is obviously filling it with people, and it can't solve any problems at all. After paying the casualties of 2 squads, the 2nd Battalion commander in the rear finally discovered the problem and quickly transferred a mortar. He fired 3 grenades at the machine gun fire point before completely smashing the 2nd floor downstairs into the sky. But even so, this machine gun fire point caused more than 30 casualties to the government army, which was equivalent to the direct loss of 1/3 of the combat effectiveness of the company that took the lead. Of course, after the position that blocked the advance of the government army was destroyed, everyone came out of the bunker and began to continue searching forward. After advancing more than 500 meters, the soldiers were finally able to see their comrades in the 3rd Battalion who were surrounded. But at this moment, the 3rd Battalion had obviously suffered a heavy blow, and the commander Milistuar Toko could only see some sporadic resistance from the telescope. The enemies besieging the 3rd Battalion seemed to be frightened by the arrival of their reinforcement, and retreated without a trace. Seeing this scene, the commander Milistuar Toko did not dare to be careless. He picked up the telescope and repeatedly observed the surrounding environment. When he found nothing unusual, he waved to the 2nd Battalion commander. The 2nd Battalion commander, who had been waiting for orders, nodded to indicate that he understood, waved to his soldiers, and about a platoon of soldiers took the lead in picking up their weapons and vigilantly searching for the location of the 3rd Battalion. Surprisingly, they did not encounter any resistance. The chief of staff approached the commander, Milistuar Toko, and said, "Will these rebels run away again?" Hearing this, Milistuar Toko, who was holding a telescope, frowned even more. Now he was a little confused about what the enemy meant, but he felt that things were not going to be like that. At least, from the current situation, the rebels were in an advantageous position. At this time, it was reasonable for the other party to pursue the victory. I don't think so. This situation gives me a bad feeling. After saying that, he turned to the messenger beside him and said, "Let the battalion responsible for covering send troops to the surrounding area to test the enemy's strength and see if they can find any trace of the enemy." The messenger heard this and left. The chief of staff was a little surprised and asked, "Captain, do you suspect that this is an enemy trap?" "No, this is an enemy trap, but the prey trapped is the 3rd Battalion. If we hadn't brought the 2nd Battalion to rescue the 1st Battalion, maybe all of us would have been trapped," Captain Milistuar Toko said in a firm tone, his eyes fixed on the town center not far away, which was obviously destroyed by the explosion. That is where the 3rd Battalion was struggling at the moment. But the chief of staff had a different opinion. He looked at his own commander with a puzzled look and said, "This is not right. If they really wanted to put us all in, why did they attack the 1st Battalion's base? If they forced us to split up to rescue the 1st Battalion, wouldn't their plan to eat us up in the town fail?" Pointing to the current location of the 3rd Battalion, Commander Milistuar Toko said in a gloomy tone, "Do you think such a large explosion, which almost included the entire town, was just for one of our battalions? I feel that it was more like a preparation for both of our battalions. And there were obviously not many people attacking the 1st Battalion's position. Their purpose was more likely to contain the 1st Battalion, otherwise they would appear in Manguari town in time to support the main force that was surrounded. Maybe they didn't expect that the rebels who went to contain the 1st Battalion almost defeated the 1st Battalion directly, forcing Bassam to lie about military intelligence, claiming that the one who attacked them was the main force of the rebels, so we had to split up to rescue. This can be regarded as a lucky coincidence, disrupting the rebels' plan." After the analysis, the chief of staff was also a little confused. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong. He thought for a long time before continuing. "What about the harassment and mines we encountered when we went to Manguari to reinforce? Weren't they aimed at us?" Hearing this, the commander of the regiment, Milistuar Toko, shook his head and said uncertainly, "I feel that the people who harassed us should be the ones who attacked the camp of the 1st Battalion. Didn't some of them escape? Maybe their mission was to stop the 1st Battalion outside the town or delay the action of the 1st Battalion. The mines were obviously not arranged temporarily this morning. They should also be arranged to prevent the 1st Battalion from reinforcing Manguari." After such an analysis by Milistuar Toko, the chief of staff couldn't help but feel that it made some sense. But the current situation is very complicated. All of this is the speculation of Milistuar Toko and can only be used as a reference. If it is really as Milistuar Toko expected, there must be a rebel force nearby that is enough to destroy their 2 battalions. But the current situation is indeed that there is no sign of the rebels. Either the enemy evacuated in advance when they saw that the tactical goal was not achieved as expected, or the enemy has a bigger trap waiting for them. In the mind of the chief of staff, he did not believe that the rebels had escaped. After all, if they wanted to escape, they could either take a boat by water or go through the land route they had just attacked. Otherwise, they could only run into the dense Amazon jungle. But now the enemy is obviously in the upper hand. Will the enemy hide in the Amazon jungle at this time? In the eyes of the chief of staff, This is impossible. But now there is not even a shadow of the enemy. How can this not make everyone nervous? After thinking for a while, the chief of staff still hesitated to say to the commander Miloš Chuatoko, "Commander, should we send someone to the dock to take a look? It is possible that the enemy has directly bypassed the dock and driven all our ships away to escape back to Batinka town." Originally, the commander Miloš Chuatoko did not agree with the chief of staff's opinion that the enemy had escaped. But when he heard the chief of staff suggest sending someone to the dock to check, he couldn't help but feel moved. He didn't think the enemy would seize the boat and escape. On the contrary, he felt very bad now. He had a premonition that, if things went wrong this time, he might fall into a big trap here. If something unpredictable really happened, he would have to leave a way out. And this way out now seemed to be realized on the boat at the dock. Thinking of this, Colonel Miloš Chuatoko no longer hesitated. Although he still didn't trust the chief of staff in front of him, as the two highest officers of this unit, he couldn't abandon the other party and escape alone. He believed that the other party would not dare to abandon him and run away alone, so he turned to the chief of staff and said, "The chief of staff is right. The enemy may indeed choose to attack our fleet. If the enemy really controls our fleet, our retreat will be completely cut off. How about this? Chief of staff, I will arrange a platoon of soldiers for you. You are responsible for going to the dock and exploring the situation there. You must not let the enemy rob or damage our ships. What do you think?" The chief of staff had just arrived and had not yet reached a tacit understanding with the commander of the regiment, Miloš Chuatoko. Therefore, he was a little puzzled by the commander's arrangement and said hesitantly, "But there is a shortage of manpower here. Isn't it inappropriate to divide the troops at this time?" The border guards were indeed short of manpower at this time. After all, the situation of the 3rd Battalion was unclear, and the 1st Battalion was basically crippled. Although the 2nd Battalion did not suffer any losses, it had also suffered considerable casualties in the process of attacking Manguari town. Therefore, the chief of staff was worried that, if the main force of the rebels was still in the town, his manpower would obviously not be at an advantage. One more person would be a strength. Of course, since he was worried that the rebels would seize their boats from the dock and flee Manguari at this time, he must have been a little worried that he would only take a platoon of soldiers to the dock. If he really encountered the main force of the rebels, would he die directly for his country? After hearing his words, Miloš Chuatoko frowned and did not think much about it. He just looked around with the telescope. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, he lowered his voice and said, "Chief of staff, to be honest, I don't feel very good. I asked you to go to the dock to leave us a way out. Please be sure to guard the dock. If things are impossible, we may have to lead the remnants to evacuate by water. Do you understand what I mean?" After hearing this, the chief of staff understood Miloš Chuatoko's plan. Although he was worried about encountering enemies on the dock, he could not express his worries at this time. After all, the commander had handed the retreat to him. In this situation of dragging his life, if he continued to refuse, it would obviously be a bit ignorant. Therefore, he did not say anything more, but nodded firmly and said to the commander Miloš Chuatoko, "I understand. We must guard the ship and ensure that the retreat is unobstructed. If you don't come, we will never leave." This statement made the commander Miloš Chuatoko very satisfied, indicating that the chief of staff had understood his meaning. Seeing this, he patted the chief of staff on the shoulder and said with a double meaning, "Then get rid of it." After that, he raised the telescope in his hand again and observed the situation in front. Seeing this, the chief of staff did not say much, but saluted silently, then turned and left. A platoon of soldiers from the 2nd Battalion commando entered the location of the 3rd Battalion without any danger. The streets here have been completely destroyed, and the houses on both sides have collapsed. There are many bodies of border guards lying in the middle of the road. Judging from the wounds, many people did not die from gunfire at all, but were instead some explosion injuries without wounds. Obviously, this was caused by the shock wave of the explosives. This scene made the soldiers' scalps numb, and many soldiers vomited on the spot. Soon, the 2nd Battalion commander also crouched and carefully touched up. When he saw the situation on the battlefield, he knew that the 3rd Battalion was finished. There was no 3rd Battalion soldier who could stand normally. This situation was a huge blow to the morale of the entire army. However, now was obviously not the time to leave corpses for the 3rd Battalion. He shouted at the soldiers around him, "Why are you all stopping here? Everyone continue to search and move forward to see if you can find any brothers who are still alive." The commando team continues to move forward. These damn rebels must not be allowed to run away like this. The soldiers were shocked when they heard this. They no longer hesitated and began to move forward. The commando soldiers even directly passed the location of the 3rd Battalion and searched further forward. The 2nd Battalion command led the other soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to search for survivors. There were too few survivors, and most of them were somewhat unconscious or deaf. They wanted to ask about the situation at the scene, but couldn't find the right person. Just as everyone was busy rescuing the wounded, a deafening gunshot suddenly sounded outside. Judging from the direction, it should be the 1st Battalion responsible for covering the 2 wings that had exchanged fire with the enemy. Colonel Milistuatoko found a commanding height as soon as possible and looked at the periphery of the street with a telescope. On both sides of the street behind, countless figures rushed out of the low houses and fired fiercely at the border guards who were searching and advancing in the street. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion were also looking for cover while fighting back desperately. After a while of observation, Colonel Milistuatoko's face turned livid. The enemy obviously wanted to eat them all directly, because now he and others were obviously surrounded by the enemy. Without waiting for Colonel Milistuatoko to think more, the rebels' rear positions actually began to fire mortars at their positions. Seeing the mortar shells constantly exploding in the crowd, people kept falling down. This situation was obviously prepared by the enemy and marked the street. The border guards' mortars also responded quickly and began to fire back at the enemy's artillery positions. But Colonel Milistuatoko knew that, even if the enemy's artillery was destroyed, it would be difficult to save the current situation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Defeat. After careful observation for a while, without much hesitation, Commander Milistuatoko directly ordered the 2nd Battalion in the middle to start shrinking the front line, and forced the 1st Battalion on the periphery, which had already been mixed with the enemy, to resist the enemy's attack with all its strength. The purpose was very clear: to preserve the 2nd Battalion, which still had strength, and let the 1st Battalion be responsible for covering it. But the 1st Battalion was already a spent force. After a long period of fighting, weapons and ammunition could not be replenished in large quantities, and it had been in a passive situation in the battle with the rebels. Now that it was arranged to cover the 2nd Battalion, it was naturally unable to exert much combat effectiveness. Therefore, it soon fell into the brink of collapse, which was far beyond the expectations of Commander Milistuatoko. The 2nd Battalion commander stood in front of the commander of the regiment, Milistuatoko, and said to him anxiously, "Commander, please retreat with us." Commander Milistuatoko glared at the 2nd Battalion commander, feeling very dissatisfied. In this situation, he began to think about escaping, but he also understood that it was useless to blame the other party. So after a moment of silence, he said, "You arrange a company of troops to support the retreat of the 1st Battalion, and the rest of the people attack and advance in the direction of the dock. You must ensure that the retreat route of the entire army is unobstructed." The 2nd Battalion commander nodded quickly and saluted to the commander of the regiment, Milistuatoko. "Yes, Commander, then you follow me and retreat first." At this moment, the commander of the regiment, Milistuatoko, was in a very complicated mood. He was the commander of the Border Defense Corps and had a bright future. This time, he came to wipe out the rebels of the Eddy brothers with the purpose of showing his talents and wanting to have the opportunity to go further. But in this situation, it is no longer a question of whether he can go further. Whether he can save his life depends on whether the retreat can be successful. In his heart, of course, he wanted to evacuate directly. Now it has obviously turned into a big rout. If he evacuates first, the decline of the entire army will never be reversed. This is something he can't accept no matter what. If he fails to destroy the enemy with his own strength, he will be evaluated as incompetent at most. But if it is because of his first evacuation that the army is wiped out, he may be shot when he returns. Now he knows very well that his military career is basically over, but at least he will not be shot. Therefore, he can only pretend to be calm and say to the 2nd Battalion commander, "You retreat first. I will stay here to lead the brothers to stop the enemy's pursuit. If things are impossible, I will come to catch up with you." After hearing the words of their commander, many officers around him began to look ashamed. Even a few people said on the spot, "Sir, we will accompany you to show these rebels our strength." Seeing this scene, Commander Milosz Chuatoko felt relieved. It seems that the soldiers under his command are still a group of soldiers with a great sense of honor. Even he felt a little ashamed for his idea of retreating directly just now. After considering the statements of his officers, Milosz Chuatoko shook his head slowly. He knew very well in his heart that the troops had no hope of turning the tables. The 3rd Battalion had been annihilated by the rebels, and the 1st Battalion had been crippled by the enemy. Now after the sudden attack by the enemy, he didn't know whether anyone could escape. The only battalion that could still be considered complete was the 2nd Battalion, which was his last strength. He didn't even dare to think about relying on the current 2nd Battalion to complete a comeback, and he knew very well that this was an impossible task. So he said directly, "We are now powerless to turn the tables. You are the backbone of our army. As long as you are still there, our army still has hope of reconstruction. So, you don't have to stay here with me, and I won't stay here to defend it. I will naturally go back with you after the troops complete the evacuation." Although Brazil is not a European country, it is also a country that has become independent from European colonies. Therefore, in terms of values, it is still close to Western countries. Regarding the attitude towards war, although surrender or defeat is very shameful, it is not unacceptable. Therefore, Colonel Milosz Chuatoko has never thought about fighting to the death or dying for his country. For him, although the failure of the war is very shameful, it is not something unacceptable. The worst that can happen is that he will be tried by a military court after returning. He will be held accountable for the defeat, but at least he does not have to risk his life. Now everything he does is to maintain his sense of honor as a colonel and fulfill his duties. After hearing his words, the officers under him also understood his attitude and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, for them, the defeat was not their responsibility, but if they abandoned their superiors and ran for their lives, they would have to go to the military court. "Captain, the situation is critical now. We still need you to take charge of the overall situation. Please be sure to stay in the safest place. Since the evacuation plan has been determined, you can't change anything. Even if you stay here, I suggest that you lead us to the dock and command the next evacuation." Seeing the attitudes of other officers, the 2nd Battalion commander also understood that, if he really left Captain Milosz Chuatoko behind and left first, he might be despised by the officers. So he quickly opened his mouth to persuade him. In fact, there are very few officers like Captain Milosz Chuatoko in Europe. According to European values, officers are the most important assets of a unit. If Captain Milosz Chuatoko evacuates first, it is not a strange thing. At most, he will be punished after returning, as long as he is willing to pay a little capital and bribe his superiors. It is also common to lead the troops again. Now it is mainly because of the sense of honor in Captain Milosz Chuatoko's heart that he cannot do things like abandoning the soldiers and running away. The words of the 2nd Battalion commander made Milosz Chuatoko, who was not particularly resolute to begin with, somewhat shaken. He was obviously unwilling to lose his life in this remote town for a group of rebels. Just as he was trying to weigh the pros and cons and was hesitant, the rebels, not knowing whether they had discovered the location of their headquarters through intelligence, fired 3 consecutive mortars directly at their location. Although it did not fall directly into the crowd, it also directly collapsed a wall of the 2-story building. The flying stones and shrapnel killed 2 officers on the spot, and the commander Milosz Chuatoko was also hit on the head by a flying stone, and his head was immediately broken and bleeding. Seeing this, the surrounding officers panicked and shouted, "Medic, medic, come quickly, the commander is injured." If the commander Milos Toko died here, they would not be able to complete the mission. The 2nd Battalion commander ordered the 2 officers without hesitation. Quick, the commander is injured. You 2 are responsible for protecting the commander and evacuating. After saying that, he winked at the 2 officers. The 2 were also smart people. After looking at each other, they crossed Milos Toko's arms without waiting for the medical soldiers to arrive, and began to go downstairs directly. The small building with one wall collapsed was already shaky. The officers were frightened by the explosion attack, so close that they followed Milos Toko and left the temporary command post. Of course, the changes here could not be hidden from the soldiers outside. The command post was hit by mortars, which made everyone panic. The soldiers who were already in a state of collapse became even more panicked. This turned the orderly retreat plan planned by Milos Toko into a big rout. The rebels obviously also found this situation in their favor, so they started a more fierce attack, which made the government armies rout faster. The head-wounded Captain Milos Toko could not care about the situation on the battlefield at this moment. After being helped downstairs by 2 officers, a medical soldier ran over quickly and was shocked to find that his captain's face was covered in blood. He wanted to check it carefully. The 2 officers shouted at the medical soldier, "Hurry up and stop the bleeding of the captain. We will retreat first and check the captain again when we get on the ship." The medical soldier was stunned and had no time to think about it. He took out the medical bag and poured a bag of hemostatic powder directly on Milos Toko's head. Then he took out a piece of gauze and pressed it directly on his forehead. The 2 officers did not wait for the medical soldier to tie the bandage. One of them directly reached out and pressed on the gauze and began to drag Milos Toko out. The medical soldier took the bandage and chased after several people. In this regard, Milos Toko himself did not say anything, which was regarded as tacitly agreeing to the officer's behavior of taking him to retreat directly. The 2nd Battalion commander commanded the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to attack and advance towards the dock. Now everyone knew that they were going to escape, and everyone burst out with unprecedented fighting power. The rebels who had just gathered were unable to resist, and soon the government army broke through a gap. Brizoedi, who was in charge of commanding the rebels, also understood that, if he wanted to rely on his own strength to keep the entire border guards, it would obviously be an impossible task. Therefore, after receiving the battle report from the front, and knowing that the enemy had begun to break out towards the dock, he hesitated again and again, but still gritted his teeth, and decided to open this gap, to let the government army escape. Bartlett Clough heard this order, and looked at Brizoedi in disbelief. "Boss, the enemy is now surrounded by us. How can we let them leave?" The messenger on the side heard Bartlett Clough raised an objection, and did not leave directly to convey the order to the frontline troops. Brizoedi saw this scene, and a trace of dissatisfaction and vigilance flashed in his eyes, but his face was indeed calm, as if he did not notice the behavior of the messenger. Instead, he said to Bartlett Clough with a smile, "How many soldiers do we have now?" Bartlett Clough obviously did not notice the change in Brizoedi's eyes, and said without hesitation, "Including the new recruits, there are a total of 1,200 people. Then how many old soldiers are there?" Brizoedi continued to ask slowly. Of course, Bartlett Clough was very clear about these data, and he reported it almost blurt out, 850 veterans. Hearing this, Brizoedi nodded with a smile on his face, and asked Bartlett Clough, who looked anxious, "Then do you know how many combat-ready soldiers the enemy still has?" This data was obviously beyond Bartlett Clough's grasp, and he said hesitantly, "I don't know, but there should be 500 or 600 people." Brizoedi continued to ask with a smile, "Then how many casualties are you prepared to pay to completely eliminate the enemy here?" Bartlett Clough quickly understood what Brizoedi meant, and he said to Brizoedi with confidence, "Boss, don't worry, with the combat effectiveness of these government troops, we will have a maximum of 300 casualties, and we will definitely be able to keep all the enemies." Looking at Bartlett Clough with a confident face, Brizoedi, who was originally highly alert, felt a little relieved in his heart, and continued with a slightly restrained smile, "Batel, you have to understand that the government army has a lot of troops. The casualties of one regiment are simply insignificant to the government army. They can send more regimental level troops at any time to encircle and suppress us. but we only have more than 800 veterans, and now the government army has brought the battalion outside the town. Obviously, the two companies responsible for attacking this battalion are in danger. We have already lost more than 200 people here. If we add another 300 people here, we will only have more than 300 veterans. If the government army attacks again, how can we resist? Can we rely on those new recruits who have just been recruited? After hearing this, Batleclo finally reacted. After thinking about it, he nodded to Brizzo Eddie and said, I understand what you mean, but I'm really unwilling to let these government troops leave. Brizzo Eddie heard this, stepped forward, patted the other party on the shoulder and said, we are not strong enough now. As long as we can take advantage of the rainy season to train these newly recruited soldiers and then recruit some more people from the town of Betancourt, a rainy season is enough for us to quickly improve our strength. Soon our army will have an armed force of about 1,800 people. Moreover, as long as we can drive this government army out of Manguari and Betancourt, it is equivalent to occupying the area within a radius of 500 kilometers. Our strength can be restored quickly. It will not be so easy for the government to encircle and suppress us again. After hearing Brizzo Eddie's analysis, Batleclo finally let go of the urge to wipe out the government army. He nodded to Brizzo Eddie and said, Boss, I understand what you mean. You are right. I will listen to you. The messenger on the side heard that Batleclo had expressed his position, so he did not stay any longer and turned around to leave to convey the order. Brizzo Eddie saw everything, but he said nothing, as if he didn't notice it at all. He laughed at Batleclo and said, haha, I understand how you feel. To be honest, I also want to directly eat up this enemy force, but now we are not strong enough, and we need to accumulate strength slowly. I believe that the time will not be too far before we can directly eat up a regiment of the government army. Upon hearing this, Batleclo looked at Brizzo Eddie with admiration and said, Boss, I didn't expect you to be a military genius. Not only did you lead us out of the siege of Rio de Janeiro, but you also led us to repel the attack of the government army. I think the Brazilian government will definitely regret what they did to the Eddie family. Chapter 400 Follow-up. Batleclo's words made Brizzo Eddie, who was feeling somewhat smug about defeating a regiment of the government army, look gloomy instantly. If there was a choice, he would certainly want to continue his original life. With his position as Secretary General of the Labour Party, as long as Vargas could be re-elected as the President of Brazil, his status would certainly rise, and he would at least be able to get a ministerial position in the government department. This is also the reason why he chose to go into politics. But now all this has become a bubble. He is a sober person. Although all this happened very quickly and there is suspicion of human manipulation. But the reason for all this cannot be blamed on the Brazilian government. After all, these things were committed by his younger brother. And the mastermind behind all this, he knew very well in his heart that it must be Fang language. After all, the Brazilian Times that promoted the progress of this matter was the Fang family's industry, and it was Fang Lang's men who seized the arms deal and discovered the abnormal situation on the island. Maybe in the eyes of other uninformed government officials, everything is a coincidence, but as Brizzo Eddie, who participated in the organization and planning of the assassination of Fang Lang and his son, all this is obviously a targeted revenge action. Since they had initiated the war, they had to bear the consequences themselves. Brizzo Eddie was a smart man, and smart people would often complicate a simple matter. Regardless of whether Batleclo said this intentionally, Brizzo Eddie would involuntarily interpret it in depth. Once a deep interpretation is made, the other party's original meaning may be distorted. Now Brizzo Eddie was somewhat suspicious whether Batleclo had said this intentionally to him, so his eyes shrank, and his vigilance against Batleclo increased again. But now he still had to rely on Batleclo's help, and he certainly couldn't turn against him directly, so he calmly restrained his emotions. He said calmly, there is no need to say these words anymore. Let's take care of the current situation first, drive the government troops out of Betancourt and Manguari, and complete our established goals. Batleclo was stunned when he heard this. His original intention was to flatter the other party and praise his military talent, but he didn't expect that the other party not only didn't feel happy at all, but became a little elusive. But the other party was the boss, and he didn't flatter the boss well, which made the boss unhappy. He didn't dare to ask more, so he could only nod and say, "Yes, boss. I will go over and see it myself. I guarantee that, while killing as many enemies as possible, we will ensure the minimum loss of our army." Brizzo Eddie heard this, looked at the other party, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Battleclo saluted in an awkward military manner and turned to leave the command center. What he didn't know was that the messenger chose to stay where he was and didn't convey the order in time when he heard that Battleclo had doubts, which had deeply hurt Brizzo Eddie's nerves. In his eyes at this moment, Battleclo was no longer his loyal servant, but the biggest threat to his men. But the ignorant Battleclo was obviously a rougher man and didn't realize the problem at all, including the fact that the messenger didn't convey the order in time according to Brizzo Eddie's order. He also turned a blind eye to it. In his opinion, there was no problem. But he didn't know that it was because of this little thing that Brizzo Eddie made up his mind to eliminate his influence on this armed force. In fact, in order to escape, the government army broke out unprecedented combat power at this moment. There was no need for the rebels to deliberately leave a gap. They had already broken through the encirclement that had not yet been completely closed. The rebels who didn't receive the order tried desperately to encircle the government army in the encirclement according to the original plan. The whole battle was very fierce. By the time Brizzo Eddie's order reached the frontline soldiers, the rebels had suffered more than 80 casualties, and the government army had also suffered nearly 100 casualties. With the transmission of this order, the rebels no longer charged desperately, but chose to hide and attack the government troops who were breaking through. The casualties of the rebels began to decrease rapidly, while the casualties of the government army began to become even greater. But at this time, the government army had completely lost the will to stay and fight the rebels. They only wanted to break through quickly and flee to the dock away from this failed battle. The government army who only wanted to escape was simply a fat sheep in the mouth of the wolf pack. There were originally more than 500 government soldiers left, but only less than 300 people successfully arrived at the dock. This battle to encircle and suppress the Eddy brothers rebels ended with a regiment of the government army being crippled, and the regiment commander Milistua Tocco was injured and unconscious. This result shocked the entire Brazilian Ministry of Defense and made the Minister of Defense, Marshal Moraes, furious. He cursed all the ancestors of Milistua Tocco in his office. But the result has come out, and he is powerless to change it now. He can only organize the staff to organize people to seriously study the new plan. In fact, everyone knows that it is not difficult to send another team in a short time to continue to encircle and suppress the rebels of the Eddy brothers. After all, the Brazilian government has a large number of troops on hand. If one regiment is not enough to eliminate a rebel armed force, a division can be sent. But the government has a lot of problems to consider, and the cost of sending an armed force is also the focus of the government. Normally, it is not worth sending a large army to eliminate a rebel that occupies 2 small towns. In the Brazilian jungle of later generations, there are actually many anti-government armed forces active. The funds and energy required for the government army to send troops into the jungle for encirclement and suppression are puzzling. This kind of anti-government armed forces that will not pose a real threat to the government's rule can only become a long-standing chronic disease in the end. Every government vowed to eliminate the other side, but in fact, in the end, nothing came of it. Now that the Brazilian government has just participated in World War II, the army has won the record of defeating the German army. The generals of the army headed by General Moraes simply cannot accept the failure of eliminating an anti-government armed force. As a government head who became the minister of the army, President Dutra is very flattering to the Americans, but it is obviously unacceptable for an anti-government armed force to appear during his tenure. What's more, the leaders of this armed force, the Eddy brothers, were also accused by him of organizing Japanese mobs and besieging the presidential palace. He could not accept the existence of this armed force. Therefore, Brizzo Eddie's wish to rest in the rainy season could not be realized at all. When the rebel armed forces of the Eddy brothers were complacent about this victory, the presidential palace and the Minister of Defense held meetings to discuss plans to eliminate them. The Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group far away in Natal will obviously not be included in the list of troops sent by the Ministry of Defense so soon. Fang Lang had expected this. In his heart, of course, he wanted to wipe out this rebel force personally, but he was a soldier, and the act of sending troops directly without receiving orders was tantamount to rebellion. Of course, he would not take the initiative to jump out and take on this task for his own personal vengeance. Although the action against the Eddy family itself seemed to have nothing to do with him, in fact, people with clear minds did not raise questions. If he took the initiative to propose to participate in the military action against the Eddy brothers' rebel forces at this time, it would inevitably attract the attention of those who were interested. This was not what he wanted to see, so he chose to send intelligence personnel to this rebel force first to find out the situation of the other party. If the troops sent by the Ministry of Defense could directly solve this rebel force, he did not want to stand out too much. After all, the rafters that stick out will rot first. He controls the only aircraft carrier formation in Brazil and almost controls half of the military power of the Brazilian Navy. In addition, he actually has a joint force of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Both the Army and the Air Force are watching him. Therefore, in Fang Lang's view, it is obviously not suitable for him to be too high profile at this time. His established strategy is to focus on development and training, and seize the time to make his naval fleet, naval aviation unit and Marine Corps form real combat effectiveness as soon as possible. When the armed forces in his hands are truly formed, it is time for him to hold his head high and be high profile. Therefore, when Syriaraki reported the intelligence of the border guard's failure to attack the rebels to Fang Lang just smiled. He had expected the failure of the border guards. What really surprised him was that the commander of the armed forces he was curious about was Brizzo Eddy. You mean, the person who commanded the rebels this time was Brizzo Eddy? Yes, sir. Our people have successfully joined the Eddy brothers' anti-government forces in the town of Manguari. They have participated in the whole process of the encirclement of the government army. At first, Syriaraki couldn't believe that Brizzo Eddy, the Secretary General of the Labour Party, was actually the commander responsible for formulating tactics and commanding the battle. After all, people's experience is limited. Being able to become the Secretary General of the headquarters in the Labour Party obviously shows that he is a qualified politician. But as a qualified politician, he was able to command a regiment-level force converted from drug dealers and cripple a regiment-level unit of the government army, which shows that he is definitely a qualified military commander. In particular, his tactical thinking of being able to jump out of Batinkat town and play with the government army in his hands is actually quite close to the guerrilla warfare thinking mentioned by Fang language. This shocked Syriaraki. Fang Lang couldn't help but sigh in amazement after hearing the affirmative answer. This is really surprising. It seems that Brizzo Eddy can't stay for long. He might become a big trouble in the future. You, Section 2 of the Logistics Department, should hurry up and thoroughly investigate their situation. If there is a chance, I hope to get rid of my enemies myself. Syriaraki was serious when he heard this, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He was not surprised by Fang Lang's request. In fact, all the senior officers of the aircraft carrier fleet hated the Eddy brothers, who organized and planned the assassination of Fang language. This was even more true for Syriaraki. The battlefield of intelligence personnel was more hidden and dangerous. In his mind, tit for tat was a plan he was ready to execute at any time. The intelligence officer who infiltrated the rebels was also an important chess piece he arranged in advance. Syriaraki would certainly not be willing to just investigate the intelligence of the Eddy brothers rebels. Therefore, he really wanted to carry out an assassination or decapitation operation against Brother Eddy. Of course, all this required Fang Lang's authorization. Hearing Fang Lang's intention to get rid of his enemies personally, he had to put the plan on hold and continued to report to Fang Lang. According to what our intelligence officers have found out, the commander of this rebel army is Brizzo Eddy, and Raymond Eddy is the deputy commander of the army. And another guy named Bartlett Clough is the chief of staff of this rebel army. Oh, do you know the situation of this Bartlett Clough now? Report to the boss. Our people have been in for a relatively short time and have not had many opportunities to contact Bartlett Clough. According to his investigation, this guy named Bartlett Clough is the leader of the former drug trafficking armed forces and a loyal dog of the Eddy family. What's strange is that all the recruits are organized and trained by Raymond Eddy, and now the main force of the rebels is Bartlett Close men. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this and looked at Raki with an inquiring look and asked, "What do you mean?" Raki looked at Fang Lang with a smile on his face and smiled and said, "This is just my guess. I have asked my intelligence agents to investigate the specific situation in detail. I believe that accurate information will be released soon." Neither of them explained to each other, but they understood each other's meaning very tacitly. After hearing the news, Fang Lang fell into deep thought, and after a long while he slowly spoke. This armed force that has been wandering outside was obviously established with the support of the Eddy family, but the Eddy family did not really participate in the daily management of this armed force. Now that the desperate Eddy brothers suddenly go back to take over this armed force, it is normal to have some disagreements and contradictions. If your guess is true, it only means that the Eddy brothers do not really control this armed force. Letting Raymond Eddy organize the training of new recruits alone obviously wants to have an armed force that is completely under his control. The most critical issue now is how long the relationship between the two parties can last. Boss, please rest assured. If our guess is true, we will definitely find a way to further intensify the conflict between the two sides. If we can directly cause their internal disintegration, it will naturally be the best. If there is a chance, I plan to place our people around this Bartlett Clo to see if I can create some internal strife for the Eddy brothers. Fang Lang looked at Risi with satisfaction. He had to admit that this guy was indeed an intelligence genius who had learned the strategy of alienation without any instruction. If this plan could really succeed, the Brazilian government might not even need to send a single soldier to disintegrate the rebel forces that had just won a great victory. By then, it would be much easier to wipe out the enemy. Very good, I support your plan, but don't be impatient about this kind of thing. We must first find out the attitude of this Batel Clo. If we can't find a breakthrough with him, we can think of a way to get a breakthrough from his generals. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.